let me go ahead and introduce Seth. Seth is passionate about delivering the highest standard of education through technology, empowering all learners to achieve more. He learns, uses, and teaches the best tools for the job to drive innovation, not because it's new and flashy or because of who made it, but because it can make a difference in educating the leaders of the future. He is privileged to work a job he loves, teaching and leading educators to push the boundaries of education, making it a more equitable, ethical, inclusive, and accessible place for all. Seth currently serves as a professional learning specialist for I2E EDU, an organizational change manager for Eviden, which is a big tech consulting company, and previously served as a training project manager for Microsoft EDU on the Surface Velocity team. During this session, he's going to help us get started with Microsoft 365 for education. All right, welcome, Seth. Can you see and hear everything okay?
I sure can. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Awesome.
Awesome. It's
Well,
all yours to take away.
okay, fantastic. I'm looking forward to this session. And thanks to Cypher DLC for having me back. This is, I think, I was looking back at my records. I think this is my fifth time being with y'all, and I've been also done a couple of EdTech Lives as well. So I'm very happy to be here this morning. And for those of you watching later on YouTube, because I know we do that, good day, whatever time of day it is, probably night because we're all teachers, right? Um, so thank you so much for having me back, and I'm very much looking forward to presenting with you today. I'm going to share my my slideshow here. And oh, and I almost forgot to mention, I have a colleague with me today. She is Heba Sinclair. She's going to be helping out with any questions that you have in the chat and private messaging them over to me, so that I can answer your questions should we have them and need them. Let me just get my Zoom thing set up the way I like it. All right. All right. Now, okay. So today's first session of the day, I've got three sessions today. Today we are covering getting started with Microsoft 365 for education. And when I tell you that this is one of my favorite topics, I am absolutely not even kidding. As educators are around the Houston area know, and are actually around the U.S. know, um, I'm very passionate about Microsoft Education products. I don't. There are definitely some cases where they are not the they are not the best in some cases. But the tools that I'm going to show today, I truly believe that they are the best, that they are that gold standard that you want to reach and teach your students to, and they are what we should plan for as we teach our kids to thrive in the future. Especially now, we have all of these tools coming out. We have AI, ChatGPT, Microsoft Copilot, Google Gemini, all of those things that are changing the way that we um, feel about education and changing the way that students react in education to our content. So these are some of my favorite tools, and they've got some awesome AI built into it. We're not talking about AI in this session, though. We are talking about some of the tools that use it, but not directly AI. All right. Now, so in Microsoft 365 for education, um, some of the major benefits for teachers and students are that you can access it anywhere at any time. And I mean that quite literally. I mean that I could go on my phone and I could pull up the office apps. I could be sitting at the doctor's office and working on lesson plans or prepping for a session, something like that. But you can access it anytime, anywhere that you have an internet connection. It could be on a mobile device, on an iPad, on a Chromebook, on a PC, even on a Mac. Um, we can work together in real time. This is one of the things that I absolutely love about M365 for education and M365 in general. When we collaborate, we unlock the potential of of what we're doing. We can truly collaborate in real time on Microsoft 365 for education products. So like whether you're in Word or OneNote or Excel, we can collaborate and literally watch. Oh, Amanda's over here, Heba's over here. We can watch where they're typing, what they're typing in real time. So as a teacher, when I'm working with students or when I'm teaching other teachers, I'm watching this and I'm going, wow, okay, this is a really good idea. I can see it come in real time and just just roll with it. We also simplify classroom management. OneNote, that's my next session. And we're going to touch on it just a little bit in this one. But OneNote is an outstanding tool for simplifying classroom management. And I'm not just saying only OneNote, but actually all of them are all of the M365 products are great for simplifying classroom management, but especially OneNote because it has a tool called Class Notebook where we can like shoot pages out to everybody, right? So instead of printing off pages and handing them out to each and every student in the classroom, I can just push a button and it goes. It's amazing. Or, if I add an assignment, it just goes and it's there for everyone. All at the same time, they all get their own copy. It's very, very cool. And then my last little point on this one, equipping students for success in education, and I know that we all try to do this to the best of our ability. In education, one of the things that we are able to do is to prepare our kids for the future that doesn't exist yet, right? We may have glimmers of things that are coming in education, but we don't exactly know what that's going to look like. What we do know is the tools that have been used in the past and the tools that are still the business standard. As you go into the real world of business, what does the future look like? Well, you're going to be using some of these three major tools here. So Microsoft 365 in education includes Word, it includes PowerPoint, it includes Excel. Yes, absolutely. Google Suite for education or Workspace for education. Sorry, I keep getting. Uh, I don't live in the Google world. Um, but the Google Workspace for education is a great tool. Um, but the business standard, when you get out into real life, into the workforce, excuse me, not real workforce, um, you've you're going to be using tools like Word, PowerPoint, Excel, all of the tools that are in Microsoft 365. There are definitely some cases where you will be using the Google Suite, and it's fantastic for what it does. But these are the business standard. And so, in my opinion, and I'll just jump back to that slide, when we are looking to equip students for success, this is one of the tools that we're looking to equip them with, to teach them how to use it, right? All right. So, some of the things that we're going to be doing today in our live demo, we're going to be looking at creating an inclusive classroom. I I firmly believe that every student deserves to be able to learn at at their pace, at their level, and we can adjust it. We can make it accessible for everyone. Um, Using the tools here in Microsoft 365. So like I've got on the slide, improve reading and writing with immersive reader and dictate. That's fantastic. I use those literally every day. We've got some AI powered intelligent features. How amazing is it to have like this tool built in to Word that says, "Hey, Seth, you misspelled this, but not only misspelled that. Oh, how about let's take a look at your grammar. Let's figure out why you need an extra comma here. Let's see if you can rephrase this a little bit." It really helps you to become a better writer, and better writers are better communicators, and we can just keep going on down the line there, because that communication is a huge deal in our students' futures. All right, we can also write, draw, and add multimedia. Did you know that all of the, well, maybe I can't say all, most of the M365 tools have the ability to write on the screen? So if you have a touch screen, or if your students have a touch screen, you can grab your finger, or you can grab, there we go. You can grab your Surface pen, like I've got right here. You can grab your pen, and you can write, draw, and add multimedia on the document that you're doing. So imagine that as a teacher. You've got this beautiful whiteboard up at the front of your room. You pull up Heba's work, right? And we say, Heba, let's take a look at this. Have you done your best work? Yes, absolutely. We turn on editor, we take a look, and we're like, wow, yeah, she really did a great job. Let's take a look at this sentence, and we underline it. And maybe we want to illustrate the life cycle of, well, there we go. We've got the life, or we've got some of the life cycle of a plant, starting from seed, through sprouting and into its first leaf right there on the screen. So we could illustrate that. We could we could write that on our own screen. We could take that, we could doodle in our notes if we want. It's a digital notebook now, um, on any document that allows us to um, save our work on top of our document, that's in a digital file that's anywhere and everywhere we are. And then finally, not finally, because there's so much, but finally on this slide, there is a real-time collaboration. Again, this is this is the crux of work. When we work together, we work better. We come up with more ideas. We can brainstorm. We can share files and add content together. Put it in pictures, give feedback, add comments, review someone's work. We can do all of this in Microsoft 365 for Education. So I just want to, do a little time check. And Amanda, I'm going to put you on the spot right here, because this is right where I put our attendance check.
All right, I'll go ahead and share the attendance code. And again, for those that may be new to DLC, this is how you get attendance at the end of the day when we open up the forms. So on your participant planning sheet, on a sticky note, whatever works for you, make sure you record this 5-digit code, because that's what you'll need to submit to the form. Okay, so this code is 71205. And again, make sure you record that somewhere, because you'll need it at the end of the day when those forms open at 3. And the good thing so far, Seth, we don't really have any questions in the chat on YouTube.
Sweet. Okay.
Yeah, so we're doing well.
Well, I would hope so. That was the introduction, right? No, no, that's awesome. Thank you so much for saying that. And also, I do just want to highlight that, please, if you do have questions, we've got a system set up where I can help you out. I can get your questions answered, and we will have some time for questions at the end as well. But yeah, go on and drop them in the chat there, and we'll help you out.
All right, well, thank you. The attendance code is down, so you can
All
share your
right,
screen again, and you're good to go.
going back to it. All right, let's see. And I think I'm going to share a little bit differently this time. I'm going to share my screen so that I can drag my web window over there in just a minute. All right, so it still says attendance check. That is wrong. There we go. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to jump into some live demo. All right. So what I want you to do for those following along at home, right? I want you to go over to Microsoft365.com, or you can just type office.com, but sometimes that doesn't work. Mine automatically redirects me to Microsoft365.com. And if you're not signed in with your M365 account, just sign in with your school privilege, school credentials. It's as simple as that. Type in your school email address. It'll do its magic, and it'll ask you. It'll show a screen that says Cypher ISD, or if you're joining us from somewhere else, it'll show your district information, and then it will ask you for your district password. It's a Microsoft 365 has a extremely safe and secure sign-in method. Um, one of the best, actually, if you're looking at cybersecurity purposes. All right, so there we go. Got those up there, and I think Amanda is going to drop those into the YouTube chat. So Microsoft365.com and click sign in, or office.com, or you could cheat and do what I usually do, portal.office.com, and that takes you directly to the login screen. All right, there we go. So now you just saw my big Edge window come in. I am a huge fan of using the Microsoft Edge browser. Now, I wanted to give a little statement on that before we really dive into this. In Sci-Fair, I know that all of your teachers and students, you have licenses for Microsoft 365, right? Um, I believe it's all the A3 license for everybody. If that's what I was told, I believe that's correct. But teachers, that means you would have the desktop apps. For students, I know that your students have Chromebooks. How do I know that, Seth? Well, because I'm right down the road. I'm right over by Goodson Middle. I live here in Cyprus, and I that's one of the reasons why I love presenting here for this DLC is because you're here. Like I'm here, you're here, we're all here together. Um, so your teachers, you have the desktop apps on your Windows PC. Students, they don't have that desktop app. They can work in the web. And Microsoft 365 offers you both. It gives you the opportunity to use both. So as a teacher, I can use the desktop or the web. It doesn't really matter. You can see at the bottom of my screen, I was presenting in PowerPoint desktop, and I will be all day today, right? But in the web, I can work in PowerPoint. How would I do that, Seth? Well, I'm going to go over here to the this little grid. It's affectionately called the waffle. So I'm going to click on the waffle right up here at the top left of my screen, and I've got my quick access apps right here. If I don't see the app I'm looking for, I can click on more apps and then all apps. Kind of a pain. I don't know why they do that. If I click on all apps, I expect to see all apps, but there we go. So I can see all of the apps that I have access to if it's not in that quick list, right? It also gives me the ability to open up a new Word document, new, Excel worksheet, PowerPoint presentation, or form survey. And there's other solutions as well that you can do right from this launcher. I think it's a fabulous thing, and we're able to just like jump to it just like that. So if I was working in PowerPoint, I could just click on PowerPoint. Notice how it opened in a new tab. There we go. I've got my PowerPoints. I can go into see more themes. Maybe I want yep, here we go. Elementary school presentation. I can just preview that, see what it looks like. Oh, that went to the next one. Sorry, there we go. I can see what it looks like if I like it, go on and create it, and it gives me my template. This is um, super easy to do, and it allows you. Oh, look at that! Actually, very pretty template. I really like that. I'm going to come back to that one. I'm going to save that. It allows you to access templates and make a really nice looking slide right off the bat, right? So let's see. If first thing we want to do when we're training or when we're teaching with students, what do we want them to do? We want them to write their name on the paper, right? What's the digital equivalent of that? Saving your work, right? We got to give it a name. So we could do the old school way, file, uh, well, save as or create a copy, whichever, because it's when we do it this way, it's automatically saved into OneDrive because everything auto saves in the web, right? Or we could do it the way that students will do it because menus, they're not going to click on them. So we could just click on it and I could say, this is our pre-K, oops, let me put a hyphen in there, pre-K Penguins presentation. Okay, there we go. Just hit enter and it saves. And we can check where it's being saved. I'm signed in as a system admin account. This is my demo tenant. And it's just in my plain OneNote folder. If I need to move it, I can just click on that little arrow and I can, rename or re-add a folder. Let's say presentation. Okay, and I'm going to give that one a green folder. There we go, and I'm going to move it here. Nothing changed on my screen, but now when I click on it, I can see the full status of where it is. It's in that presentations folder. Got it? All right. Now something cool in PowerPoint. I love that I pulled up PowerPoint first. I was going to go through PowerPoint and Word on this, so it didn't matter to me which order I was going in. But in PowerPoint, one of the awesome things that we can do is use a tool called Designer. So this says pre-K curriculum. I said this is my Penguins uh, presentation. So I'm going to hit, oops, not enter. There we go. I'm going to just type in Penguins, and then let's go over to Designer. Oh, let's get some design ideas. All right, we got some eyeballs going on. Oh, I love it. Designer is giving me some ideas of what I think might be on my presentation. Now, it also gives me the idea, hey, you want something else, you can search. So, and look right there, I don't even have to do anything. My search is already filled in for me when I click on search for penguins. And bonus, it's Creative Commons only. Now, okay, I'm going to insert a picture here. I love this. Oh, actually, this one's even better. Penguin taking off there. What's really cool, look what it did when I inserted this picture. And it does this for anything. Like if you copy and paste text, it does this in the metadata. If you add a picture, it does this. This photo, by photo author, is licensed under the Creative Commons license. So we can just hide that. I'm going to move it to the back layers, and we're going to move it way to the back. There we go. Oops, didn't go. All right, I'm just going to click down until there we go. The web is sometimes a little bit funky, but it adds in that picture for me. Okay, I don't like this picture taking up my screen. I'll just delete it for now, and I'll go in and delete that Creative Commons comment as well. But you get the point. Like as we go through our presentation, Designer will see like what we're doing, and it's going to offer some some suggestions that you get to choose. You don't like them, click or turn off Designer, click for more. It'll give you more suggestions, and it'll follow the theme that you're working on. All right. Now let's say I was presenting, right? I've got my my present, actually, you know what? I still have my regular presentation up, so I can just pull that up, and I'm gonna take my pen, and I'm gonna like let's present here. So I've got a laser pointer I could use. I can I could grab a pen and actually write on the page. I can do all sorts of things when I'm actually in PowerPoint and working on it. Oops, did not mean to minimize that. Let me maximize that. There we go. All right. So back to this one. If I wanted to actually just annotate something like, okay, this area has a lot of space. So let me go to the draw tab, and I want to grab a pen. I can change the color. I love the different colors that they have. If you use the desktop app, you do get a couple more colors, including some fancy ones with sparkles and things like that. I love it. So I'm gonna go with purple because it matches my theme here. So now I've got my purple pen, and I can just draw. I'm drawing with my mouse right now because that's on that monitor, and I'm on this monitor. And my main monitor is the one that I can actually draw on. So I can just draw on that. I can illustrate, a penguin. I can't draw to save my life, so I wouldn't do that to you. But we can annotate on our slides. We can highlight what we're going to do with folks. We can move through our slides, and highlight um, important passages. There we go. Hard to do with a mouse, as you know. Um, we've also got all those other really cool tools, right? Okay. Um, PowerPoint is just a fantastic tool in Microsoft 365. You can insert all sorts of stuff. You've got pictures. Oh, Cameo. Cameo is a nice one. I'm not even sure if I can do that right now. Let me see. To preview, yeah, I have to turn off my, oops. Let me turn off that draw. There we go. And I'll delete that. There we go. So if I turn on my Cameo or put in my Cameo, this little bubble right here when I'm presenting and I don't have my Zoom camera on will be my face. So you can make that as large as you want or as small as you want, whichever you like. Um, you can also add some cameo effects in there, which is really nice when you're presenting virtually. Like, if you were to present to like your Meet the Teacher night that's coming up, right? School starts way too soon. Way too soon. Sorry, admins. It starts way too soon. Um, but if we're presenting at our Meet the Teacher night, something like that, and we're doing it virtually and in person, my camera on the device that I've got right here is focused on me, and people can still see me on my PowerPoint slide while everybody in the room can see me as well. We can also insert all sorts of other things. Like if you want to insert a static video, a video that's already been prepared, you can do so. If you want to insert audio, maybe some jamming music, on your title slide while we wait. Like I was jamming uh, to the commercial music earlier. Kind of cool. Um, the icons, I use the icons literally every day. These are fantastic icons. You can search through a library of hundreds of them. So let's say I'm going to search for teacher, and oh, hey, there's me. I was a music teacher right there. So I'm going to insert my little music teacher icon. These are SVGs, so they are scalable. I can make it as big or as small as I want, and it will not get pixelated, right? Um, this is very, very, very handy and friendly. But the cool stuff in PowerPoint is right here on the slideshow. When you go in PowerPoint to present, you're thinking, oh man, it's just another presentation, right? I got to give another presentation. No, this is so cool. So cool for students to use as well. I can practice. And I love this. So if I rehearse, oh, tell it my body language. All right, yep, it's going to watch my body language, and I'm going to rehearse with coach. Oh, here we go. Yep, I got to allow it to do all of this stuff. Use my camera, use my mic. Okay, there we go. Show real-time feedback, and I don't know why it's waiting. Oh, no camera access. And it's because it wants me to turn off my Zoom camera. I'm not going to do that right now. Well, actually, yeah, I suppose I am, right? Because you got to see this. I'll be on screen anyway. So stop video. Okay. Camera access should be on. Did it go? It didn't go. Let's try this again. There we go. Start rehearsing. Okay, you can see me. And welcome to my room with my Minecraft stuff back there and my books all around me. All right, our presentation today. Oh, face the camera. What on earth? Why is it being so mean to me? All right, our presentation today is on penguins. Yeah, don't use too many fillers like oh, it got me again. All right, I'm gonna go to the next slide. It doesn't like me on this slide. So arts and crafts, Valley Skills Center. We're going to do the introduction. Ooh, speaking a little bit slower. Primary goals, areas of growth, timeline, and summary. Now here's some text that'll actually do what I wanted it to do. According to recent studies, children and adults were able to retain more new information if learning while playing. Oh, look at that. Try to avoid reading the slides. Summarize your key points. All right. I think we get it. There we oops. Cancel out of that. There we go. And it gives me my my score. How did I do? How did Seth do? Not so well. And where's my Zoom window? I can't see anything. That's fine. Um, hmm, interesting. It's like legit gone. Oh well. No worries. Um, all right. Let me let me stop sharing for just a second if I can. Um, or not. I'll just keep going. That's fine. So it gives me my rehearsal report. I can rehearse again. It tells me I spent a minute. I rehearsed 5 slides. I used and way too much. Gave some repetitive language and kept my pace pretty decent. I did speed up quite a bit. You can see right here at the 30-second mark, and I slowed down quite a bit at the 45-second mark. Um, it recognized my pronunciation based on American General English, but guess what? It also recognizes dialects. It recognizes accents. 14 different different English accents it recognizes. So you've got those speakers. Houston is a very multicultural place, right? Um, we've got those multicultural kids that are from all over the world that may not speak in the perfect, Texas accent, right? No, that's fine. Microsoft 365 for EDU grabs that. It gets it, and you don't have to worry about that. You can continue rehearsing. You can also you can use subtitles. I think that this is very cool. So I can say that my spoken language is English US, but subtitle language, let's say my when I used to work in Pearland, we had a huge population of Vietnamese students. So let's say maybe I want my presentation to have Vietnamese subtitles. I can also present live. And if I present live, what this does is it gives me a little QR code. There we go, to connect to the live session. Don't worry about connecting. You're seeing it live anyway. But it gives you that little QR code. There we go, finally. To connect to the session, you can click on that link or you can just go for it. I'm going to just click back a little bit. And as I speak, it will be putting subtitles on the screen for everybody. Now, the cool thing with PowerPoint Live, like presenting live, is that it allows the user to choose their language. How many languages? Well over 100 languages. It allows you to choose to be able to see the captions in your own language, whatever language that may be. Now, if I want to show them on the screen, I can also do this. You can see that I'm speaking in US English and it is live translating into Vietnamese. It is not very far behind. I paused there for just a second to make sure that it was all caught up, so that you could see that it was actually doing this live. But you don't have to have those on the screen. You can turn them off on the screen, and they're still going for the people tuning in elsewhere. How incredible is this for learners of all ages? Like, imagine if you're in a well, let's say if you're in a DLC session, you're but it's in person, right? And you're in this big room. I'm exaggerating my hands like I've still got my camera on, right? Let me try and figure that out while I'm talking. Um, you're in this big room, and we all sit at the very far back, right? Um, so we we have all of this space, and okay, really, this is driving me nuts. I can't see my camera or anything. We've got all of this space, and I'm not able to hear the presenter very well. I do have like tinnitus, ringing in my ears, right? So it makes it difficult to hear in noisy situations. How about being able to see the captions on my screen, on my device, as I watch and follow along with the presenter? I think that that is incredibly cool. Like way too cool. All right, I'm going to stop screen sharing for just a second. Sorry, Amanda. Technical glitches. No, do not leave the meeting. There we go. Hey, I got my window back. Okay. And I can start my video again. There we are. Yay. I can see everything again. Okay. Thanks. Getting thumbs up behind the scenes. That was absolutely driving me nuts. I couldn't figure out what was going on. So, but how cool is it to be able to see and have that content accessible to you, whether I'm on my cell phone, or a laptop in the presentation, or I'm just in the room and I just want to follow along in my own language the sound is muted. I'm just reading the captions in my own language. I think that that's incredible. Now, I've talked way too much about PowerPoint, and we got about 5, 6 minutes left before I wanted to go to questions, and I've got some other really cool things to show you. I wanted to show you Word because Word has some really cool things in it. So I've got my sample document here. Y'all have probably seen this before. It's the geography document. Um, if you look through the Microsoft uh, Educator Center on Microsoft Learn, you'll see this. This document is used um, all over the place, right? All right, so I'm going to click on Editor because if you noticed, my score up there is 52%. So I've just opened this Word document in the web. Look at all the stuff it tells me. Okay, formal writing. Is this formal? Not really. I would say it's professional though. So how formal will this document be? I'll say it's professional. We could say casual, but it's not really casual, right? I'm turning it in as an assignment, something like that, right? So I'm going to say it's professional. It's going to say, oh, your score went up to 56% if it's not formal. So let's see what I did wrong. All right, so spelling. Oh, whoa, atmosphere. I misspelled atmosphere. Yeah, I guess I can fix that. I'm going to close this little pop-up. I love that it pops up every time. But I can see all of my spelling issues. Not only are they red underlined, but they're here in the corrections menu. Now I can select it, but and it's a really cool tool. Don't get me wrong. I love it and I use it pretty much every day. But what we really want is for our kids to learn it for themselves, right? To recognize it for themselves. So how about using Immersive Reader? So I'm going up here to the View tab and clicking on Immersive Reader to look at it in a clutter-free environment right here. And I can also play the I can also play the sound. Now, I don't think I shared my computer sound. That's fine. But if I hit play, it would actually read it out loud. Amanda, give me a thumbs up if you can actually hear this. But nope, yeah, I didn't think so. Okay, so as it read it out, I heard land farmers. Whoa, I didn't mean to write land farmers. Okay, so I can go back here and I'm like, oh, I misspelled that. Landforms. Okay, I got this now. Okay, we can continue on. Let's see, where were we? Uh, Landforms. Oh, I clicked on that. That's a picture dictionary. How about that? So cool for the little the young kids or the English language learners, and that's on a lot of different words. Sometimes it's not on every word, but well, there we go. Earth, geography. Oh, look, it gave two different definitions of Earth. We've got Earth as in the globe and Earth as in the soil. How cool. This one's capitalized, so I'm thinking it's probably the proper noun, right? Let's hear it. We could hear it and it would read it out loud to me. The same is true if we go up here to the reading preferences, and I could choose a language. So like I said, we had a very high Vietnamese population, so I'm just going to turn it on Vietnamese. And I could do by word or by document. If I do by document, whoa, so cool. And when I click play to read it, you know what it'll do? It sounds like a fluent speaker. It doesn't sound like American English Seth trying to read Vietnamese, which he does not. Um, Decidedly does not. So I'm going to turn off by document actually. But you know, if I were to click on a word, there we go. This word, D, in English is geography. Okay, very cool. So you know, we could click and see the other words, or we could just flip back to the original and see back and forth the different languages that we have. Now, if I do it just by word, I can see not only is Earth this, but I can also have it pronounced in Vietnamese, which I'm not even going to try that. I just heard it, and I'm not going to butcher the language on camera. Uh, but you've got these very, very cool features here. We can also, you know, highlight nouns. Let's see. Let's make that brighter for our board. That didn't really make it brighter, did it? Okay, there we go. We'll make it bright orange, make it stand out. Okay, so like let's say I'm presenting on my board to my class, and we're reviewing our nouns, our verbs, our adjectives, whatever, our parts of speech. We can see that. If anyone is colorblind or yeah, colorblind, we can also turn on the dictionary labels so that they can see those as well. We can also break our words down into syllables. And Seth, you know, if I forgot my glasses, I don't need them on the computer, but if I forgot my glasses and I cannot see the board today from way back in the classroom, which is where I'm going to sit, if I can't see the board and I need to make my print much larger, I can do that. And this only affects it for me. It doesn't affect everybody else. It affects me. So I can see the way that I need to see. By the way, I like seeing it in the dark theme. This is just a personal preference. This high contrast dark theme I discovered as a 30 something year old 10 years ago. Um, when Immersive Reader came out, that I read so much better and faster and comprehended more when I have this high contrast. I also like to listen to it. So sometimes I'll just pop open a web page, open Immersive Reader on the web page in Edge only, and then hit play and have it read the web page to me. So cool. Uh, got it. You can also change the font. Comic Sans, as much hate as it gets in the design community, it is an awesome tool for that transition period between handwriting and typed writing. It is an incredible font for that. There's lots of research on that if you're ever interested. And we can increase or decrease the spacing as you like. But Immersive Reader is this really awesome tool built into Word. It's built into OneNote. It's like all across the Microsoft 365 environment. Editor is amazing. It'll even tell me like, okay, sometimes called physical features. Okay, well, grammar, double check whether this word or phrase is needed. Okay, there's my correction, physical. Okay, very cool. I can just fix it on the fly. If I had other issues, I could check it out. If I wanted to check for similarity to online sources, oh, how cool is that, right? You can self do a self plagiarize check before you turn it in. It's always good to do because we aren't always so careful, right? Sometimes the students think they can get away with it, and teachers, sometimes we just forget that, hey, we need to cite our sources. But we can see it. And we can also check out our document stats, the word count, the character count, how long it would take to read out loud, that sort of thing. Editor is a really awesome tool. Oh, and we can switch the background, light and dark, whichever you prefer. I actually prefer dark mode with the white page because it just looks weird if it's a black page to me. All right, two last little things, and I'm going to take 1 minute each on them. In wrong browser, there we go. It opened up on my other screen. In Microsoft 365, we also have other tools for teachers that are just incredible to use. One of them is called Reflect. Okay, now Reflect, you can just go to reflect.microsoft.com. That is, I believe Amanda is typing that into the YouTube chat here, or pasting it. But Reflect is an incredible tool for check-ins. So I'll put one up for teachers. I was playing around with it yesterday. Again, this is my demo account. I use my real one quite a bit with learners of all ages. But I could say, okay, let's do a new check-in. And I'm going to say, okay, how are you feeling today? Yeah, let's create this check-in. All right, there we go. I've got my QR code. You can scan that if you like, or we could just go to this link. I could also grab it, share it to Teams, share it to Google Classroom, or share it other ways. Like I could just grab this link, copy link. There we go. And I'm going to go over to Schoology and paste it in. We're going to do our daily check-in. As the teacher, I will see the names of the responses, but I'll also see these cute little feelings monsters pop up with a name over it that tells me how my learners are doing today. When they check in, let me close this and I'll go to preview. Oops. Respond to check-in. Here we go. So how am I feeling today? I'm feeling pretty good. I'm great, actually. I get to select an emotion. So, okay, so if I had selected a negative emotion, it would have given me different ones, right? So I'm feeling motivated today. I am enthusiastic about presenting for y'all today at CFISD's DLC. I love presenting for y'all. I think y'all do an amazing conference, and I've got kids in Cypher ISD, or actually take that back. I got a kid in Cypher ISD. He's a senior this year. He's our youngest. It's over after this, right? So I'm gonna hit submit, and there goes my card. Thanks for sharing. And now my little feelings monster with my name that only the teacher can see the name. Is up here on the board. I could display all of this. I could show the names, hide the names. That's on me to decide, right? And you can configure that in your custom questions as well. There's tons of other things in here. One thing I
So
want to
Seth, if I can jump in real fast, because we do
please.
need to do the
Oh yeah,
break in a
it
minute.
is our time.
Well, we did get a question about text to speech. Is that something that you can show quickly?
Text to speech, absolutely. So let me just
Okay.
go back to Word and tell you what I'll do. Ooh, I'll show you another trick. I'll do word.new. Oop, not word.net. Thank you, Seth. Typing and talking at the same time. If I do word.new, it opens up a new Word document because I'm already signed in. So text to speech. It's taking its time. There we go. All I have to do is click this dictate button. And again, languages, all of that good stuff, it is there for you. And when I click dictate, sorry, there we go. All right, now that I have clicked dictate, it is going to start dictating everything that I say and typing it onto the screen. We can also do the same thing with the transcribe button, and that's if you have multiple speakers. It'll recognize their voice. You have to tell it who it is, but it'll recognize their voice and then add it onto the screen and type it for you. Now, before I did that, I should have gone in here. Oh, enable auto punctuation. So I should have let it finish there. But text to speech, there you go. Text to speech. Sorry, that was the other way around. That was speech to text. My bad. Immersive reader is how you would do text to speech. It will play whatever you've written, and I wish you could hear it, but it sounds like an American English speaker speaking English. I could say male or female, can change the speed, whatever I need to do. Does that answer the question?
Yes, thank you, Seth.
All right.
So if you want to hang out here with us for the next session, please do. I'm going to go ahead and switch over real fast. We'll be coming back with OneNote after this, but if you're looking for a different session, keep in mind that you can go back to our DLC app and click on the conference site, or if you still have that tab open, just click on the 725 sessions on that left-hand browser tab and go down to 9 o'clock, and this will let you know all of the sessions that are live. Okay, and again, you're already here with us, but if you wanted to learn about OneNote and you were in a different room, you just click on that, and this video link would take you exactly where we are right now in YouTube. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and start our video. If you're hanging out with us, please get up, take a little stretch break, do what you need to, and we'll be back right around 9 o'clock to get started on OneNote.
I'll do the same. Thanks for being here with me.
Yes, please take a good stretch.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities. In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge. Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference.
There is truly something for everyone.
Here's a quick tip for you. If you ever wanted to insert a link directly, all you need to do is highlight what you want the hyperlink attached to and do Control-K. Once you do that, the window comes up. You just Control-V for the paste of that website URL, and there you have it. It's now hyperlinked. Y'all have a wonderful day.
Our website has all of the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. While attending the sessions, type or write down the attendance codes for each session.
During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write the code down and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will also need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 4 p.m. and you will have until midnight tonight to submit your codes for credit.
Campuses at each level will be able to select a prize package that best suits their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboard, headphones, charging towers, wireless mice, and robots. Don't forget to submit your attendance each day and complete the feedback forms sent after the conference to help your campus win one of these amazing prize packages.
Here's a tiny tech tip for your Google Slides. You can now easily insert GIFs into your presentation. Go to Insert, Images, and you'll see that new feature. On the right-hand side, you can search for your terms and look at all the fun options you have to place into your presentations. Have fun GIFing!
It's time for the conference. On the days of DLC, you can access the session links in the app by going to the session details or your schedule if you created it on the app. Select your session and click on the blue video link. This will launch the live session in YouTube, where you can interact in the chat. The live chat feature is a great place to make connections, ask questions, and contribute to the conversation. During the session, pay close attention to your attendance codes. Every session has a different code, and you will need this in order to submit attendance and get professional development credit at the end of the day.
You will now gather all of the attendance codes that you've collected throughout the day. There are different links for day 1 and day 2. Notice that there are several attendance form links for in-district employees. If you are a CFISD employee, click the corresponding blue buttons based on your last name on the participant planning sheet or the conference app. It will launch the Google form so you can enter attendance credit for the day. Enter each attendance code for every session that you attended. You must click Submit, and you will receive an email confirmation receipt. For new CFISD employees without credentials, you will click the corresponding gold button in the participant planning sheet or the conference app. You'll enter your email address, campus, and role, along with your attendance codes for the day. Finally, for out-of-district educators, you will select the corresponding purple button from the participant planning sheet or directly from the conference app. You'll enter your email address along with your full name, the school that you work at, as well as the access codes for each session that you attended. Out-of-district educators will receive a certificate to the email that you provided, so please make sure that it's entered correctly. In-district employees will receive credit through CFPGS. Remember, everyone will receive a confirmation email receipt if you submitted a Google form successfully. The forms will be open from 3 p.m. through midnight.
Your feedback for our event ensures the Digital Learning Conference is high quality, and we invite presenters that impact your classroom and teaching practice. Your feedback is important and helps shape the future of DLC. Look for this form in your email soon after the event. We are so excited that you've decided to join us for CFISD's Virtual Digital Learning Conference in 2024. Go to the website and start planning today.
All right, and welcome for our 9 o'clock session. If you were with us here before, you've already gotten an introduction to Seth. If you're just joining us now to learn about OneNote, just a little bit about Seth. He is passionate about delivering the highest standard of education through technology, empowering all learners to achieve more. He learns, uses, and teaches the best tools for the job to drive innovation, not because it's new and flashy or because of who made it, but because it can make a difference in educating the leaders of the future. He's privileged to work a job he loves, teaching and leading educators to push the boundaries of education, making it a more equitable, ethical, inclusive, and accessible place for all. Seth currently serves as a professional learning specialist for I2E EDU, an organizational change manager for Eviden, which is a big tech consulting company, and previously served as a training project manager for Microsoft EDU on the Surface Velocity team. During this session, we're going to be learning about getting started with Microsoft OneNote for education. Can you see and hear us, Seth?
I
All
sure can.
right.
Can y'all see and hear me?
We can, yes.
Okay, good. I'm glad to know that in that short little break, I didn't wander off somewhere and I got back in time, right?
Yes, always a good start.
Always a good start. Well, good morning, everyone, and for those of you joining us on YouTube later, thanks for joining us, and good day, good evening, whatever time of day it is for you. I'm glad that you have joined us today. My name is Seth Fewell. I'm here from I2E EDU today, presenting at CFIR's Digital Learning Conference. And I was thinking about this earlier. I think this is like my fifth DLC that I've presented at. I love doing it. Y'all are like literally right down the road from me. I'm like, my neighborhood is just across from Goodson Middle. So, and of course, we only have one kid left in Cyfair, and he's a senior this year. Go Wildcats! He's on the football team. So come watch us. Come watch us at the Berry Center sometime. All right. Well, today we are talking about getting started with Microsoft OneNote for education. OneNote, as I just said in the YouTube chat not too long ago, OneNote is, if not my all-time favorite tool, it's way up there, like way, way, way up there. OneNote is everything. Like you can do
Seth, we lost your audio. Seth, we can't.
Thank you,
We just
Heba. I
got
was
you.
just checking. Yeah, we can't hear you.
Your lips were still moving. I didn't see you mute or anything, but all of a
me.
sudden your audio, your audio cut. There you go. You're back.
Okay. Well, I have
Okay.
no idea.
You
I'm so
cut off
sorry.
after your enthusiastic, one of my favorite tools of all time, and then you went
Okay.
silent, I think, when you were telling us why.
Okay, gotcha. Well, let me pick that up again then. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, I am so sorry about the sound issue. I didn't know that that happened. Yeah, OneNote is one of my absolute favorite tools. You can do so much in OneNote, and like it I mean, it's a notebook, right? It's like when you think of when I think of OneNote, I think of, okay, it's a notebook. It replaces that, that notebook. Well, you can't see that thanks to my background, but it's that notebook that I used to carry around and handwrite notes in. I still do sometimes because I just need to. I still use OneNote like literally every single day. It's always open on my computer. But OneNote is that digital notebook. But even better than that, and my favorite analogy for OneNote is, if you're of a certain age, you probably remember Trapper Keepers, right? All right. Well, I remember Trapper Keepers. I had Trapper Keepers. I loved them. I probably had the off-brand ones, but whatever. They're still Trapper Keepers. Everything's a Trapper Keeper. It's like Coke. Um, with 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 OneNote, now let me start over. With Trapper Keepers, like you could, inside that Trapper Keeper, you kind of undo the Velcro, right? And then you unclick the thing and you can add your notebooks or loose leaf pages in, clamp it up, Velcro it shut, so that it kept it all together, right? But you had like multiple notebooks in there. I don't know about you, I had like probably 5, 7 little notebooks in there at a time, and carried that thing around there everywhere. It was, throw it in my backpack, didn't care what happened to it. And then I got the fancy one with the zipper around the side. OneNote is like your Trapper Keeper, right? In OneNote, and we'll get much deeper into this, in OneNote, you can have a notebook, 10 notebooks, 100 notebooks, whatever. It doesn't really matter. You can have as many notebooks as you want with as many sections as you want. Those little dividers with the little pull tabs, right? You can have as many sections as you want. And inside each section, you can have as many pages as you want. And like when I say I've previously, well, I still have them because I'm a digital hoarder, right? But if you I'm making myself laugh. I apologize. If you keep everything, like, you will not overload your OneNote notebook. I've had notebooks that run a little bit slowly from time to time, but you will not overload and run out of space in your notebook. There's no way that you can run out of it. And the cool thing about OneNote is that it's that small. It's on your phone. It's on your computer. It's on the web. It's anywhere you have internet access. So let's get started with Microsoft OneNote for Education. It's an incredible tool, accessible right in M365 for education, and I think you're going to love it just as much as I do. All right, I did give you a couple of resources here. Feel free. I think it's because I clicked on that one to make sure that my link was working. Sorry for the color difference there. That doesn't usually show up in the slideshow. But I did give you some resources here. So feel free to screenshot that. If you're on a Windows computer, Windows Shift S will screenshot that for you. Windows Shift S, all at the same time. You got to do that little claw shape and press Windows Shift S to get your screenshot, and then you'll be able to have these links. I did shorten them for you because there's some pretty long links in there. We're going to go through all of these as I present today. Okay. So really, with Microsoft OneNote for Education, and I know y'all that this was the session description, right? But that's why it's there, right? With Microsoft OneNote for Education, classroom organization has never been easier. It is so simple with OneNote. OneNote Class Notebook includes a personal workspace just for me, but also one for every student. It gives a content library where I can give handouts, but guess what? Not only is it for handouts, but I can actually hand out my content to all of my students from inside my notebook. And it gives us a collaboration space for lessons and creative activities and group work, right? It saves time. Like when I introduced this, I was an elementary ed tech specialist in Pearland ISD for a very long time. When I introduced this in Pearland, my teachers just like jaws on the floor. They're like, "We have to use this. Can you help?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I will be here to support you, but you got this." It's so simple, cool, straightforward. After about like 20 minutes, they're like, "Oh, I totally got this." It saves us time and it empowers students to do their best work. I'm all about empowerment. I believe that you have the ability to do anything you want to do. There is nothing that you can't do. And the same thing is true for our students, whether you're talking about high school senior, right across the hall over there on his summer break, or you're talking about the littles in kindergarten, coming into kindergarten, maybe even pre-K. I've never tried it with I've never tried OneNote with pre-K, but I could see how that could work because it's essentially a giant whiteboard for them. But it empowers everyone to do their best work, to take the notes that they need to work the way that they work, whether I'm writing with a pen or I'm writing with my finger, which is maybe not a best practice, or I'm typing or using a mouse. It doesn't OneNote is accessible to all in that way. And bonus, put it right there on the screen. It works with Schoology. It's a easy integration to work with Schoology, and I think you'll already have that set up with the LTI in Schoology. Yes, I'm getting a thumbs up on the back end. So there we go. We got the thumbs up. It works in Schoology. Go use it. Yay. All right. So we're going to do a waterfall chat here. All right. So what a waterfall chat is I've got the question up here. And I don't want you to hit enter on that until I say so. So I'm going to pull up the YouTube chat and I'm going to watch it come in. There we go. So here's the question. What is a singular, what is one note-taking strategy? Get it? OneNote. What is one note-taking strategy that you love to share to empower learners when engaging with your content? I am looking forward to seeing your answers in the YouTube right now. Now, since YouTube is a little bit delayed for me, I promise you, I've got it up here on my screen. Oops, there we go. I'm trying to drag it. There we go. I've got it up here on my screen. You can see it. I'm going to put it on my other monitor so that I can actually see the chat come in. But y'all answer that. I'm very much looking forward to seeing your answers in there. And Heba and Amanda here will be able to tell me what's going on in there. So very cool. All right. So while we do that, I'm gonna give you another link, or your answers are already in there, and I'm giving you another link. We've got a little bit of time inception going on here because we're so far delayed on YouTube. But the participant notebook, I'm not going to follow strictly along with this, but if you have never had if you have never had a OneNote notebook before and you're really just like truly getting started in it, you're in the session, right? So if you've never had a OneNote notebook before, this is a great one to get started with. You can just click on that link. It may ask you to sign in on OneNote.com. What do you sign in with? You sign in with your Sci-Fair ISD credentials, or if you're watching us on YouTube and are doing this from a different district, you sign in with your school district account. Everybody has a Microsoft Education account. It's very, very cool. Even if it's free, you still have a Microsoft Education account. So yeah, here's this link, aka.ms/TM365 participant is a participant notebook. It's a cool notebook that just, it gives you some examples of what you can do and create in OneNote pages. So feel free. That's your copy. Okay. Now, navigating sections and pages. So I talked about that Trapper Keeper just a minute ago. Sections are like your subject dividers in a traditional notebook. Sections are the tabs, the colored inserts, like, that stick out a little bit from the page, right? Those are your sections. And you can also have section groups, right? So if I have a section group, I could use that for anything that I want. It could be like it could be like an archive if I wanted, like if I had notes from semester one or unit one or whatever, and I just want to drag them all into a section or a section group, even if they were across multiple sections, I could do that. Okay. Now pages are exactly what you expect. They are individual pages. Sorry, pages are individual sections. I mistyped that when I was doing this. Pages are individual pages located that inside sections. On a page, it's an ever-expanding whiteboard. You can have anything, like you can draw on it, you can type on it, you can insert images, you can put audio, video. I'll show you all this really cool stuff in just a second as we get to our live demo. And then down at the bottom, you have the plus section and plus page buttons. That's how you add a new one to the notebook. If you need to add a new section group, you go in this blank space over here and you right click, or if you're on a touchscreen device, you push and hold and it'll say new section or new section group. And then you can add it that way. Now, this is one view of OneNote that you can have. You can have it organized, in this left-hand navigation, or what we used to call the Windows 10 OneNote, or you can have them in tabs across the top. That's how I have mine set up. You'll see that in just a little bit, tabs across the top. The web version I think the web version, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm contradicting myself. The web version looks like this as well. So your students will see it like this. They'll see the web version. As a teacher, I recommend that you get in there and you use the same thing that your students are using, or at least the majority of them are using, because when they have questions, who are they going to come to for answers? That's right. All right. So our home ribbon, we'll talk about this just very quickly because I actually like to show it. But home ribbon, we can do a couple of things that I wanted to highlight. You can use tags. Tags are exactly that. They're tags. You can make lists. I know I've got some list lovers out there. And if you're a list lover, come to my next session too on Microsoft Planner and To Do, because I use lists all the time, every day. It drives my life, I'm telling you. But in OneNote, you can make your lists. You could add a star to favorite something. You could add a tag for a checkbox. You could add, any symbol that you want to be a tag for whatever you want it to be. When I was doing my doctoral research for my EDD, I used tags to organize my research to by threads, right? So if I had someone that was great with technology or talking about technology, and I'd put a little computer symbol on it. If I had someone that was negative on technology, put a little minus, or something like that. I would use the tags to help me organize my thoughts at a glance. So when I look at it, I can just go, there we go, that's the one I need, and jump right to it. And then dictate. I showed this in Word in my last session, but I'll show it again in OneNote here. You can use your voice, talking like I am right now. You can use your natural voice. Um, okay, I think I just grabbed one of my old slides. That's what I did. This is well over 100 languages. Maybe I need to change that. Oops, I didn't actually mean to click forward there. But yeah, you can use your natural voice to type for you in one of over 100 languages. And for American English, it recognizes 14 English dialects or accents. It even recognizes my friend from Louisiana. Shout out to Melinda. All right, now on the insert ribbon, some really cool things that we can do is you can print to OneNote. So like if I'm on a web page or if I've got a PDF and I want to print it to OneNote, I just select OneNote as my printer and it puts it in the notebook that I want it to be placed into. That is a really cool tool because then guess what we can do? We can annotate on top of that. You can also attach files. Now, attaching files is a little bit different because, like, if you attach a file, it's like the real file, right? So you got to do a little bit of a workaround to annotate on top of it if you want to, or you could just do the file printout. I think that's super easy. You can insert pictures, you can insert tables, you can insert audio and video, and you can also embed content. Now, when I say that you can embed content, you can embed content and it plays or interacts with it right there inside of OneNote. Some of my favorites, I'll just pop up this screen for you. Some of my favorites, Genially. If you've never used Genially, I love it. But Genially is an ed tech tool for presentations, and it gamifies learning as well. But you can also create interactive images. So like if I want to hover over, something and have something pop up, or click here and a video pops up, or click here and explainer text pops up, it'll do it. It's really cool. Genially embeds right inside your OneNote. So if I pasted a Genially link, boy, that's hard to say. If I pasted a Genially link, it will take a second and then poof, embed right there on your screen, and students can interact with it just as if they were on the website. Our admins or teachers, you're probably going, Power BI, you can do that? What? Yeah, Power BI is a really cool tool for data analytics. Um, I'm not going to go all nerdy on you, but Power BI is very, very cool, and you can embed it right in OneNote. Edpuzzle, I know Sci-Fair is a big Edpuzzle district, right? I mean, who doesn't love Disco Manny, right? A couple of years ago, I made y'all dance with him at DLC. Oh, oh, I forgot to take this one off. Sorry. Rest in peace, Flipgrid. We love you. Um, but Edpuzzle is a great great tool. Embeds right there. What's the benefit of embedding? When we embed something into a notebook, our students don't have to go anywhere, right? They click, they stay in the notebook. So when they're in the notebook, guess what? They're not in YouTube or whatever game that they're playing. Like they're in the notebook, and we can keep them focused. Wakelet is another one that I love to embed into OneNote. YouTube links also work, and the cool thing with YouTube is, and I'll demonstrate this later. It doesn't put the ads in. It strips the ads out, so that when you play that YouTube content in OneNote, there's no ads. All right, so it is time for me to jump into a live demo, and I'm going to pull up my notebook right after this attendance check. Amanda, you want to
All
bring
right,
up the
thanks, Seth.
attendance? Yep, no
Yes.
problem.
So I'm going to go ahead and put up our attendance. And if you're new to DLC, keep in mind you need to record this somewhere. So if that's in a OneNote, go for it. If you're using the participant planning document, whatever system works for you, make sure you record 12080 for this session, because you'll need it in those attendance forms at the end of the day. And Seth, would now be a good time for a question that came in?
Yeah, you know what? I was just reading that, and I think that that's a a great question, and I'm going to make sure. Yep, this is exactly it. Okay, so let me share my screen again, and I will answer that question. So let me
All right.
share. Dun, 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 dun.
Well, and for anyone who missed it in the chat, it was a question from Tasha
Yeah, I
about
was
any
I
tips
was going
for
to read it,
students
but cool.
transferring their notebooks out of a school account when they're graduating.
All right, and so Tasha, to answer your question, I'm going to give you a very cool tool called Mover.io. And sorry, Amanda, this wasn't this was not in my planned links, but it is an excellent question, especially for those folks like my senior across the hall over there, who is going to be moving on, going on to the next step. So if you want to export their OneNote portfolio, you can do that. You can actually export their entire OneDrive. They can save all of their files and all of their portfolio that they have worked on throughout the time that they've had an M365 account. So Mover.io, what it does is you use this migration manager for work or school. So school, it is safe. It is created by Microsoft. And what it does, it will ask you to authenticate, and once you log in, you can tell it where you want it to go. So if I want to go Microsoft OneDrive to Microsoft OneDrive Personal, I could do that. If I wanted to, and I have done that. If I wanted to go Microsoft OneDrive to Google Workspace, I could do that. If I wanted to go to Dropbox or Box or Ignite, whatever you want to do, you can do it. Even if you just want to download it to your local computer, you can do that. And it makes it so easy. It wraps it up for you, and you tell it where you want it to go. Like, so when I was when I was using this last over this past summer, one of our email accounts, no, I'm sorry, it wasn't an email account. One of our tenants got taken down. Let's say it that way. And so I went in, I logged in with that account to Mover, and I logged in with that account to my personal OneDrive. And I said, Mover, take all these files and move it over to this folder on my personal OneDrive. And so I grabbed an entire backup of all of the work that I had done in that tenant over many, many, many years. So, Tasha, great question. You know what? I see your last name. I'm even going to say it's a friendly question or a joyful question, right? Great question on moving documents and notebooks and files, etc., out when you graduate. It's one wonderful, wonderful question. All right, so we're going to jump out of that and we're going to go to Microsoft 365 because OneNote is part of the Microsoft 365 universe, right? So how do we get to Microsoft 365? Go to www.microsoft365.com, or you can sometimes just type in office.com, or you can cheat a little bit and go straight to the login and go to portal.office.com. Whichever way you want to get there, go on and get there. I think we're getting that link dropped into our YouTube chat. So once you're in at Microsoft 365, click on sign in if it doesn't prompt you. And then you're just going to log in with your school credentials, right? With your Sci-Fair credentials or whatever district you're joining us from. Log into Microsoft 365, and then we're going to go to the waffle. It's affectionately called the waffle because it looks like a waffle, looks like a Belgian waffle. And so whatever they used to call it, the home something, we're like, Microsoft, forget that. It's the waffle. And so even Microsoft calls it the waffle now. So we're going to go to the waffle and we're going to click on OneNote. If we don't see OneNote there, we can click on more apps, and that'll take us to our app launcher where we can say all apps and then see all of the Microsoft 365 apps that we have access to. And just click on OneNote. It'll take you to the landing page of OneNote. Okay. Now, what can I do here? I could create a new blank notebook, or I could open a notebook that I already have created or have modified or anything, right? So I've already got one pulled up. I pulled up a primary K3 notebook, right? And so in this one, this is the generic welcome stuff. It fills it in if you've got class notebook, right? So inside that class notebook, we've and I briefly touched on this, but I want to show it to you now. We've got the tab, right? The tab, and we can have more sections as we like, right? I could add another section and call it CFISD. I should have called it DLC, but I'll call the page DLC 2024. Cannot talk and type. Sorry about that, y'all. And I can insert all sorts of stuff there. I will come back to that. So we've got these tabs that are like everybody can see them, but not everybody can edit them. Because guess who can edit them? This guy right here, the teacher, the owner of this notebook. We'll talk about that in just a second. I've also got a collaboration space, and in this collaboration space, I can see how to use it. This is the content that comes with it. But I've also got my group work. So I've got calendar work. I swear I fixed the spelling on that. Maybe I fixed it up here. Let's change it again because that's going to bother me. Calendar. There we go. Okay, calendar work. There we go. I feel much better about that. So I've got my calendar work thing, and then I've got groups A, B, C, and D over here. And in this calendar discovery, remember, this is a collaboration space. So everyone can collaborate, right? Everyone in Microsoft 365 can collaborate. So in our collaboration space, who has edit access to this? Everyone, right? Say it with me now, everyone. Okay, so any changes that I or anyone else makes to this page will show up on on this page, right? Oh yes. These are great questions, and I will answer them in just a second. Yes, absolutely. And Keandra, I hope I said your name correctly. Keandra, I will your question, if you could use this to make a class set of interactive notebook, absolutely. I'm going to show you that in just a second. And yes, it integrates fully with Schoology, so nothing to worry about there, right? All right. So the collaboration space, everyone can edit. The content library, however, not everyone can edit. Okay. Content library, I can edit as the teacher, but this is where I'm going to put stuff that I want to send out to my students. So in here, I've got Ella Taylor, Fatima Zapata, and Wiley Mallard. So those are my students that are in this notebook right now. I'll show you how to do the students in just a second. It's really very straightforward. But if I wanted to send this 3-2-1 reading activity page to them, instead of printing it out and handing it, or instead of exporting this as a PDF and putting it into Schoology, I can do all of this in OneNote in Schoology. Okay. So what I can do is I just make sure I've got the page I want selected, and then I'm going to go up here to the class notebook tab, and I'm going to say distribute page. Okay. Do I want it? Who do I want it to go to? I could send it to an individual, like maybe a newcomer student that just got here, maybe a student that needs a different worksheet than everybody else, or a different thing than everybody else. I could distribute it to my groups that I've set up, like A, B, C, and D. Oh, imagine that. A little bit of forethought there. We can distribute it however we like. So right now, I'm just going to distribute to everybody. So I say distribute page. It's going to circle for a second, and then it's going to do its magic and go poof. Oh, sorry, forgot. I have to tell it where to go. So where do I want it to go? This is a reading activity, so I'm going to say language arts work and distribute. And then now it's circling. You can see that little circle down there. And 3, 2, 1, reading activity is just about to be distributed. And so while I'm waiting on that, if I were to go over, because I can as the teacher, I can see all of these students. They cannot see each other. They can't see each other's notebooks, each other's sections. Only the teacher can. They only see themselves. So Ella only sees Ella. Wiley only sees Wiley. Okay, right? You see how this is working? So if I go over to Ella, I can say, okay, I sent that to the language arts, and I'm realizing it still hasn't loaded yet, but we'll see it come in here in just a second, hopefully. Apparently, I don't know, with my sound going out earlier, maybe I'm having network issues or something. I don't know. But it will do its thing while I continue working. It should not take this long. I'm thinking, let me go back up here. I'll just do it again. Oh, absolutely. So distribute. Oh, look, it was starting to go right as I click on it. Story of my life, right? All right. So as it was starting to go, it's probably there now. Yep, there it is. So inside Ella's section here, it's got her 3-2-1 reading notebook, and it hasn't even started distributing the second copy of that I just sent out. Okay, but we've got this. So we could also like go in here and we can do our work on this sheet. Let me go to a different notebook. Where's my OneNote? Math. I'm going to go into a math notebook here. I really thought I had more than that. That's okay. And what I can do on this is like you have some really cool tools here. So let's say you know what, let me create a new page, and I'm going to say that this is algebra. Okay, not primary math. Forgive me on that one. But what we can do is I can go up to insert, and then I can go to math, right? So I can write equation and then select it and then tap the math button and see what it does. All right, so 3x plus 4 equals 18. I don't know. I am making this up on the fly. So I'm going to select it and then I'm going to tap that math button. There we go. It figured out my equation and I can do some really cool actions for it. So I can solve for x and it gives me, yep, see, I shouldn't have made this up on the fly, right? It gives me a weird thing. If I graphed it, that's what it would look like. If I graphed it on one side, okay, yeah, both sides make sense. There we go. But the solve for x, we could adjust this and it would be a much better problem. I just messed up on that. Whatever. That is fine. That is fine. That is fine. That is fine. Yeah, so that's Math Assistant. And then I could also, if this was let's see, let me change it. Let me do. No, I'm not going to change that because I'm seeing other questions come in, and I want to make sure that I'm able to get to all of them. So let me jump back to my other notebook. So you've seen how I distribute. I could also distribute a new section. So like, let's say I've got a whole section on science and we're getting ready to go, right? So I could say, or actually, I'm sorry, I need to distribute a new section to students. And I'm going to call this Science Unit 1, right? Science Unit 1, okay, distribute, go to everybody. All right, now everybody's going to get Science Unit 1, and then I can start distributing pages into it because now everybody has that that section, or they should. Where did it go? There it is, Science Unit 1. Ella's hasn't loaded yet, so I might want to just refresh the page on that. If you're having that issue, just refresh, definitely. So you can distribute like that. You can also review your student work. So if you've distributed a section like that language arts thing, and they filled it out, or actually this one's probably a good one, the counting objects, because I see that there's stuff here. I can click on review student work, and as a teacher, I'm going to go into, no, that was math. Next, counting objects. There we go. Next. And here we go. So I click on this one and it jumps right to it. I can see scroll. Hey, Wiley did a great job. Scroll. Ella did a great job. All right, she did a great job as well. And if I want to, I can lock the pages so that they can't do like and make any other changes to it, right? Or it makes a copy of it so that like this was your first draft in writing or something like that. This was your first draft. Lock it, copy it, now make it your second draft, improve it, and that way we have this record of student work. If you saw my last presentation, briefly at the very end, I touched on reflect. We can add a reflect directly into our OneNote, which reflect is a social emotional learning check-in. I can just say, hey, how are you feeling about the understanding of this content? How well do you understand the counting objects? How well do you understand counting objects? And oh boy, that's an ugly link. Let's see it embed because it will. And okay, it's making a liar out of me today. It should embed there, and they can check in on the page. Okay, now again, on the insert ribbon, there's so much that you can do. Play around with this stuff. If you're working in the desktop notebook, you have even more tools. So here's my desktop notebook. I pulled up which one did I pull up? I pulled up content library, social studies, landforms, and there's geography. So in geography, I thought I inserted that. File printout. Let me just grab the text. I'll open this in my browser, and we'll go straight to it, and I'll just copy all and paste it into my OneNote. Oh, and look at that. It cited it for me. It told me where I got it from. I'm going to delete that. But guess what? You teachers, you have the version control, so you can see what they deleted. But in OneNote, we have this awesome tool that was actually built for OneNote at the very, very beginning called Immersive Reader. And so I'm just going to click on View and go to Immersive Reader, and it strips out all the junk. If I had pictures, if I had drawings, whatever, it strips it all out, and I now just have the text that is on the page. So I did not share sound. There we go. Share sound. So when I start here, I've got my picture dictionary. I can also hear the words.
Geography.
Hope y'all can hear that. Amanda, let me know if y'all can hear that. And I'm stopping in just a moment for questions. Yes? Woohoo! We can hear it this time. All right. So, but I can also set my voice settings, male or female. I'm going to say male for right now. We like to hear a similar voice to our own. So boys like to hear boys. Girls typically like to hear a female voice. We can also adjust our text size. I'll make it a little bit bigger for me. And I'm going to go on and put on a 3-line line focus because I just really need to focus, right? I'm one of those brains with a squirrel running around, falling off the wheel sometimes. But when I hit play.
Geography. The study of Earth's landforms is called physical geography.
It plays, and it'll read exactly what is there. So if I have typed it, we may hear, some mistakes in there. Let's see. There we go. I'll start right here. I'll start on this word.
The seasons, the atmosphere, and all the natural processes of Earth affect where people are able to live. Geography is one.
But I'll hear the mistakes, and so I can go back and fix them. So it's a very, very, very cool tool built into OneNote for Immersive Reader, called Immersive Reader. Now I'm going to turn that line focus off for just a second, because for our ELL students, our English language learners, or English as a second language learner, it may be helpful to support them with that language. We don't want it as a crutch for them. We want them to, fully immerse and get off of, or at least learn to learn the English. But let's say I had a Spanish speaker from Mexico come in, and he needs the support on some words. Well, I've turned Spanish Mexico on by word, and so I can click on the word combination and hear it in English.
Combination.
And then in Spanish.
Combinación.
Okay. And notice it doesn't sound like American English, Texan Seth speaking it. I can also do that for the entire document. So like if I really need that strong reinforcement, here we go. I'll just start at the
El
top.
estudio de los accidentes geográficos de la Tierra se denomina geografía física. Los terrenos pueden ser montañas y valles.
It doesn't sound like Seth, and it changed my voice back. But you can adjust it at any time. Immersive Reader is a super, super helpful and friendly tool for all users. But I think it is just incredible for language learners. Yep. Awesome. Okay. Last thing that I wanted to show you, and I'm going to go back to my web here. The last thing that I wanted to show you is Oh, I gotta sign in again. Hopefully it doesn't make me do my whole weird password. There we go, because like I said, I'm logged in as a demo. And oh, good. So I go to onenote.com/edu/class notebook. It is one of those links that I put at the beginning. It is it is back. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Sorry, didn't think that through. It is, I think, oh, there we go. I think it is this one, aka.ms/class notebook. So if you go to that link, then it'll take you to here. You have to sign in with your CFIR credentials, but what I can do is, or your district credentials rather, and then I can just create a class notebook, right? So what do I want to call it? I'm going to call it CFISD DLC 24, right? All right, that's the name of my notebook. Click next. It's going to give me all of this stuff. I get a collaboration space, content library, a space just for me, and a space just for each student, right? And then I go in here and I can add, I'm just going to type in Ella's name because I know she's in here. And then, that's as a teacher. Sorry. If I had a co-teacher, I could add in a co-teacher. I don't want to add in another co-teacher right now. So I'm going to add a student and I'm going to add Ella in here. There we go. Click next. Design the private spaces. This is the student spaces, right? Preview it, create it, and done. Add your student roster. Now, all you need to do is once this finishes setting up, we're just going to share it. They've got the access already with their CFIR account, right? So all they have to do is log in. So all I have to do is click the button, right? So I'm going to go back to class notebook, back to home. There we go. Go to my notebooks. I'm going to refresh because it's not showing up. All right. Yeah. Anyway, it would be there. And then from that notebook, I'll show you from this language arts one. I just grabbed that share notebook. So I don't need to share it with them because they already have access because I just added them. So I'm going to copy that link. And it's going to be basically people with existing access. Yes, do that. People with existing access can access, right? And then when I go into Schoology, I just paste that link into Schoology and they can access my notebook. All right, so let's take a look at the questions. I've seen some really great questions coming in. So let me go back to the first one that came in. Can we convert the OneNote to a PDF to share on Schoology? Yes, absolutely, you can. So if you want to, I'm gonna click cancel on that. If I wanted to click print, you can print the page. If you're in the desktop app, teachers strongly recommend you use the desktop app. If you're in there, you can print the entire notebook, like see what it's going to print, and I can choose, either my local printer, print to PDF, whatever I want to do. I can do that. I can also, from the desktop app, I can export this. Export it as different file types. If you do a page, you can select a whole bunch. If you do a section, you can still do a whole bunch. If you do a notebook, you can only do a OneNote package or a PDF or XPS, whatever that is. Not so many, but you can export it as a PDF, save it, do whatever you like with it. Post it to your webpage, post it to Schoology, whatever you like. Deandra, I think I answered that question. So let me know in the chat if I didn't do a good job answering your question. Oops. There we go. Meant to pull up my YouTube one. Let's see. Follow up. Will the collaboration happen like in real time, like on a Google Doc? Yes. All the collaboration is real time. If Heba was in here typing, I could see each letter come in and go across the page, right? I think it's so, so cool. All right, a couple of last questions, and then I'll hit the YouTube to answer the rest of them, because I know we're just about at time. Can students easily share amongst their individual notebooks? Yes, they can share with their friend, but they can't like give them access to their page because that's not how that works. OneNote's a class notebook is more locked down, but they could do like a PDF and send it to them, something like that. They could easily do that. And if it's a regular OneNote page, then they can, like, not a class notebook, I say regular OneNote, but if it's a not class notebook page, then they can share. Absolutely. How long does it create? Not long. Not long at all. As a matter of fact, some of this I added, like on the fly, like just last night actually, just like so. Oh, this is the wrong notebook. But in the primary notebook that I was sharing, it was like I added documents, I added files and printouts and things like that. Just adding it. I will head over to the YouTube for the rest of our questions because I know we're at time. But y'all, I just want to thank you for joining me today. I really appreciate you joining it. I hope you learn to love OneNote as much as I do, and I'll put these things up for the last time right here. All right. Thank you so much.
All right.
And turning it
Seth,
over to Amanda.
Sorry, Seth, the last question was about auto syncing. Is there a way for that for the user to turn on auto sync?
If you're on the web, it's actually anywhere in OneNote, it's automatically on.
Okay.
Yep. And any other questions, I'll get in YouTube. I'll head over there right now.
Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Seth. So I'm going to put on a brief little video, but before I do that, I want to make sure you know how to find other sessions. So if you want to join us to learn about tasks in Microsoft, that's what we'll be doing here after the break. If that's not for you, you can always go back to our main website, that's cfisd.net/DLC. On this main web page, come down to access the conference site. And I've already got that open in another tab. If you click on 725 sessions, scroll down because we're wrapping up the 9 o'clock hour and going into 10. So I'm just going to scroll down, and these are all the sessions that'll be live at 10 o'clock. Okay, and then if you want to join us to learn about tasks in Microsoft 365, you could come in, click this video link, and it'll take you right to YouTube where we are now. So if you want to stay with us, just stay here. I'm going to go ahead and start a little video for us to take a break. If you're staying here, please take at least a stretch break because, it's good for you. It helps out a little bit. So we'll be back here right before 10 o'clock to get started again.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities. In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge. Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference. There is truly something for everyone.
Here's a quick tip for you. If you ever wanted to insert a link directly, all you need to do is highlight what you want the hyperlink attached to and do Control-K. Once you do that, the window comes up. You just Control-V for the paste of that website URL, and there you have it. It's now hyperlinked. Y'all have a wonderful day.
Our website has all of the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. While attending the sessions, type or write down the attendance codes for each session.
During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write the code down and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the codes from that day at one time. Remember, You must have the codes in order to submit. You will also need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 4 p.m. and you will have until midnight tonight to submit your codes for credit.
Campuses at each level will be able to select a prize package that best suits their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboard, headphones, charging towers, wireless mice, and robots. Don't forget to submit your attendance each day and complete the feedback forms sent after the conference to help your campus win one of these amazing prize packages.
Here's a tiny tech tip for your Google Slides. You can now easily insert GIFs into your presentation. Go to Insert, Images, and you'll see that new feature. On the right-hand side, you can search for your terms and look at all the fun options you have to place into your presentations. Have fun GIFing!
It's time for the conference. On the days of DLC, you can access the session links in the app by going to the session details or your schedule if you created it on the app. Select your session and click on the blue video link. This will launch the live session in YouTube, where you can interact in the chat. The live chat feature is a great place to make connections, ask questions, and contribute to the conversation. During the session, pay close attention to your attendance codes. Every session has a different code, and you will need this in order to submit attendance and get professional development credit at the end of the day.
You will now gather all of the attendance codes that you've collected throughout the day. There are different links for day 1 and day 2. Notice that there are several attendance form links for in-district employees. If you are a CFISD employee, click the corresponding blue buttons based on your last name on the participant planning sheet or the conference app. It will launch the Google form so you can enter attendance credit for the day. Enter each attendance code for every session that you attended. You must click Submit, and you will receive an email confirmation receipt. For new CFISD employees without credentials, you will click the corresponding gold button in the participant planning sheet or the conference app. You'll enter your email address, campus, and role, along with your attendance codes for the day. Finally, for out-of-district educators, you will select the corresponding purple button from the participant planning sheet or directly from the conference app. You'll enter your email address along with your full name, the school that you work at, as well as the access codes for each session that you attended. Out-of-district educators will receive a certificate to the email that you provided, so please make sure that it's entered correctly. In-district employees will receive credit through CFPGS. Remember, everyone will receive a confirmation email receipt if you submitted a Google form successfully. The forms will be open from 3 p.m. through midnight.
Your feedback.
All right, and welcome to our 10 o'clock session. If you've been with us here in room 6 today, you know that we've got Seth sharing Microsoft with us. That was an unintentional tongue twister. And we're back for our 3rd session with this. So if you don't know, Seth is passionate about delivering the highest standard of education through technology, empowering all learners to achieve more. He learns, uses, and teaches the best tools for the job to drive innovation, not because it's new and flashy or because of who made it, but because it can make a difference in educating the leaders of the future. He's privileged to work a job he loves, teaching and leading educators to push the boundaries of education, making it more equitable, ethical, inclusive, and accessible place for all. Seth currently serves as a professional learning specialist for I2E EDU, an organizational change manager for Eviden, which is a big tech consulting company, and previously served as a training project manager for Microsoft EDU on the Surface Velocity team. During this session, We're going to be learning about tasks in Microsoft 365. And I got to warn you, Seth, I'm a big fan of Planner, so I'm looking forward to learning some new tips.
Awesome. Well, I hope if you're already a fan of Planner, then I hope that I can do it justice, because I use Planner every single day. So when when my colleague asked me if I could present this session, I was like, in my sleep? No,
Nice.
I love Planner. It is one of those things that just makes my day go by so easily, right? And it keeps me focused. I use a bunch of tips and tricks to help keep myself focused. So anyway, thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you all who are joining us, whether you're joining us live or joining us on YouTube later in the day, or later at some time in time and space. Thank you for joining us. I really appreciate it. I hope that you are enjoying all of the sessions that you're watching. My name is Seth Fewell. I am a professional learning specialist for I2E EDU, and I am thrilled to be presenting tasks and Planner in Microsoft 365 for you today. Like I was just saying, it really, like, this is a thing for me. I use it all the time, and I really truly, like, I don't think I could get as much done as I do get done without this. And I'm extremely efficient. And I love being that way. This is free to use for everybody. There is, of course, Microsoft's doing everything premium now, right? So there is, of course, a premium version coming to EDU, but I don't believe that the premium version is here yet. We're not going to worry about that. You can do everything that you need to do in Microsoft Planner. So what we're going to do in this presentation is we're going to talk about the task experience in Microsoft 365 with a focus on to-do and Planner. Those are two different things, right? But we're going to focus on those two very related best friends, right? So what I want you to be able to do as we come out of this is I want you to be able to work across the Microsoft 365 environment. If you've been here with me all morning, I started off with getting started with Microsoft 365, then with OneNote, getting started with OneNote, and now we're here in Microsoft Planner. This is my last session for the day. And I'm looking forward to going back and watching all of the other sessions from friends that are presenting and whatnot. But all of the Microsoft 365 universe, it's all connected. It's all connected. So we're living in that little universe, and we're just moving through it. Like I wrote down in my introduction, my bio, I don't believe in using a tool just because, it's flashy, all of that stuff. I don't believe that. I believe in using a tool when it actually makes an impact. And Planner, to me, makes an impact. Lists in To-Do makes an impact for me. And I know that you can use it as teachers, and your students can use it if you want as well. Makes life easy when everybody knows what they got to do and when they got to do it, right? So we can manage our individual tasks and build our day. We can assign team tasks and build a plan, or we can explore various views to get the most out of task management, right? That is a whole sector of businesses: process management, program management, project management. Like, it's a whole thing, and it's skills that our students need to learn. It's skills that we as teachers, we've probably developed over the years, but why not, learn a little bit more about it, and like learn some of the fundamental concepts that really help to go with it. A friend and I have submitted a presentation. Who knows if we'll get accepted for it, but we've submitted a presentation to a couple of conferences on exactly this: process, program, and project management within 365 for education. So getting started with it now. The biggest, or some of the big things with, excuse me, I'm so sorry. I'm going to take a sip real quick. Some of the biggest things with managing tasks in Microsoft Planner is that it is unified. It is all in one place. Now, where that place is, that is up to you because you get to choose. You can choose the web, you can choose the app, you can choose Teams if you want. You can choose lots of different places to see and manage your tasks. Sorry about that. Anyway, and it gives you a very simple and familiar experience. It's super easy to use. It's intuitive, but you can still do quite a lot with it, right? And it's also collaborative. Um, I have a very small team right now. We're a team of 3, and we work together daily on our tasks. We work on it. We put our stuff in. We track the progress on it. We mark it off when it's done, and we report on it. All of this we can do as we work together with our team members. I'm so sorry, but I'm going to go off on mute for just a second while Amanda gives us our attendance check very early in the game, but I wanted to jump right into live demo on this one.
Absolutely. Thank you, Seth. So just a quick reminder for DLC, we do credit by attendance codes. Okay, so on the screen right now, you're seeing the attendance code for this session. So make sure you record 82113. That can be in the participant planning document. That can be in any format you want because you'll want it this afternoon when we open up those attendance forms about 3 p.m. The good news in the chat, we don't really have any questions yet. So I think we're doing well. And then I'll just leave this code up for a little bit longer, but Seth, feel free, take a sip. I know presenting 3 sessions in a row, it's real easy to get that dry mouth, dry throat. You just need to take a sip.
Yep, and I'm just going to say I had a great cough off camera and on mute. So
well, there you go.
I'm feeling better now. Hopefully my throat will agree with me and keep going. All right, so we are going to jump into a live demo here.
All right, and it's all yours.
All right, perfect. I'm going to share my screen again. And yeah, make sure to, I hope you got that attendance code. Oh, no, that is not the right screen. There we go. All right. Caught it before I went. All right. So on our for Microsoft Planner, let me start there. We are going to start with Planner, and we're going to start with Microsoft 365. This is where we've been living all day, and this is where we're going to come back to right now. So, oops, sorry about that. Let me end that presentation because that's actually the last slide in it. So there we go. Okay, there we go. All right. So we're going to start with Microsoft 365. So where do we go to get that? We're going to go to Microsoft365.com. Okay, Microsoft365.com and click and click sign in. Or you can go to office.com. That works as well. But sometimes it works as well. It depends on how your district has things set up. Mine automatically redirects me to Microsoft 365 no matter what. So go to Microsoft365.com, click sign in. You're going to sign in with your CFIR credentials or your district credentials, depending on what district you are joining us from. And again, I really, truly love that this is a conference open to everybody. I appreciate it. I know that my teachers have always appreciated it. Thank y'all for doing this, really. And I'm grateful to present for y'all as well. I love doing this sort of thing. Once you are logged in at Microsoft365.com, say it again. Once you're logged in, we're going to go to the waffle. What is the waffle? We are going up here to the top left of the screen where we have the grid of 9 squares that looks like a Belgian waffle, right? So we're going to go to the waffle. And if you don't see planner here, I do see planner and I do see to do, but you might not. If you don't see planner here, we're going to click on more apps because sometimes it's just not there. And honestly, this launcher here is a quick launcher. It recognizes what you use the most and it puts it there right in front of you so that you can access it. So if you've got to click on more apps, go ahead and do that. It'll take you to this screen, which doesn't give you more apps and makes you click another button to go to all apps. So here you can see all of the apps that you have access to through Microsoft 365. And if you have signed in like with other apps, you know, like let's say Genially, for example, if you signed in with Genially through Microsoft, it'll show up right there. So you can launch it from this taskbar as well. But so wherever you find Planner, we're going to click on it and we're going to go to Microsoft Planner. It's going to log us in. There we go. Planner in your pocket. Yes, you can get the app. I strongly recommend the app. I don't do a whole lot of work on my app, but I sure do a lot of tracking. Like, you know, I've got this task I got to do. Type it in real quick. I've got this I've got to do. Type it in real quick. Oh, I finished this. Click. Bing. You get that lovely sound that tells you that you're done. And I did share my sound, so y'all will be able to hear that ping when we go for it. All right. So I only have this. Okay. I was like, why is only one showing right now? But here we go. Yeah. So I've got a couple of different dashboards signed in, and I know it says Welcome System Administrator. I'm in my demo tenant right now. I don't like logging in with my live tenants just because I like to show whatever I need to show, and all of this stuff is safe to share. So there we go. So I've got these 4 different planners here. I'm going to jump right into the staff team dashboard and start looking at things. So okay, let's see. Well, these all have this is what we call the board view, right? It looks like a task board. You know, things pinned up on the board in order. If I want to see it in a grid view, this is also very helpful because like I can see it in a grid view, but also I can sort it. So like if I want to sort it by due date, boom, there we go, sorted by due date. If I want to sort it by priority, these are all medium priority, but if I wanted to sort it by priority and like I need to focus on these high priority tasks first, I can do that. There's other ways you can do that on the board as well, but you can sort it here in the grid view. So if you're a fan of Excel, this is it. This y'all couldn't see me point. This is the way to go. It gives you that familiar lists table view, right? So back to the board for a second, because we can group in different ways on the board. Right now, I've got it grouped by bucket, and these buckets I've called to do, mandatory training, and optional trainings. All right. Well, what other buckets do I have? Okay, so I've got grouped by assigned to. Oh, well, let's see. I don't have, as system admin, I don't have any assigned to me. I can fix that. Let's see. I'm gonna help Alan lead the January group training. So I'm gonna click on that little plus person button, and I'm gonna just scroll down and add system admin because that's the account I'm logged in as right now. And now that is tracked for me and for Alan. I could do the same thing over here with Kara on the November group training. Just because, not that she needs my help, but because I'm just a helpful kind of guy, right? So I've got it assigned by or grouped by assignment. So that's super easy to see. You can tell what you need to focus on, and then when you need to switch back to the bucket view and see like the bigger picture of the whole thing. This is a great great thing to do. Now, what I like to do in my daily work is I group by due date. Okay, so there's one task. Let me change the date. Let's see. Do we have okay, hybrid learning. I'm going to change this one to today. So we're going to go back to July. If you're joining us some other time in the future, today is July 25th, 2024. Here we go. So now I've got it grouped by today. If I had one that was tomorrow, you know what? I can't do tomorrow on this one because rest in peace, Flipgrid. So I'm gonna put it in March and say it's late. And then the syllabus. Ooh, yeah, it's back to school time. So I'm gonna put this one as it's due by, let's see, our kids come back on the 19th, I think. So I'm gonna put this as due by the 5th. There we go. You know what? I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna put it a little closer. I'm gonna put it on Monday. That way it shows up as next week. So I've got late today, next week. These things automatically come up. Like you don't have to worry about like typing in late today, next week, and having those labels there for you. It does it. If I had one tomorrow, let's see. You know what? I'll just do one for tomorrow. The Microsoft You Can YouTube series. So I'm just gonna go up and we're gonna put for Friday, mañana. There we go. And see how it grouped it for me. So late today, tomorrow, next week, future, far off in the future, and we can also have a no date. So like if Ignite, not sure when that's going to be. How do I change the date on something? If all it pops up is a calendar, what we can do, and this is a great explanation of what we need to do next, so we can actually just click on the card. When I click on the card, it brings up the full view. And so I can say right here, the due date, I'm just going to delete it and close it. Automatically saves. And now I've got another group that says no date. If I add a date to it, it'll jump right back into a date area. So that's the group by due date. That's the one that I use every day because I need to know, like, okay, what is happening today? Like when I come in and I sit down at my desk, I look at it and I say, okay, today I got to do this, I got to do this, I got to do this, I got to do this. Cool. All right, let's go. Which task am I going for first? Always start with the hard one. While your brain's fresh, don't put it off. Start with the hard one first. Lesson learned. I'm not so great at that. You can also sort by progress, not started, in progress, completed. Those are unfortunately the only 3 options there. But what you can do is like for something that's in progress, you can click here and you can add a checklist. So design training deck. Okay. Hit enter and I'm going to say show on card. I'm going to click that and make sure it shows on the card. Send calendar invites. All right. So you get the point. I'm adding that onto there. I'm keeping it in progress, but I've added a checklist of items that I need to do. And there they are right there on the card. So it's in progress. What have I done? I've designed the training deck. I have not sent the calendar invites yet. If I click on it, I can see what I have completed and what I haven't yet completed. Like this is still pending. This is done. Okay. There we go. I'll close out of that for right now. And then we also see the completed ones. July training is done. We have completed that, thankfully. Now we can also sort by priority. The default task in Planner is medium priority. If you have something that is a high priority, like I'm going to say this Microsoft Educator Center hybrid learning one is, if I change this to a higher priority, I could say it's low, medium, important, or urgent. If I say it's urgent, it puts a little red bell on it. I love that. And it also will email me and remind me, like, Seth, this is due, get it done. But another really cool thing is like it emails you automatically. It emails you a summary every day of what you've got done. So like I come in and I sit down um in the morning and I open up my email. I don't love email, y'all. I'm a Teams user. I'm a instant messenger, like Slack, Teams, like that kind of person. That is just me through and through. But I do open my email because everybody else loves email. Not everybody, but people of a certain generation love love email much more than I do. And so I'll get in there and I'll read my emails, and it sends you a summary. Like I think it's like at 2 a.m. or something like that. It sends you a summary of like what you've got coming up today. So if I've got something that is urgent, notice the date. If I've got, let me sort by due date. Here we go. Uh, it keeps that bell over there. It says urgent. It gets your attention, so that you know what's up. And of course, anything that's late shows as bright red because nobody likes to see that. It says, "Uh-oh, you are in trouble," if you don't get this done. So, um, those are the ways that we can group. But like I love getting that summary in the morning because it tells me like anything I've got coming up today. And if I don't have anything due today, I can look at, this week, next week. Oh yeah, there's also a this week label, like for further off. Like if I'm on Monday and it's due on Friday, it says this week. That way I can see it coming up. Not just skip over to next week, right? So it shows me all of this and gives me all of the information that I need to know, all of the due dates, summarizes it, throws it in an email, and prioritizes it for me, which is just amazing. I love it. Okay, so that's the board view. So we talked about the grid view, we talked about the board view. We expanded the cards. There's a whole lot that you can do with this. I'm gonna come back to this in just a second. But I wanted to show you also the schedule. So if I needed a schedule, let me look at the week. And okay, so this week, these are the things that I've got due. If I look at the month, these are the things. Like I can scroll through and see, okay, well, most of these are repeating, it seems like. Okay. But anyway, you get the point. They're on the view, and you can color code them too. So that's helpful. You can also see charts. And so when I'm talking about reporting, I report on this every week, because everybody wants to see like, hey, what are you up to, right? So I can actually look at look at my reports. I can see right now I have 12 tasks left. One of them is late. Only one of them is completed. That's not so good. I need to get busy, right? Here's the assignment. Ooh, Kara might be a little bit overloaded. Or maybe the distribution of tasks in our student groups is not fair. It looks like Kara's got everything. Let me click on those and see what she's got going so that I can see, okay, is it the group that's overloading her, or is she putting like every little, step as a new task instead of as a checklist on a singular task? So you can see all of that. Then we also have a couple of other things. So we can see conversation. Conversation takes you to Outlook, which, yep, it's this one. I don't know why it thinks I have two. There we go. takes you to the conversations about any tasks that you have going on. You notice that it's right here in the groups, because the group, each planner, I didn't show you this, each planner is attached to a group. This one is attached to the Pineview School Staff group, and it's called the Staff Team Dashboard. I'll show you more about that when we create a plan, right? Which is in just a second. But when I go to the conversations here, I'll see my groups, and I don't actually see any conversations for this group. But if I had any, it would show up in the groups conversations right here, and we can get a quick summary of it in Outlook. Like I said, it's all connected. It's really cool, right? Now, for reporting purposes, I quite often export this plan to Excel. So if I need to do that to like run some reports, I can in a click export my dashboard. It's an ugly file, I'm just telling you. I'll bring it up here on the screen in just a second. But there we go. Yeah, it's an ugly file. You got the task ID, task name, bucket, all of that information that we've talked about. It's all there, and we can run some reports on it. We'd even sync it up to a Power BI dashboard and show analytics on what we're doing, whatever we need to do. We can also add our plan to the Outlook calendar. It's really nice to be able to see the tasks that are due on your calendar. Now think about that. Your students have access to Microsoft 365. We have access to Microsoft 365 as teachers. If we add tasks and assign them to the students or assign them to everyone, right, that's in our group, wouldn't that show up on their calendar? Wouldn't that be handy to know, hey guys, guys and gals, you really got to get this this rough draft turned in. I think you need to. So you can do that. You can add your plan to the calendar with an iCalendar feed. So it doesn't go on like your calendar; it goes on like a shareable calendar, and it keeps up to date. So that is an excellent thing to do. We can check out the plan details. Most people won't really go in here, but the cool thing about it is, and we can get to this in the settings as well, is we've got different backgrounds. Like, let's say I wanted my classroom background. I don't even know what that is. There we go. There we go. I like that. I'll close out so we can see it. Give it a little color, give it a little life. We can create that feel. Plan details. You can also get to it by going up to your settings and your themes and details and all of that. There's all of the themes that you can do. Actually, sorry, that's for M365. Yeah. So for your planner, you have to go into plan details. Do not click delete this plan. Just don't do it. Leave it there. If it's associated with a team or whatever, just leave it. It's not going to hurt anybody. And getting a planner back that's been deleted is a pain. The group is associated usually with a team, but it can be any M365 group. But it has to be associated with a group. A planner cannot just exist on its own out in the ether. It has to be associated with a group. So like this Pineview School Staff group, we can make it so that anybody can join it or just people that I add. I would recommend that. But it has to be associated with a group, whether that's a Microsoft team or a M365 group, which again, you can see in Outlook, new group. I could create a new group and add Heba and Amanda in it here, whoever I wanted to add into this group. This would be completely doable, and then I could add a new plan to that group. For notifications, you can I always have this one turned off. When a new task is assigned, send an email. No, not to the whole group. It will send an email or a ping on Teams if you're a Teams user, to me if someone has assigned a task to me, including myself. Okay. And if a task is assigned to me is late, due today or due in the next 7 days, you'll get an email about it. And you can learn more about that if you like. But the settings on the plan are very cool to explore. And set up just the way that you like. It's your personality. Go on and set it up. Okay. So this is going to be one that I use all the time, right? So I'm going to click on the little 3 dots and I'm going to pin it here to my pinned team. So like or to my pinned plans. So if I had like 50 planners that I'm a part of for one task or another, I can just quickly find the ones that mean the most to me by pinning them and jumping straight to it. All right. Now, I'm going to go over here to my board. Let's say enter recording on Flipgrid is now done. Y'all get to hear the amazing sound. Hold on, before I do that, before I say the sound, I'm going to just show you the other things that we can do. By clicking on the card, you can add notes and show on the card, or add a checklist and show on the card. You cannot show both notes and a checklist on the card. You cannot do that. But you can add attachments. And so if I had an attachment from a computer, like on my local PC, I could upload it. If I had it in my OneDrive or Team Files, I could just click from Team Files and add a link to the URL. So let me just click on this, curriculum resources, test doc. That looks like a great one to attach. And so there we go. I can choose to show it on the card. I usually don't, because I like to see my other notes on there. And what it does when I show it on the card, eventually it'll load, we'll see like a little preview of the Word document that shows up here. If it's a PowerPoint, same thing. Excel, same thing. You'll see the preview in that little box if you add it as an attachment and click to show it on the card. If you don't show it on the card, it shrinks, and you can show your other stuff like my notes or my checklist items. You can only show one on the card though, right? And then the comments, these are just like, these are things that you might want to keep as a note, like to remind you. So Flip Grid is now retired as of July 1. If this is the first time you're hearing that, I am so sorry. It breaks my heart to have Flipgrid gone from the public view, but it is still available in Microsoft Teams and in Microsoft Stream. You can use Microsoft Stream, and it has the flip camera in it. That's available in 365 for anyone and everyone. So if I add that comment, it adds a little 1 on there, so that I know that there is a comment. But I can just see, like, okay, I've entered a new task, and now Flipgrid's now retired. Okay, I got my information on there, so I know what to do with it. So I can change my progress to in progress, or when I click complete, if I changed it to completed, or if I click this button, or if I click this button right here, it will mark it as completed. And you get this lovely ping. Bing. I love that sound. It means something is off of my list and I have accomplished something today. So that's always a very, very good feeling. All of that, of course, shows in the reporting. Like it shows when you marked it, the date that you marked it as complete. I don't think it shows the time. But you can always go back in here into your completed tasks and see like, okay, what was up on this one? Let's see. Okay, there's some Flipgrid stuff. There were some comments. There, blah 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 blah. You can see all of the information. Now, what if I've got multiple tasks? What if I've got multiple things that are the same, like this lead the January group, maybe I need to add one for February and I don't want to type all of that information again. I can click on this and I can click copy task. Okay, and then just change. This is the new task name, so February group. And yep, there we go. You'll want to keep everything the same. Yep, I'll keep the assignment the same, the progress the same. The dates are not going to be the same. So when I click copy, this is going to go out into my no dates. And then I just click, this is due by February. Training should be due by January 15th. Perfect. Now we're done. I've created that task and moved on with my happy little life. Okay. I think, oh, I didn't show labels. These have labels on it, but let's say I wanted to add a label. So I can go into a task. I can also, if you're a 3-dot clicker, you can click on that and add a label straight from here. I don't like doing that because the full experience gives you a little bit more. So when I click on this, see how I have the edit button now? I can edit what these are. So this plum, I'm going to say, is back to school. Ooh, school. There we go. Hit enter. And now I'm going to click on it to assign that label. And I can assign more than one label if I want. So I'm going to call label 3. I'm going to call it curriculum design. There we go. That way I can I can sort by labels as well. Like as we were sorting earlier, I can group by labels, right? So if I've got curriculum design and back to school, I can see curriculum design and back to school. It shows up in both. Very helpful, very friendly, very cool. Due date. It's just my favorite view. I like to see it by due date. I think that's just about it on this that I wanted to show, except for a new plan. Okay, so let's create a new planner. When we click on this, we have the options to use some preset stuff. So if I just want to, like if I don't really know or I don't really care and I just want to track some plans, I can just create a new blank planner. Done. Okay. If I want a simple plan, it adds some simple stuff in there. Like, see, it's going to add a backlog up next, in progress, things like that. Okay. I'm not going to do that one. If I wanted to add project management, guess what that's going to do? It's going to throw in that agile methodology there. So initiating, planning, executing. It gives you like you get sprints, and I think the software development has it called out by sprints, I think, but it's like scope, analysis, design, etc. Some of these would be helpful, some of them maybe not, but you can always just start from blank and customize it yourself. You can do whatever you like. So if I do new blank plan, and I'm going to call it CFISD DLC 2024, and I'm going to add, hey, is this new? Or maybe it's just in this tenant. Add to existing group. It says optional. It's not usually optional. But let's say I'm going to add it to my primary. And I'm just going to leave the sensitivity alone, create plan. What it's going to do is it's got different people in it. So like when I click on that, okay, Kara's still in there, Ella, Fatima, me, the system admin, and Wiley are in there. I've got a blank screen here. What do I want to do? I want to start personalizing it for me. So I'm going to go over to plan details and I'm going to make it Rainbow clouds. Ooh, I'm kind of feeling the bubbles today. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go with bubbles. And you know, we can set it up however we like. I'm gonna go on and add a task. Where's my task button? Let me refresh. Wow. Okay. The whole thing has disappeared. Why? Interesting. Okay, we're gonna go to grid and there we go. Okay. Why is it not showing up on the board? Y'all see this, right? It's not just me. So if I go to grid, I can add a new task. Present planner and tasks. And I have to fix that just because I am me. There we go. And now on my board, there we go. So it put it in a to-do group, but I can also like set up my buckets, etc. So I'm going to assign it to me. I'm going to say it's in the bucket. Well, yeah, to-do is the only bucket I've got right now, and do today, right? So I'm presenting that CFISD and Houston area teachers are the best. Yes. And I'm going to show that on my card. There we go. Perfect. Shows up. We've got it. We can add new tasks, and there it is right there. I guess it just needed a bucket or something to get going. And if I sort by bucket, I can add my new buckets. So I'm not going to say in progress. What I'm going to say, planning. And then, new teacher orientation is coming up. So NTO and meet the teacher night, etc. Like we can just keep adding buckets. We can do whatever we want. Maybe some of these are better as labels, etc. We can just go with it. Now, if we go to the hub, we can see like an overview of our huge plans. This is what happened when I went to planner.microsoft.com. I can also see from all of the planners what is assigned to me. Now, there's a different site that I want to take you to. So we're navigating away from Planner for the last 7 minutes or so of our session, because this one is so straightforward, y'all. To do. We're going to go up to the waffle and we're going to go to do. Okay, it's to-do.office.com if you're using that, and you can plan out things. These are great for lists. Like these are personal tasks. Nobody else really needs to know it. Can you share it? Yeah, you can share it, but it's really for like your to-do list, right? And there's a to-do app on your phone as well. And yes, I use it because it's very, very important to me. All right, so you know what? I'll start off with my day. So my day, I've got getting started with M365 and EDU. That was at 8 o'clock. Hope y'all can hear that. Getting started with OneNote. That was at 9 o'clock. And present planner and tasks. That is right now. That is in progress. I can add some notes in progress. Do whatever I want to do. Notice it pulled over some information. Haha, how cool. I can also add more tasks to my day. Take a nap. That's not going to happen, y'all. Do my work. That is going to happen. Wow. I apparently edited it many times. I did not mean to do that. My bad. My bad on that one. Close that. We can also add important tasks. So like, let's say I need to plan for my NTO presentation. And I see one of my littles. Miss you. I will be planning for that. very, very soon. So I'm going to pick a date on that, and let's see. So I'm actually doing that on Wednesday. So realistically, I'm going to do it on Tuesday, but I'm going to add it to my tasks on Monday. And yes, I want a reminder. I want a reminder. I'm gonna. Oh wait, I saw it there. Monday at 9 a.m. Perfect. Is it repeating? No, it's not. But I'm going to add that task, and now it's there. It's got a due date. It's very important because I added it on the important one. And then, yeah, tasks is definitely trying to tell me something. Yeah, do my work 5 times. That's what it's trying to tell me. Thanks for the comments. Love it. I can see my planned stuff. It's also picking up from my Office account, from my Microsoft 365 account. So it's picking up tasks that were in the planner. It's showing me things that are assigned to me from wherever they are. And I can also flag email. So like, um, uh, if y'all know me, 4, okay. Gotcha. If y'all know me, I am I use my inbox to help me track tasks. I flag my emails, and so like when I go into an email, here we go. Let's see. Hey, there's my. Oh, that's the message center announcements. Okay. Okay, you have tasks to do. So if I flag that email right there, that is now going to show up in my flagged tasks. I'm just going to refresh. So it'll actually show up or think about showing up. I'm going to refresh this too. There we go. So it'll show up in my tasks, no date, right there. It is the task due today because that's the flag. Let me show. There we go. It's the message. So when I click on it, I have a task due. I can view it. I can open it. Etc. It'll take me straight to it so that I know what I have to do. Right. And of course, I flagged the task that says I have a task to do. So that's why the confusion there. But you can also just create lists, like whatever you want. This is yours, y'all. So I created a grocery list, and I created some labels to go along with it. So like I need some non-sweetened sweet tea, because I don't need the extra sugar or the calories. I need coffee intravenously. I need Dr. Pepper Zero, absolutely. Meat, strawberries, and Honeycrisp apples, absolutely. Those are my favorite things. So I'll just add those to my grocery list. I can continue adding whatever I need. Maybe I need to buy water or bottles of water. There we go. Whatever I need to do. I can create as many different lists as I like. I don't know why it is suggesting stuff, but I can create as many lists as I like. So M365, and if I want to create like a whole group of tasks, actually that should have been my M365 group, and then this task has to do drag. Come on. Okay, whatever. Let me add another and drag it. Why is it's doing this? Why is it doing this? Anyway, you can drag your lists into there, and it'll stay in your groups. Tasks in Planner and tasks in To Do, like lists in To Do, are so helpful, y'all. There's plenty of information out there on it on the Microsoft Educator Center. If you go to, and Amanda, I don't think I put it for this session, but like if you just grab the Learn link, if you go to Learn, well, that's not the right one, learn.microsoft.com, and click on the Educator Center. Let's see, is it Discover? I'm going to go to training and then Educator Center. There we go. That's where it is. If you go to Educator Center, this is what will allow you to find more information. They've got product guides on everything. They've got training. I strongly recommend, I know this is not the session, but I strongly recommend you check out the new reading coach course. I wish I had been able to present that here, but reading coach is an amazing free tool. And you know the guy that that helped to write the course. So check it out. It's a free tool, amazing tool for especially primary readers, but it uses AI to help people read. But there's plenty of content on here. You can always search by content right up here. If you need to find professional development, training, instructor materials, etc., all the information is there on the Microsoft Learn Educator Center, learn.microsoft.com /training/educator center, educator-center. And it will show you everything that you need. This is where I learn all my stuff, and I'm hoping you'll join me there. All right, we are at time. I'm going to be quiet now, and I'm going to hand it back over to Amanda. But thank you all so much for Heba and I both over here from I2E. Thank you so much for joining us today. I've enjoyed presenting 3 sessions with you. I hope that you enjoyed them, and I look forward to seeing you in person soon.
So, Seth, before you go away, we did have
Yes.
one question, and it was someone
bring it.
yeah, with both the most recent session, so the planner and to-do and the OneNote. And her question is, if I make a planner of assignments and tests for my students, can I share it with my students through OneNote?
Can you share it with your students through OneNote? Yes. Yeah. So like if I were to take my dashboard here, right? So I'm going to copy, not copy the plan, copy the link to plan. There we go. And go into, I closed all my OneNote notebooks, but I can, let me just go planner OneNote. Here's this one. I'll just drop it in on a new page right here. Planner. And paste. That should, if it's behaving, it wasn't behaving earlier, it should embed your planner right there in OneNote. Maybe I should try it in the desktop version. Maybe that'll work a little bit better, because I don't know why it's being funky today. I don't know. It's not working there either. It should be pretty much instant. But either way, you can. This is just a link. So if you've added your students or your people to the planner, you've created that group, right? Then you can link it to anywhere. You could put it in Schoology. You could put it in OneNote, wherever you want.
Okay, thank you, Seth. And Heba for helping in the chat. We do appreciate it.
Very much appreciated.
Yes, so I'm going to go ahead and take over the screen to show you how to find your next session, because we have a blank hour in here next. This is our lunch break, and you are welcome to take a lunch break. But if you're looking for a session, you can always go back to our website. The easy way to get there, cfisd.net/DLC. And then when that page loads, scroll down and access the conference site. Okay, and I've got that open in a tab over here, and I'm just going to click on 725 sessions on the left. So we're wrapping up the 10 o'clock hour. So I'm going to scroll down. Your options at the 11 o'clock hour can be found here. And then to go into any of those sessions, it's just like how you got here. So I'm just going to choose one. And when you click on that video link, it'll take you to that live video. Another important thing to keep in mind, all of these videos are just continuous live streams. So if you want to go back and watch a previous session in YouTube, you can just grab this little red dot at the very end and use your mouse to scrub back to any of the sessions. Okay, so keep in mind, you can come back even when we're live and watch previous sessions, but the chat's always going to keep up with where we are live. If for some reason it pauses on you and you can't get it to start back up, you can always just click the refresh in your browser and that'll take you back to the current time. Okay, so I'm going to put up a note just so that you know that there's not a live session in here, but we will be back in an hour with new sessions. And thank you again, Seth and Heba.
Thank you all. Have a great day.
You too.
You. Take care, everyone. Enjoy.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. This afternoon, we're going to have a string of 3 sessions in a row, all about discovery education. So with us, we have Paula Taylor, and she has spent the past several years helping Sci-Fair embrace discovery education and the discovery education experience, which is wonderful because she has a deep understanding of both the Discovery Ed platform and student learning, which makes her a great partner to work with. So for this session starting right now, we're going to be looking at the Discovery Education Studio and how to make presentations interactive.
Perfect. Thank you, Amanda. So excited to be here. Anytime we get to work with Sci-Fair, it's always a joy. And if you're coming from another district, we're excited to have you here as well, because we do service districts all across the state of Texas. So we're happy to provide that. All right, like Amanda said, what we're going to do today is we're going to talk about student engagement through the use of the tool called Studio, which is found within Discovery Education. And that's actually where we're going to be presenting from today. So we do have the access for you to be able to get this presentation if you currently have Discovery Education, which all of you in Cypress Fairbanks will have that. But we want you to be able to access what we're sharing today. We can also do a follow-up later if needed to make sure that you get that. There is no need for you to be logged in unless you want to be today, and you certainly don't have to load the presentation. But if you'd like to take a quick snippet or a screenshot of that so that you've got that for later, we would love for you to be able to take this and use it in the future, just to kind of go back and refresh on the things that we talk about together today. So we'll give you just a couple of seconds to grab what you need, whether you're taking a snippet or a screenshot, whatever kind of device you have, and that way you've got that. Not only can you use the QR code here, but you're also able to go to this DE Art of Engagement through the bit.ly short link there to get to this. All right, so a couple of different things. If you are going to go in and play around in the platform today, which we do highly encourage, there are a couple of different ways that you can access through Sci-Fair's network. So you can either go through ClassLink, which goes through the district technology hub, essentially, where all of your instructional technology tools are. ClassLink is a part of that flow, and so that's where you're going to be able to go in and get into Discovery, just to use Discovery as it is. But we also want to make sure that you know that if you are a Schoology user, you can go into Schoology as well and utilize Discovery Education through that, because those two are integrated together. So I always want to make sure that you have that background knowledge before we get started today. All right, so we're going to jump right in, and we're going to try to make this a little interactive, although I know it's interesting in terms of virtual platforms that we're using. But we're going to start with a great instructional strategy today. And the idea here is not so much that you're jumping into the chat and you're giving us feedback around this, but that we're just kind of thinking, right? I just want you to be thinking as the learner today about how you could use a strategy like this in class, but also this kind of sets the tone for what we're going to be doing throughout our session this morning, or this afternoon, not this morning. So we're going to use an instructional strategy called Can You Guess My 214? And the idea here is that we're going to be giving 2 facts, 1 clue, and then 4 images. So we're going to build and scaffold our way through. Wonderful instructional strategy. It's one of 105 that we have within the Discovery Education platform that really helps you craft your lesson in an engaging way. And Studio can definitely be a part of that. So we're going to start with a couple of things. I just want you to think for yourself. If I gave you these 2 facts, anything that you could think of that could come to mind is a good starting point for us today. So the 2 facts are, 1, this is a tool that's been around for years. And two, it has unlimited possibilities for usage. So if you were thinking about anything in the wide, wide world that could be a tool that's been around for years and also has unlimited possibilities for usage, I want you just to kind of have that visualized in your mind. So I'm going to give you just a few seconds of educator wait time to kind of think if you were going to share with a shoulder partner, if we were together, what is it that would be coming to your mind as a tool that's been around for years and then it having unlimited possibilities for usage? All right, so hopefully everybody's got that kind of in their mind. Now, here's a clue. So I'm gonna refine this a little bit. I'm gonna give you some different parameters. So our clue, not only are these two facts true about it, but the clue is that this tool is flexible, flashy, and fast. We got some alliteration going there. Flexible, flashy, and fast. And those are all things that we want you to walk away today feeling really confident that those are true about what we're talking about. All right, so now thinking about those three things together, you might be framing out, okay, maybe my first guess might not have been quite as accurate. Let me add this to it and see, does this new clue, does that, should I keep my same guess or should I be looking for something different? And now we're going to enhance it even more. We're going to bring in a foursome of a picture here. So we've got 4 different pictures. And again, think about what these 4 pictures have in common. There's definitely a theme to this, right? And we're going to compare that to the 2 facts and the 1 clue of a tool that's been around for years, unlimited possibilities for usage. It's flexible, flashy, and fast. And now we've got some pictures here. So we've got, it seems like a recording artist. It looks like we've got somebody dancing. We've got somebody here giving the weather or giving some type of broadcast. And then we've got someone painting. Now, putting all of those things together, obviously, you know from the title of our session today that we're talking about studio. And so that's where we're going with the rest of our time is we're going to go in and we're going to take a deep dive into this beautiful little part of Discovery Education called Studio. Now, if you've used Discovery quite a bit, you're going to notice, yeah, I've seen those things around, but maybe I didn't quite make the connection of exactly what Studio was. I just know about some of these different ready-to-use activities and some of the pre-created resources that are available. But today we want to expand that from just what we provide for you into what can you do for yourself? How can you customize that? And how can you really make it powerful in your classroom for differentiation, for whatever flexible use cases that you have? We've got some great options for you. So today our learning targets are, 1, we're going to talk about powerful pairings. I rarely do a session that I don't talk about powerful pairings. We're going to actively participate in those SOS strategies as we go. We're going to kind of learn how those can be woven into these different ready-to-use activities. We're going to talk about how SOS integrates well in with Studio, like how are the 2 of those already put together? And then if you're logged in, I would love for you to take a moment as we're going through and we're kind of learning how to use this tool. I would love for you to maybe try some of the things that I'm talking about, look up some things, make a copy of it, go in and edit, see what you can do, even maybe create one from scratch. All the way through, we would love for you to walk away, whether you create one today or whether you just have the background knowledge you need to create it for the future. That's our goal, is we want you to be excited that this is a tool that you'll be able to use from day 1 all the way through that very final day of school. All right, so let's go ahead and let's dive in. Let's talk a little bit about powerful pairings here. Now, you all know that we always make a shameless plug for Shark Week being Discovery Education, but I've got some options here for things that really make a studio presentation powerful and engaging. One of those is by using a phenomenon-based image. And this doesn't just need to be for science, right? Any content area, any grade level can really benefit from using those powerful, beautifully enriched photos. We have several thousand of those in the platform at your disposal for you to be able to use right in the platform. And when you do that, thinking about pairing it with one of those really good engaging strategies like the Can You Guess My 214, for instance, that we just did. That's going to let a student's personality shine, right? You get an emotional reaction from them when we use something powerful like an image and pair it with a strategy where they get to express what they're thinking and feeling. Now, on the flip side of that, sometimes our eyes can do the thinking for our brains, and we really want to reverse that and give our brains the opportunity to visualize and conceptualize something, that curiosity factor, right? So a lot of times we can use things like sound effects, for instance, that will catch a student's attention, catch them off guard, or just evoke another emotion out of them beyond what you can do with just imagery. So again, we have several thousand sound effects in. You're going to see that some of these are woven really nicely into our instructional strategy, into our studio presentations already, but these are great for you to be able to take and do those yourself as well. Just like I've done it here on this slide, I just find it, I embed it, I'm ready to go. And then this is just an example of some of the different types of ways that you can use these ready-to-use activities built within Studio. Take them and use them as they are. A lot of them are great for assigning directly to students. You can embed them right into Schoology. You can link them into anywhere that you're having students go to do their learning. Everything in Discovery is a URL, so you're able to take these, give them direct access to them, and then they can have that unique autonomous learning extension experience based on what you feel is best for them. So this can be done at the beginning of a lesson, in the middle of a lesson, at the end, or it can even be something that's done as homework or an enrichment activity outside of the regular school day. And this gives them that chance to explore. Okay. All right. So now we got that premise. What we're going to do is we're going to take some time to go in and we're going to take a look at some of the different options that are available. Now, as part of this presentation, which is why I like to share it, I'm going to give you some of these examples that you could go back and easily just click on. It opens up for you just our general ready-to-use activities, our pathway template, which I'm going to demonstrate for you in just a few minutes. I've got an example here of a 5th grade science star review, for instance, that could be taken, made a copy of, and applied to multiple content areas and grade level bands. And then we've got a couple of tutorials that are available that will help you take the learning that you get just a little tip of the iceberg of today and go back and really fine-tune your own background knowledge and how to use this tool with your students. So I always like to make sure that you know that we're giving you these resources so that it's easy for you to go in and find them through that presentation. All right. So if you're logged in and you're wanting to kind of navigate around, this would be the time that you would have that as a second browser window up for yourself. And you are welcome to go in and follow all of the different aspects of what I enter in and explore at the same time, because then that means that you're learning while you're doing, right? Doing while you're learning. All right, so we're going to go live into the platform and we're going to talk just a little bit about the ways that you can find some of these activities. Now, we do have a very nice collection of over 2,400 of these pre-created activities made in Studio. You can see here just some examples of things that I've been pulling up the last couple of days as I've been working with educators across the state. But these are just some samples, like this oceanographer student investigation, our Lego Play to Learn choice board. You're going to see that we've got a nice variety of those. So if you're new to Discovery, or if you're like, yeah, I just need something that can save me time, that's where Studio can be your best friend, because we already have so many of these things created, and all you have to do is just use the keyword search up here at the top. So if you're in the platform, we'd love for you to think of something that you're going to have coming up in the first few weeks of school when you actually start teaching your content. Type that in for me and just do a quick keyword search. Okay, so type in whatever you want to, do a quick keyword search. I'm going to do the same thing, except I'm going to put choice boards in mine because I want to demonstrate that you've got some options in here for choice boards. So I'm going to come right up here. I'm going to type in choice boards. I've already got it queued up for myself. And let's go take a look at, actually I have to put the right words in, sorry, choice board. Let's just take a look at what's available when I do something generic, even like a choice board. So I could have chosen to put in something like life cycle, fractions, Pearl Harbor, any of the topics that I could be teaching about in a classroom setting. But I wanted us to specifically take a look at the choice boards first, because that is a wonderful way for students to get some extended learning that saves you a lot of time. So here's an example for grades 6 through 8, for instance. You can see that it's full of buttons. Those buttons take them into additional slides that give them some more content. You can see that we have them for science. You're going to see that we've got them for a variety of different grade levels. We're going to have them for all of the 4 core. We even have a nice collection here for STEM careers. Now, one of the things that I love is that not only do we represent the 4 core content areas with Studio, but we also give you some ideas of how you can build great rapport and culture within your classroom. So here's a couple of examples of a choice board, one that's built for K2 and one that's built for 3-5 on creating classroom culture. These are wonderful ways for you to get to know your students. And so here are some samples. Notice that I hover over these. I can click on it. It's going to take me to the next piece here. We can celebrate classroom culture by creating poems about ourselves. Let's fill in the blanks. And then here is an all about me poem that you could use at the beginning of school. So this gives you one idea. I click home, I go right back. What about control check? How is it that sometimes I get a little bit too emotional, right? How can I control that? How can I calm myself down? So it gives you some really nice strategies in here for helping students to navigate through some of the tough parts, especially during the anxiety that happens with back to school, right? So not only, again, do we have great resources for the core content areas, but you're going to find some nice things in here that just help you get a feel for setting up your classroom for success just in general. So always love to showcase some of those different things that we've got available to you. And notice that this is something that if you wanted students to have their own access to it, you could assign it directly to them. You could take and get a shared link. So you can come right over and you can actually, from the previous page, you can use the circle with the 3 dots and you can get that share link that allows you to copy that. So I'm just going to back up for us. Anytime you see that circle with the 3 dots, notice there's the share. And so I can get a link, paste that in. And then as long as your students are logged in through that single sign-on option for the district, those resources will come up. But you also may just want to use some of these for whole group instruction or those one-on-one times with students or small group instruction. So whatever the need is, you've got that flexibility there with either being able to show it on your large screen or assign it directly to individual students or then pull them and work with them in different groupings. All right, so choice boards, always a great option. So let's take a look at some of the latest and greatest pieces that you can find within these activities. So if I do just a general search, so I'm not going to type anything in at all. I'm going to leave it blank. I'm going to do a general search and I'm going to filter for activities. This is where Studio lives. So you're going to see right here, we've got a nice little Studio scavenger hunt that could actually be used with students to teach them how to navigate through and use Studio because they have access to it as well. And we're going to cover that in just a few minutes. We have these wonderful daily fix-its. We've got math problems. We're going to have all kinds of different choice board designs. So there's so many different things, and all of these live in activities. So this is the first step. If you've never really used these ready-to-use activities, this is the first step for getting started with Studio, is that you do a keyword search or you do a blank search, you filter for activities, you can filter for your grade level band, you can filter for your content area, lots of options to get there. And then most important is that you filter for activities. When you do that, you're going to see this collection, like I have here on my screen, of things that you can select and use at your discretion. Now, again, I picked a handful of these different things for us to take a look at here. So if I go into my own studio, you'll see that I've taken and I've got a collection of those. You're going to start collecting those into yours as well. Thinking about an activity that takes a good instructional strategy, similar to what we did with Can You Guess My 214? This is a different instructional strategy where we're building by using images. And this one happens to be about the topic of deforestation. We start with one image. They write a complete sentence about that image, bringing in that literacy connection, but also you're looking at a different content area, right? This could be a science or a social studies lesson, for instance, but we're incorporating that literacy piece in. Next, they have another image. They write a complete sentence about that image. Another image, complete sentence about that image. One more, complete sentence. You're getting the gist here, but now we're going to take and we're going to use those 4 sentences and we're going to connect these 4 images together. And then we're going to have a summary, right? So these instructional strategies and these studio presentations that are pre-created for you, it's again intended to save you time, but intended to make some really nice connections for students that you don't have to create from scratch. You can just take it, run with it, and know that your students are going to get research-based instructional strategies with TEKS-aligned content, right? So this is just an example of one of our newest boards that I wanted you just to kind of see that presentation in action. All right, so let's look at a couple of other options here. So this is one that's about inspired art. And I'm showing you these varieties because I want you to see the different designs. Before we had individual slides with a simple picture and a strategy. This is more of a holistic learning experience, right? So I open up the presentation. It gives me some instructions here. I'm going to watch the video and watch what happens. I can watch it right here within the presentation.
To me means not giving up. That no matter what comes your way, you fight through it, you come out on the other side the same person that you were before, but stronger.
And we're going to have some of that encouragement that goes with it, right? You can tell this is a modern video. You can tell that this is a real person. This is real artwork. So we're making those real world connections in just a matter of seconds, right? We're only about 6 seconds into this video, but we already have a person that's demonstrating how art is inspired in their life. It tells them exactly what to do. So again, I don't have to come up with that as a teacher. I have the instructions ready for them. And I also don't have to come up with the imagery that goes here. Now, they have 3 pictures and it tells them write your short story below or follow your teacher's instructions on how to share your work, because we know that some of you may prefer to have students record it in a different way. Perhaps you're doing it in Schoology, perhaps you're doing it in Seesaw, maybe you're going to be doing it in a journal or on a marker board, whatever your blended learning model is. This just gives you the resources to be able to do that and the flexibility to make the choice in how you want students to show their work. So again, very simplistic, but a little more robust, right? And a little more self-contained in this lesson than the previous example where we were working through, they have different purposes to them. And that's what you're going to discover as you look at more and more of these studio presentations. You're going to notice that they all have a slightly different purpose and that you're going to find the ones that really fit the needs of your classroom. Now, let's also take a look at another one. As we think about putting new content in, we're always keeping in mind student curiosity and the things that are relevant and exciting to them. We add between 200 to 500 new resources every single month, and we're always looking for ways to catch what students are interested in, because we know that if they're interested in it, it becomes a little more sticky for them, right? They're more invested in it. They have some ownership in there and it sparks their interest. And after all, we are talking about student engagement today. So this is one on game development as an art form. Here we see that this is a game developer. And again, I can watch the video right here within the presentation. I don't have to go outside of this. It is a real world example of somebody who has taken a life circumstance and done something really incredible with that through a medium that people are very into, which is games, right? And then it gives you a part 2, not just a part 1, let's learn about it. Let's extend that learning. So here we've got a little bit of text to give them some variety here. We've got an image built in, and then there's also a reading passage that's linked here. So they can click right on that reading passage. It's going to pull up in a new window for them, and then they'll be able to continue that learning. Now, another nice thing about these, and this is why we're very purposeful in how we build these. So we've got the video up here that students can watch to begin with, but we know that watching it the first time doesn't always, we don't always catch all the information that first time, right? So we're going to go and we're going to learn a little bit more. We're going to read about it, but then we're going to go back and we're going to have them rewatch that video again with a slightly different purpose to it. Now, we're not just learning to read, right? We're really comprehending, we're listening, we're really getting in there and thinking about what we've seen and what we've heard, and we're reflecting on that and making connections to ourselves. And then now we're going to have an extension here. So we've got an additional video. You can see that these are real world students. We try to be very cognizant of the fact that students learn best from either real world people that they can see themselves in, or with peers, right? So we do a lot of our videos that are embedded in these ready to use activities are their students that are the narrators or the leaders of that video, because we want students to see themselves as a part of the learning process. So again, just another simple example here, and I can simply take this and I can assign it as is, or I can actually do some different things with it, which we're going to look at in just a couple of minutes. Now, a couple of other things I want to showcase for you. We've got some new things in here. Remember, I said we add between 200 to 500 new resources. This one is a new series called The Big Debate. And it is part of the Week Junior series that we're creating. And these are text-based resources built right here within Studio. So I'm actually going to zoom out just a little bit so that you can get a fuller picture of this. But this looks very much like a reading passage. It's just a little more creative, right? It's going to be pretty relevant to students. And these are topics that students are interested in. That really gets their emotions up. So thinking about, should students' handwriting be graded? That is probably something that students would really get passionate about. If you have great handwriting, you're going to say absolutely. And if you don't have such great handwriting, you're going to go, no, there are other things I want to be graded on, right? So we're bringing, again, those emotional connections, but what a great opportunity to bring in some literacy, to bring in some good depth of knowledge questioning and some academic discourse, and all done through Studio. And this is something that can be assigned, again, to each individual student. If you would like, you can take these different instructional strategies, print those out, have students actually do those by hand, or you can just simply have them draw it in a journal or on their desk. So however you prefer to have students express themselves. And then we're going to see that it's got some fun facts built into it. It's going to have some great literacy pieces in here where they're actually learning the pros and cons. And we're going to give them some thoughts. So for those students who are unsure of how to access, this gives them those immediate access points to start learning. And then this is going to help them with that transfer and that rigor piece of the instructional model. But then I also love that we have the opportunity for them to reflect. And we're asking them, okay, you had one idea when you came into this lesson, but now that we've read about it, we've talked about it, we've asked good questions, and we looked at the pros and cons. Did your perspective change? Do you still feel the same way you did before? Or have you changed your mind based on what you've learned, right? So all of these that are part of the big debate are excellent examples. So I've got just a couple of other examples here. Do we spend too much on sports stadiums? Again, a debate with did you knows, pros and cons, and a reflection there. And I think I've even got one more. Nope, that was it. I just had two of those up. But I do want you to know that these are designed for you to really be able to get students interested, curious, and engaged in the classroom in things that are relevant to them, not just things that are relevant to us. These are things that you can use to easily teach with engagement and get students excited about, right? All right, one last one here, just because I want to talk a little bit more about the relevancy of things, effects of screen time. So again, just another model here, watching the video. I've got a challenge that's built into it. We're going to hear from somebody who's in a career field. We know CTE is a major component of every school district with new state initiatives. And so we've got some career path options that are built into a lot of these. And again, we're taking multiple perspectives from students and we're asking them to think through what other students are experiencing and make connections to their own experience as well. So just kind of like to show the variety of different things here. Now, what if you get super excited about this? And you're like, okay, oh, I really like this design, but I wish they had something more aligned to the specific content that I'm teaching right now. This doesn't really align to what I'm teaching. It's a great topic, but it's not part of my standards that I'm teaching. That is not a problem. So this is where we get really excited about what's available. So within the context of this, I can take this and I can now make a copy of it. So I'm going to come right up here and I'm going to say copy and continue. So any of these resources that we've looked at so far, if you like the template of it, you have that ability. So I'm just going to demo that one more time. So here I am in a presentation that's built in Studio. I'm going to come right over here to that circle with the 3 dots. I'm going to say copy. I'm going to confirm that I want to copy and continue. And when I do, now when I come in and I click, not only do I see the content there, but I have the ability to make changes to it. If I wanted to change out the text, I could even take something from one of my other core resources, copy it, paste it in, and I don't even have to write that, right? I can take that from another resource that I have. If I'm interested in changing out this video, I simply click and notice I've got my toolbars here where I can go in and I can actually hit replace. This gives me the choice to search through Discovery Education. I can look at my content, which maybe is things that as I've gone through, I've taken them and saved them into a series of folders here in the platform, which is an option. I can even add from my favorites. So as you're going through and you're researching for different topics, there are some that you're able to take and favorite. So if I favorite this, I can come right up here and I can see where my favorites live. But when I go back into that presentation, all I have to do is go to my favorites, and then it's going to pull up anything that I have selected the little heart for, and I can quickly grab it and stick it in its place. Now I have an interactive here that is based upon space exploration. I can change the context of this text. I can go through and I can edit to my heart's content with any videos, images, sound effects, podcast, you name it. If it's in Discovery Education, you can put it into Studio and you have those editing tools. What if you don't like the color blue? Not a problem. You can come right over here to the color palette and you have the choice to change out to something completely different. So notice with just 1 or 2 clicks, I was able to take that from blue to orange, and it really brightened that up for me, right? You also have some choices for adding some content in there. You have the ability to put buttons. So remember we talked about some of those choice boards, they have buttons. You have the option to take and put buttons that link inside and outside of Discovery. You can link it right in Discovery. You can link it into the presentation to another slide, or you can link it to something outside of Discovery if you choose to. And then we also give you some options like short answer, multiple choice, multiple select, and then if you're brave, we have the option for you to put a block in there, which then allows students to actually upload from their own device. So if maybe they're doing a graphic organizer by hand or taking notes, or they've drawn an image, they could actually take their device, take a picture of that, and then they can upload that as proof of work. And then when they're finished, they can submit that to you. They have a little button up here at the top that allows them to submit once you make an assignment to them. So lots of flexibility here with what you're able to create from what we've created first, right? So you get to customize that to your heart's content. All right, I think we're going to take just a pause for a moment. I believe we're going to talk, Amanda's going to come in and talk to us a little bit about how to get credit for our session. And then when she's done, we're going to head right back in and we're going to talk about a couple of other things you can do with Studio.
All right, thank you, Paula. So I've got the attendance code up on the screen. And for anyone new to DLC, you want to record this code. You can write it down, you can take a picture, you can type it in. The important thing is you'll want it for the attendance form that opens at 3 p.m. today. And you'll just submit all the codes for today at one time. So it'll open up at 3 and it'll close at midnight. And then Paula, we've got a couple of questions. Do you want me to go ahead and ask them or save them till later?
You can ask them right now while we've got people working through that. Sure.
Okay. So you've already answered one, but then there was another question about the fill in the blanks. So if that's assigned to students, can they fill it in online, or would it need to be on paper or someplace else?
So that's a great question, and it honestly depends on how you want to use it. And so, Amanda, when we go back in just a moment, I will be happy to pull up and showcase as we're customizing these resources, how they can actually put a text box in that would allow them to be able to have students type right there within. And then if it doesn't have that option in the pre-created, they can add it by making a copy of it. So let me know when you're ready for me to shift back in. Am I good to share now?
You are good. Yes,
okay,
definitely.
Good. Yeah, that's a fabulous question. So coming back in here, we were in the choice board, and it was the option where they could go in and the creating classroom culture, right? And they had that poem. So essentially, if I want my students to be able to type within the platform, I can easily do that. And so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to just delete something out. I'm going to create myself a little bit of space here. If I want them to complete that poem within the platform, I can come to my plus button and I can come right down here to short answer. And then this is going to give them that option. So I could say right here, complete your poem in the box below. I probably would phrase it a little bit different if I were doing it for real, but this just kind of gets us going here, right? So if that poem was here and I wanted them to complete it in that text box, now what does that look like? So another nice tool that you have within the platform as a teacher is you have the ability to preview what you've done. So I can hit preview. Now I'm going to see that text box appear here. And when students see that, even though I, as the teacher, can't click in it and type, when students come in, they click right there and it's going to give them that open text where they can sit there and type their answer. So that's how that would work in any presentation. If we don't give you the option to have the text box there, you can make a copy of it just like we did before, right? The circle with the 3 dots, make a copy. And then you have editing rights. You can go and move some things around and then give yourself the space and type that or enter add. That's a better word. I'm going to add a text box in here by using that plus button where I can get that short answer option. So definitely a great question. Yeah. Perfect. And that's exactly what we did. I believe in one of the first examples. Sorry, I have a lot of things open over here. There it is in 4-1. Notice this was already done there. And so this is when students, if I assign it to them, this is going to give them that opportunity when they get the assignment to go in and click in that text box where they would write their sentence connecting those 4 images together. So that's a good example. So excellent question.
Well, and related to that,
Yeah.
if the teacher has assigned it, does it automatically go back to the teacher, or do the students need to take some answer? Or are you going to show that to us a little later?
Yeah, so whenever a student, whenever you make an assignment to a student that has something for a student to do, so if it's just viewing only, right? If there's not any text box or multiple choice questions or anything like that, that you don't expect students to submit something back to you, it's just view only, right? They're experiencing it, they're clicking through it, and then that's all it is. But if you have something in there that is a gradable, so again, those are going to be through those plus sign options. So a short answer, a multiple choice, a multiple select, or a block. If it's interactive where they're going to be giving some evidence of what the work that they're doing, then they're going to see in their circle with the 3 dots the option to submit that to you. And so you assign it to them, they complete it, they come up to the circle with the 3 dots, they click submit. And when that submits to the teacher, in the part of the platform that you will go to be able to see that submission right here from your home page or anywhere that you see the 3 lines, you can click. And then this is going to be able to take you into your assignments. And so this will show you any assignments that have been made that haven't been completed yet, ones that have been completed, or ones that are in progress. So you'll be able to see those. And then that's where you would go to see the individual students' work once they've submitted it back to you. If you were to take a look at that assignment list and you see that it's in progress but hasn't been completed, that lets you know that you need to tag in with that student to make sure that they get it completed and submitted. Because, these are new tools to them potentially. And so we've got to walk them through that process. Something else that's kind of nice, if you want to do a little bit of practicing with this sometime, you can actually go into your classrooms and you're able to see the students that are there. You can actually click again, anytime you see the circle with the 3 dots, it's a good place to be. You can click right there and you can actually sign in as a student and go look at it from their perspective. So if you make an assignment, so if you make an assignment and you want to go, okay, what does this look like from the student perspective? You just go to your classrooms, find your students, and then you're able to select a student and go in and impersonate them for just a short amount of time to go in and check that out and see what it looks like. That way you have the full understanding of their experience.
Nice.
Yeah.
And then we just had one other question about why some examples say educators only on them.
Yes. And I love that question. It's actually fabulous. So when students go into their accounts, there are specific things that are available to them that are not, there are things that are available to you that are not available to them, right? So if they go in and they type in a particular topic, they're doing research, say on sharks, for instance, they're going to get a limited amount of resources compared to the robust things that a teacher would have available to them. That does not mean that those educators only resources are not applicable to those students. What it means is that we want you to be purposeful in making those assignments or helping them to access those resources. So occasionally there are some that really wouldn't be appropriate for a student necessarily because they're, best practices for teaching or on-demand learning that the teacher can get within the platform. But if it's one of these ready-to-use activities like we've looked at today and it says educator only, the idea here is that we want you to purposely pick out the resource that you want shared or assigned to your students so that they are getting the most out of that experience versus just doing a random search, pulling up something, working their way through it, and not making those good core connections to what you're doing in class. Does that make sense?
That makes a lot of sense. Yes.
Perfect. Yeah. So it seems like it's a term that's like, oh, you can't access that. You're a student. The idea is that we want you to be purposeful and strategic in picking out what you want to share with them so that they have that background and they make those connections to what you're doing in class instead of it just being a free-for-all where they may see it but may not make those connections. So great call out, Amanda. Love that you're helping monitor the chat just a little bit there. All right, so what I wanted to kind of showcase just a little bit is, let's say that you're like, okay, these are great. I love these. I'm happy. I can take my templates. I can make a copy of it. And I get that, right? Like I am at that stage of proficiency with this, or when you get to that place. But some of you may say, you know, I actually really enjoy creating some of my own stuff, or I feel like I really want to be a little more customized. And I like having that artist palette, which is why we call it the art of engagement. Here's what's wonderful is if I'm on my homepage, I can actually come right in here and I can go right into Studio and I have the ability to create from scratch. So here I am waiting for all my presentations to load, but I don't have to wait. I can do create new. And I have 3 choices for starting from scratch. One of those is not really starting from scratch because we give you 40 of our most popular instructional strategies that you have a template for. So if I'm interested in doing a 6-word story, for instance, which is one of our most popular options, I can click right here and this gives me a template, but I have the creativity to go in and add my title to it. I pick out whatever media source I want there. And if I want my students to be able to answer directly in the platform because I'm going to assign it to them or I'm going to embed it in Schoology and I want them to be able to type right there and submit it to me, I can do that. If I choose not to do that, if I don't want them to type, if I want them to write in a journal, once I build this activity, I can go in, delete that out, and then I have them write it somewhere else or type it somewhere else. So that's kind of nice that you have the option to start from scratch with just a little bit of scaffolding for you as the educator. This, again, saves you lots of time because the template's there. You just change a few things and then you're ready to go. But if I really want to build something that's truly from scratch, that maybe has my own design feel to it or the content that I want in different places, you can build a board and the board reads from top to bottom. So a couple of the examples that we looked at, this is more like what a board looks like. So it reads top to bottom. You can make it as long as you'd like for it to be and you work your way through it. But then you also have that option to, whoops, I lost my place. Sorry, there we go. You can do the slideshow, which is what we've kind of experienced throughout this time. That's what my presentation that I've given to you is a slideshow. We're all familiar with Google Slides, PowerPoints, those kinds of tools. This works the same. So you have the choice to start from scratch. Yes, ma'am, 5 minutes. All right. So just wanted to kind of showcase that for you to make sure, you know, start from what we've created, go out, customize it, make your own copy of it, tweak whatever you want to as you're learning the skills set that goes with this, or completely start from scratch. So you could take anything, you can take screenshots, put those in, you can do lots of wonderful things because you can upload from your own device as well. We allow that. So just wanted to kind of showcase that for you, that there's those different options. Now, as we kind of get to the point where we're wrapping up, I did want to showcase that we do, again, have a scavenger hunt that is built for students to be able to explore, to learn how to use Studio, because when they go into their account, they also have Studio where they can do their own project-based learning. So if you want them to work together as a group, you can assign something as a group and then they can modify that and it saves and submits for the entire group. Or you can actually go in and have students do individual work. But this little scavenger hunt will get them started. And hint, hint, it's really great for you too. So it teaches you how to do all the things we talked about very quickly today of changing colors and embedding pictures and updating resources and moving things around. This will work you through the process of how to do that in just a few minutes so that you feel a lot more comfortable with that. Another thing that we want to point out is we have the educator supports built in here. Sorry, I have a lot of things open. There we go. Nope, that's still not it. Well, I don't know where it went. Looks like it disappeared on me. But we have an educator support section. If I go back to my home page, I can easily see that educator supports here from my drop down. So again, the 3 lines, educator supports. And then we've got a nice collection under getting started where you can actually go in and learn some of the finer pieces of designing digital lessons with Studio, What does the student experience look like? Ready to use activities. Several of those things are actually linked in that presentation that I shared at the beginning so that you could go to those, but you can find them directly in the platform as well. So I would encourage you to go in, take a look at those, learn it for yourself, take baby steps, right? Pick something, use it as it is, then take it, copy it, customize it, then get out there and do some fun, creative things and really get started. So as we wrap up, I just want to kind of give you some ideas around getting started with some things. And so I wanted to showcase, when we talk about engagement, we could go in and we could just watch a little video on books, right? Of The Boy Who Grew a Forest. But the power that comes with these ready-to-use activities is in that instead of going in and just watching this video and looking at the activity sheet that goes with it, what if I actually use this ready-to-use activity where the video is right here and it actually builds in the questions for me so that I can use that more strategically than just watching the video, having a class discussion. And so I think that's the power of engagement, is that this builds a holistic learning experience around a particular video or topic that you're learning about in very few steps, right? Whether you're using something that we created or whether you're creating that for yourself. And then just a couple of examples of how you can be customized. So this is a custom lesson built for a specific student around a particular topic. You can take one of our boards and use it as it is, or you can take this template, make a copy, and customize it to what you need for your particular content area. All right, so as we're ending, I wanted us to make sure that we wrapped up with a good instructional strategy. So I want you to think for yourself when you came in, based on what you knew about Discovery Education or Studio. You used to think this, but now I think this. And if you want to share that in the chat, you certainly can, so that you guys can interact with each other. But I just want you to reflect on that for yourself. I used to think this, but now I think this. All right. And that's our time on Studio. I'll be back in just a few minutes to lead us into our next session. I've got one on quiz, and then we've got one on SOS instructional strategies. So thank you, Amanda.
Yes, thank you, Paula. And then we're going to go a little over time, but we did have one question about Discovery Education and Schoology specifically.
Okay.
So if you assign it in Schoology, do you know if students would get the opportunity for multiple attempts?
That is a really great question. I believe that they would have, until it's submitted to you. Once it's submitted, it's submitted. As long as it hasn't been submitted, they would be able to continue to work on it as a work in progress. If you wanted them to have the opportunity to rework it, you would reassign it as a new assignment, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
And then do you know if those scores will pass back to Schoology?
There is grade passback, yes.
Right.
So it depends on the type of question that's in there. Obviously, an open response or a constructed response, you have a rubric. The teacher has to put their eyes on it and grade that. But if it's multiple choice or multiple select, either one of those, yes, there is grade passback. And just so that you know, part of the Getting Started courses, there is also a Schoology course. So if you just go in and you type Schoology, you're going to get a little course on using Schoology, a step-by-step guide, and then a couple of videos here that will really help you understand the ins and outs of Schoology even better.
Great, thank you.
Yeah,
well,
you're
and
welcome.
there's some great, like, I used to think, now I think, and I used to think Discovery Ed was just a small activity, but now I think it can be a whole lesson or project that students paced. So if you get a chance to check out the chat during the break, it'll be great.
Perfect.
So
I
on
love
that note, yes, I'm going to go ahead and take us to our video just to take a break. If you want to learn more about Discovery Ed, please stay here with us. If not, remember that you can go back to the app or the website and find another session. But I mean, you really want to hang out with us. This is a cool place to be. So we'll be starting up right at 1 o'clock.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities. In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge. Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference.
There is truly something for everyone.
Here's a quick tip for you. If you ever wanted to insert a link directly, all you need to do is highlight what you want the hyperlink attached to and do Control K. Once you do that, the window comes up. You just Control V for the paste of that website URL, and there you have it. It's now hyperlinked. Y'all have a wonderful day.
Our website has all of the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. While attending the sessions, type or write down the attendance codes for each session.
During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write the code down and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will also need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 4 p.m. and you will have until midnight tonight to submit your codes for credit.
Campuses at each level will be able to select a prize package that best suits their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboard, headphones, charging towers, wireless mice, and robots. Don't forget to submit your attendance each day and complete the feedback forms sent after the conference to help your campus win one of these amazing prize packages.
Here's a tiny tech tip for your Google Slides. You can now easily insert GIFs into your presentation. Go to Insert, Images, and you'll see that new feature. On the right-hand side, you can search for your terms and look at all the fun options you have to place into your presentations. Have fun GIFing!
It's time for the conference. On the days of DLC, you can access the session links in the app by going to the session details or your schedule if you created it on the app. Select your session and click on the blue video link. This will launch the live session in YouTube, where you can interact in the chat. The live chat feature is a great place to make connections, ask questions, and contribute to the conversation. During the session, pay close attention to your attendance codes. Every session has a different code, and you will need this in order to submit attendance and get professional development credit at the end of the day.
You will now gather all of the attendance codes that you've collected throughout the day. There are different links for day 1 and day 2. Notice that there are several attendance form links for in-district employees. If you are a CFISD employee, click the corresponding blue buttons based on your last name on the participant planning sheet or the conference app. It will launch the Google form so you can enter attendance credit for the day. Enter each attendance code for every session that you attended. You must click Submit, and you will receive an email confirmation receipt. For new CFISD employees without credentials, you will click the corresponding gold button in the participant planning sheet or the conference app. You'll enter your email address, campus, and role, along with your attendance codes for the day. Finally, for out-of-district educators, you will select the corresponding purple button from the participant planning sheet or directly from the conference app. You'll enter your email address along with your full name, the school that you work at, as well as the access codes for each session that you attended. Out-of-district educators will receive a certificate to the email that you provided. so please make sure that it's entered correctly. In-district employees will receive credit through CFISD. Remember, everyone will receive a confirmation email receipt if you submitted a Google form successfully. The forms will be open from 3 p.m. through midnight.
Your feedback for our event ensures the Digital Learning Conference is high quality, and we invite presenters that impact your classroom and teaching practice. Your feedback is important and helps shape the future of DLC. Look for this form in your email soon after the event. We are so excited that you've decided to join us for SciFair's virtual Digital Learning Conference in 2024. Go to the website and start planning today.
Let's make ClassLink work for you. Did you know that you can make your own folders? You can make folders for what you visit daily, but hey, let's go ahead and go to the edit mode, add a folder for some stuff that you just never use. Okay, it will create your folder at the bottom and then go through it. If there's things that, really don't pertain to you, right click, add to folder, and never use. Right click, add to folder, and never use. Clear up that clutter if that makes you happy.
The EdTech team would like to thank our wonderful business partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some fantastic prizes. You can enter to win these prizes in 2 ways. The first way is by submitting your attendance at the end of each day. The second way is to submit the feedback form that will be sent after the event.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities. In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge. Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference. There is truly something for everyone.
All right. Well, and on that note, we definitely have something for everyone in this next session. With us, we have Paula Taylor with Discovery Education. And the past several years, she's really been helping us embrace Discovery Ed and the Discovery Ed experience, which is really helpful because she has a deep understanding of both the Discovery Ed platform and the components of that and student learning, which really makes her a great partner to work with. In the session starting now, we're going to be talking about We Hear Your SOS, motivating and inspiring students with high-yield instructional strategies.
Perfect. Thank you, Amanda. It's a joy to be back for kind of a part 2 if some of you stuck around, a part 2 to go in and learn a few more things about Discovery Education. And if you're just now joining us, welcome, and we're excited to be able to have you jump in. And I wanted to just really quickly showcase for you that if you're coming in from SciFair for this virtual session, you have 2 different ways that you can access Discovery Education. One of those is through ClassLink, so you can go through your digital technology hub and get into that. And ClassLink is typically where that lives, and it's able, it makes it able for you and your students to have quick access to it. But we also have that integration built in with Schoology as well. And so Discovery Education is one of the tools in Schoology. You can open Schoology up and you'll see Discovery as one of the external tools that's an option there. And then you're able to access it from there. So depending on kind of where you sit and how you use digital technology in your classroom, just want to make sure that you know both of those options. Now, obviously, if you're here from a different district, your district may have a different option, but we do support districts all across the state of Texas. And so we're excited to be able to showcase this for you today. All right, so as Amanda stated, we're going to be talking about We Hear Your SOS, and you can kind of build the schema of what we're going to be talking about today. We're going to start with an instructional strategy from the collection of 105 of these. Now, I did this one in my last session too, but it's one that's really great to use. And so I like to use it over and over in different contexts so that you can kind of see how it might fit with different content that you're covering across your course throughout the year. If you do want this presentation, you're able to either use the link that's here, the bit.ly, and then /DE here, SOS, make sure that you've got the capital letters in there. If you'd like, you can just take a quick screenshot or snippet, depending on your device, save that for later, and then you're able to come back and either use that QR code, or you can directly use that link if you want to enter that in, and it'll take you to that presentation. The reason we like to share these presentations is because we know sometimes there's a lot of information shared, and it's only a 15-minute session, and so there's some things that you want to go back to and kind of refresh for yourself, or just remind yourself of those things and see examples, for instance. So we want to make sure you have that. Now, this is created in a part of the platform called Studio, which is what we covered in our previous session. But Studio is a combination of kind of like Publisher and PowerPoint together. You can do presentations, or you can do boards that read from top to bottom. So you will have to be logged in order to be able to access this. But if you're not, it'll prompt you to do that. So fun how that works. All right, hopefully I've talked enough to give you enough time to get what you need. It is not necessary for you to go into the platform unless you want to, but we love for you to click along and go exploring as we're working through some of these things together. All right, so like I said, we're going to start with the Can You Guess My 214? Now, if you were here before, you know how the strategy works. And for us today, because we're sort of interactive and in a different virtual way, I'm not going to be expecting anybody to put things in the chat for these topics. I really just want you to kind of conceptualize it and think for yourself. So with this particular one, I'm going to give you a couple of different clues here, or facts, and then we're going to build on that. So we're going to start with 2 facts, and you're just going to think to yourself, okay, what in the wide world could I be thinking of with just these 2 initial facts? So what we're talking about today is, one, it is something that people use in distress. So think about that. Something that somebody uses when they need help, or they're using it in distress. And then number 2, it has unlimited possibilities for engagement. Now, upon first glance, those 2 clues, or those 2 facts, they don't really go together, right? So you're going to have to be kind of creative in thinking of something that people use in distress, but has unlimited possibilities for engagement. And a lot of times when I do this session, and we do have the ability to kind of interact a little bit differently, a lot of people think of this friend right here, the phone, right? That it is something people use in distress, and it does have some pretty unlimited possibilities for engagement. All right, let's think about adding to that. So now we're going to build some more schema in. We're going to give some more context. A clue. The letters in its name can stand for multiple things depending on the context and when you're using it. So not only do people use it in distress, it has unlimited possibilities for engagement, but now we're fine-tuning, we're refining this this thinking process, right? Which is the purpose of this strategy, is to refine and really help students whittle down to get to the place where they're guessing essentially what you're going to be covering in class that day. So with this one, the letters in its name stand for multiple things. That might be a little bit tough if you were thinking a computer or an iPhone. We even have people say brain, for instance. The letters in its name stand for multiple things. That might stump you a little bit. But knowing what our topic is today for this session, here are the 4 images that go along with that. So we've got a lighthouse here, we've got a sinking ship, we've got our life preserver, and then we've got a classroom with a couple of interactions going on between a teacher and a student, and then that digital technology here. So when thinking about this, something people use in distress, unlimited possibilities for engagement, letters in its name can mean multiple things depending on the context of it. And now with these 4 images, you probably have guessed it, we're talking about SOS, right? So I'm just going to kind of pop back over there. SOS for us does have a double meaning. One, when you get to that place and you're comfortable with your students, this happens about usually in October, right? Very comfortable with your students, they're comfortable with you. There's that moment where you're like, I need help. I'm raising my hand and I'm saying, okay, I need something to jazz this up a little bit. I need something that takes my students to the next level of thinking. I'm ready to do something a little different than I've done because my students are growing and really getting ready for that next level of engagement in my classroom. Or perhaps you're starting to see some of the learning gaps that are there and you're like, I want to go back and I want to do some scaffolding, some strategic scaffolding. You raise your hand and you say, I need help. And that's where discovery comes to your rescue. So SOS for us actually stands for Spotlight on Strategies. So you're looking out into the ominous, the ominous help section where you're like, I need help, right? And it seems very dark. And then we're shining that spotlight for you like a lighthouse to help you so that you don't become that sinking ship, that instead we're providing that life preserver for you so that you have those really engaging moments in your classroom. And that's what we're going to be talking about for this particular session is how do you weave these in but use your time efficiently, right? Because a lot of times we feel like, wow, we really don't have time for that. I have too many things I have to cover in my class. I just don't have time for these high yield instructional strategies. And I would say you don't have time not to use these high yield instructional strategies because they really help students grasp, communicate, and take ownership of the learning. So today we're going to look at the topic of powerful pairings. Again, I rarely ever talk to a group that we don't talk about pairing up really strategic resources and media within the platform. We're going to actively participate in these SOS strategies as we go. And you're going to learn about ways that you can take these and put them into things like Studio, for instance, within the platform, and then how you can collaborate with each other on using these SOS strategies. A lot of them are, you're available to actually print a one-pager out. You could take that, put it in the box of somebody in the teacher's lounge next to you and help them even get help. So it's not just helping you, but it enables you to empower other teachers as well. We want you to share what you learned today. All right, so let's quickly talk a little bit about powerful pairings. Again, we talk a lot at Discovery Education about Shark Week, which just happened a couple of weeks ago. Shameless plug for that, but we love making those connections because that's a real world, right? That's something that you and your students are engaged with outside of Discovery Education in the classroom. So here we've taken just a snippet of some ideas based upon sharks, and we're talking about powerful pairings. So here we've got a nice image. It's beautifully, it's got the beautiful colors here. It's really easy for us to see and it evokes some emotion. So think about, you don't just have to be a science teacher, right, to use phenomenon. Any content area can pull these really enriched photos and use them, but you're going to pair those with a good instructional strategy. So we're going to look at some of those instructional strategies in this session, how you can pair up some great images and do some really powerful things with that together. We also want to make sure that you remember that we have much, much more than images and videos. We actually have a very large collection of audio-based lesson components as well. So we've got sound effects like this, for instance. Hope you didn't feel like somebody just splashed you in the face, or that you're wanting to go out and jump in the pool just yet. Stick around for a little while before you do that and finish off your sessions. But anytime we hear something, if we're using alternative senses, that really sparks, again, a different emotion. And it allows students to visualize and be creative without us doing that for them. An image, right, tells them what to think in a little bit different way than if we hear it. And they have to make some connections. There's a different part of the brain that works that way. So as you're looking for ways to incorporate that, we're actually going to look at how to do that with a podcast today, paired up with a good instructional strategy. And then we have these fabulous autonomy-based learning experiences. And this is where Studio comes into the mix. So remember we talked about Studio? is the place where this presentation is made. We've got some great learning opportunities, and the majority of these ready-to-use activities that are already built, aligned to your standards, research-based, ready to go, right? You just assign it or link it, and then your students are ready to use it. They're going to have these instructional strategies automatically built into them. So you don't have to do that. You don't have to go through and search through all 105. You can know that we put a good instructional strategy in that's going to help them think critically, problem solve, and then stimulate deeper conversations as they're learning more about your topic. All right, so with that in mind, we're going to go ahead and we're going to do some examples together. Now, this particular strategy is called a 3-2-1 pyramid. And the idea behind this strategy is, and honestly, you probably have used this maybe even in adult professional learning before, where you're thinking of 3 things, 2 things, and 1 thing. I remember before I ever knew the instructional strategies existed in Discovery Education, I used to use this as an administrator, where I would have my teachers write down, 3 questions they had, 2 things that they wanted to go and learn more about, and maybe, 1 topic that they might want to learn about for the next staff meeting, for instance. So a 3-2-1 is not maybe new to all of you, but what's beautiful about this is we're going to give you some great ideas to extend it. We're going to make sure that you know what media sources are best to use it with. And not only do we provide a PDF version that you can pull up and have a 1-pager, but we also have these nice little videos that teach you how to use these as a teacher. So I'm going to play just a little bit of this video for us today. I'm going to zoom in a bit on it, and I'm going to play a little bit of this video just to kind of give you a feel of how we empower you as an educator to be ready to use these tools within 3 minutes and 21 seconds.
Discovery Education presents Spotlight on Strategies video prep series, presented by the Den community. All right.
Hi, I'm Eve Heaton, and I'm from Beaufort, South Carolina. I'd like to show you how to use a strategy called 3-2-1 pyramid. Research conducted by Robert Marzano has shown that in order to effectively summarize information, students must learn to analyze it at a deep level. This helps them make decisions about what information is extraneous and what can be deleted or substituted, and what information is critical and necessary to understand the topic being studied. Doing this takes repeated practice. The 3-2-1 pyramid organizer helps scaffold students in learning how to do these things. To use this strategy, you will need digital media such as video or audio segments, paper, and writing tools for each student. This strategy should take approximately 15 minutes. After viewing or listening to the media selection, have students set up their 3-2-1 pyramid organizer on a piece of paper or in a journal. This works particularly well for science and social studies topics. To create the organizer, they will first draw a large triangle that fills the entire page. Next, ask them to divide the triangle into 3 horizontal sections. Finally, they'll need to divide the bottom section into 3 equal parts and the middle section into 2 equal parts.
So you can see here that, again, within a short amount of time, we've got, if you happen to be the type of adult learner who really likes the audiovisual aspect of it, you can watch these little simplistic videos and they'll walk you through all the steps of that. Another nice thing, however, is those of you who would rather have more of a 1-pager view, we do have that option for you. And this is something that I'm going to come back to and kind of showcase in just a few minutes. Well, maybe. There we go. But I wanted to go ahead and show it since we're right on this topic anyway, is that we've got this instructional strategy PDF here that's going to give you all of the details you need, similar to what you got in the video. So whichever modality is better for you. And notice this particular one also has a graphic organizer. So now this one is inverted, right? She did the smaller triangle at the top, but this is going to be a little bit different with that, but the same concept of we're doing 3, a 2, and a 1 here. And this is something that can be printed, or it's like she showed, you could take and have your students actually draw that. So just want to showcase that we've got a lot of variety here with how to use these instructional strategies and how to learn them. Now, what we're going to pair this up with, since we're talking about powerful pairings, we're going to pair this 3-2-1 pyramid up with a hands-on activity. and a video. So not just watching a media source and then answering our 3, 2, 1, but we're actually going to pair that even deeper and put a hands-on activity. So this is an example, obviously from a science class, but you could do this in any content area. So it's not just unique to science. But I've got an example here of a video that we're going to watch in just a few minutes, but I want you to think for yourself. Visualize if you were in a classroom and every table group had a balloon and a piece of orange peel, and you just put those at the table and you said, okay, I want you to take a look at the 2 items that you have on your table, and I want you to talk at your team. What do you think we could do with these 2 items? What do you think that what's appropriate for them? And so the students would explore the balloon, they would explore the orange peel, they would be puzzled because they're thinking, okay, balloon and an orange peel, 2 things that we typically use together. I'm not really sure about that. And probably within a matter of minutes, somebody is going to have the idea of taking that orange peel, combining it with the balloon, and suddenly you have a pop. The room goes quiet, right? With suspense and surprise. What just happened? Somebody just popped a balloon. And then the conversation changes, right? There's a sparked emotion. There's something different. Now you can really hone in on that as a teacher and start talking to them about that. What happened? How did that happen? I don't know. I'm not sure. We put them together, right? So you start, and then suddenly across the room, pop, another pop. And suddenly across the room, pop, another pop. And you start to build that background. Okay, something's going on between that balloon and that orange peel, but I don't know what it is. I just know that there's something going on there, right? We would then be able to take that hands-on activity, some of the discussions, some of the inferencing that we're doing, some of the drawing of conclusions, the questions, the curiosity. And now we can take that and we can start using that graphic organizer. Okay, based on what just happened, is there an interesting fact that we've now discovered by using an orange peel and a balloon together? Could we talk about 2 ways the information's important yet? Yeah, probably not. I really don't know how this impacts me personally. I'm really not sure what the goal of this is just yet. But I could put an interesting fact here that a balloon pops when an orange peel comes in contact with it. And then I'm probably also not ready for a 1-sentence summary. So you see how we're building the drama of that lesson, right? We're narrating, we're telling a story, and we're getting them prepared for some deeper learning. Now, we've done that activity. We've gotten to the place where we've kind of asked some questions and we've got some more questions that we want answered. And as the teacher, I'm ready to now bring in, we've done that engage piece. Now I'm ready to explore and explain, right? How is this working? What is this phenomenon? And so this is where now we're going to incorporate a video. So we're going to watch a video together. We're going to see exactly what would happen between that orange and the balloon and why.
We've already unleashed a can of ballistic mayhem and a bunch of balloons. Now it's time for more.
He's got like a hidden pin or something. This isn't real.
You better believe it. Vladimir Maric can burst balloons with just a zest of an orange.
Oh, I wish I could think of a pithy comment.
Why are a few drops of orange juice so destructive to a balloon?
Orange peel contains a chemical called limonene, and it's this that is responsible for the downfall of the balloon.
Now I'm going to pause there because in your mind, you were probably thinking, okay, the reason is because of citric acid, right? We think of citric acid, it's in citrus fruits. We understand how acids work. We're putting it on the balloon. It's potentially popping it. But she explains to us it's actually a completely different chemical called limonene. So let's listen a little bit more about what that means. So how does limonene cause this reaction?
Limonene is a non-polar hydrocarbon, which means that it's made up of carbon and hydrogen and overall has no charge.
Rubber is made of long-chain polymers, which, like limonene, are non-polar hydrocarbons.
When the limonene meets the rubber, life can dissolve life.
This means that when the limonene is sprayed onto the rubber, the limonene molecules can penetrate in between the long rubber chains,
Dissolving it, creating a hole in the balloon, which is going to make it go pop.
Part of the reason why the balloon bursts so fast is because it's full of air, which stretches the rubber into a thin layer. So when the limonene is dropped on top, it only has to eat through a tiny amount, and boom, the balloon bursts. This is never going to work.
Okay, scientists, it's your turn to unleash some balloon bedlam. Orange, you glad that worked? Awesome.
So a fun video, right? And that is what Discovery Education is most well known for, is that we've got these really engaging, exciting videos that do real world things that can be replicated sometimes in the classroom and sometimes not, depending on what the video is about, right? But there's humor in this. It's interesting to students, but it's also very educational. So I want you to kind of think about the power, again, powerful pairings. We're talking about a hands-on activity that we could just have the students do. We could give them a lab sheet. We could tell them do step 1, step 2, step 3. But instead, we're letting them explore and kind of build some explanation and curiosity. We're nurturing that curiosity first. I could do this in a social studies class just as easily, right? We could talk about, we could look at some images together. We could do a more kinesthetic hands-on activity where we're getting up and moving around. This is easy to do in a math class. You could do this in an English language arts class or outside of that. There's lots of content areas beyond just the 4 core that something like this could be done with a hands-on exploration first, where we're not telling them what to think. We're just letting them explore, but very quickly we move into that moment of the explanation of it. We bring in a media source here. Now that we've done the hands-on activity, now that we've done the video, we're able to go back to that 3-2-1 pyramid and we can finish it out. So we would be able to come up with probably at least 2 more interesting facts, one about limonene, for instance, one about nonpolar hydrocarbons. That's a big word, right? We could put some facts in there because now we have more background knowledge than we did coming in and just playing with a balloon and an orange peel. In the middle row, we could write 2 ways this information is important to us. And I can tell you a really quick real world connection here. Just a few weeks ago, we had a really sticky substance in our house that we needed to get rid of. Guess what we used? We used an orange-based cleaner, which broke up those polymers, right? Because the like dissolves like. That's how we can wipe that sticky residue off, because that orange, the limonene from the orange, helps with that. Somebody else in this session that I did back earlier in the summer made a connection to some things that they used to do in the military, and now they understand why the orange is a part of that. Is because of the limonene that dissolves and breaks other chemicals down or other components down. So definitely some good real world connections there. And then if we were to summarize this, we could take the facts that we wrote down, and we could take the information based on the hands-on activity as well as that video, and we could put it into a simple 1-sentence summary that puts all of that learning together. Okay, so just a great example of how to take something that you do normally with a kinesthetic hands-on activity or a self-exploration, but then we're taking it to the next level. We're not just watching a video first and then doing the hands-on activity. We're doing that hands-on activity, inspiring curiosity, then refining that by helping them learn why certain things happened. And then we're helping them with that literacy piece of it. Now we're critical thinking, we're taking all the different things we've learned, putting that into a summary. So there's that literacy tie-in that we know needs to happen across all content areas. All right, so that was just our first instructional strategy. Now we're going to shift over to another option, and again, a powerful pairing. We know many of you are using some type of reading source in your class, whether it's complex text, fiction, because you're an English language arts teacher. Perhaps you're, having your students look at a core text that they're using for science or social studies, even doing some reading and math as well, right? So anytime that you're going to be using some type of reading passage, we've got this option called collage. And collage is nice because, again, it gives students some visuals and they're making some connections before we actually start reading. So this is part of kind of like a pre-reading exercise. I remember doing those a lot in my classroom as a science teacher and also as an English language arts teacher. I want my students thinking first. I'm going to give them a few little hints of what we're doing today, but I want them thinking first and making their own connections so that when we actually do start reading, they have that schema to compare and contrast, and the learning becomes a little more sticky. So with collage, the idea here is that I'm going to take a collection of images and I'm going to put those together. And for me as the teacher, I know that there are some commonalities here that I'm wanting to gear my students toward. But for my students, they don't know that yet, right? The world is open to them. They can be curious, they can be thoughtful, they can ask questions. And I'm not putting them in a box. I'm allowing them to just freely think, but I do have a purpose to this, right? I've strategically chosen these particular images. So if you were in my classroom and I were having you do this, I would tell you, okay, I want you for 2 minutes. I want you to really take a deep look at these images. And I want you to think about what are some common themes. And if you could make a list of common words of things that you're seeing in these pictures, what would your list look like? And so you would take a few minutes and you might take a look at each of these pictures and you're going to make some observations of things kind of like, well, these are all animals, right? Or living things. There's definitely some playfulness here. We've got a caterpillar walking up. We've got an ant here tunneling through. We've got schools of fish. We've got a little girl. I can make a connection between her and her pet dogs here. And the camels, they're both in transportation. We could talk about specific terms like ecosystems, basic needs for animals, environments, food web, food chain. Lots of possibilities here within the science realm, but also just outside of that. Now, for me, the reason why these images were chosen is this actually comes from one of our mystery science lessons, which is another part of what Discovery Education offers for K through 5, is a mystery science component that does bring in some real world connections. And so the question here is, why would a wild animal visit a playground? That's where I'm going with my lesson. And I haven't told my students that yet, but this is where I'm headed. Because there are times where animals, especially more and more now that we've expanded into a lot of different places within our cities and even moving out into the country, we've kind of started taking over spaces where wild animals typically had lived before, or perhaps they're starting to venture more into our areas because their needs are not being met. Their basic needs are not being met, right? So this is a student curiosity. This is actually submitted to us from a student. Why would a wild animal visit a playground? Now, with that lens on, we go back and we think about, okay, these images are kind of whimsical, right? We have our monkeys here hanging upside down, very similar to what would happen on a playground. We often tell our students, don't go up the slide, don't go up the slide. But what's that caterpillar doing? Walking up, right? Like students on slide. There's tunnels there. You might think of this in terms of a playground where you've got all of these different schools of fish here. That's kind of like what happens on a playground, right? You've got these friends over here playing football. You've got these over here jumping rope. You've got these gossiping, these two little gossipers about the other kids, like all of those things that happen on a playground. And here you see we've got a couple of teachers and the kids that they don't want to be out there playing. They want to hang out with the teachers, right? So we're taking two very different things and we're starting to help them make some connections to that without telling them what to think first. Now, we would develop that beyond their list. So we would take their list, pair them up with somebody. They would compare their list and their notes, and feel free to add what your partner has that you don't have and vice versa. Then we would ask them to make a prediction based on those images. Hey, what do you think we're going to read about today? It seems kind of fun, right? What are we going to read about today? We're getting them engaged and excited. And then we're going to have them pick 2 to 3 questions that they're interested in knowing. Put that maybe on an anchor chart. If you really want to go digital, you could do this a little different way. You could take something like a Padlet, which is an online tool that you can use. You could do this in Schoology. I mean, there's lots of options to be able to take these things and digitize it. But here's what I love. So we've done all of this work as pre-reading. Now we're going to make connections. And so we've got a couple of different articles. These are ones that are included in Discovery Education. This one is geared toward elementary, teaching them about the basic needs and animal habitats and ecosystems and how those coexist and how animals need they have basic needs that must be met in their environment. And if they don't get those needs met, they begin to seek out other ways to get those needs met, right? The survival is important to them. But here's what's kind of nice is for our secondary students, we actually have an article about a topic called rehoming, where a group of Tasmanian devils have started to enter into an area that is unsafe for them and unsafe for the humans near them. And so this article talks about how scientists have taken those Tasmanian devils in Australia, have put them in a safe environment where their needs can be met for a short amount of time, are going back into their natural habitat, re-establishing it, making sure that it has adequate shelter, food, water, access to sunlight, and that the population of prey that's available to them to meet their nutrition needs is there. And then they take them and put them back into their natural habitat. And it's solving the problem of those Tasmanian devils coming into those human spaces where it's unsafe for both of them. So, thinking about, again, real world context, we're starting with images, which is something that all students can take and kind of analyze, discuss, putting together their thoughts. They share that with someone else. They make a prediction about what you're going to be reading about. They post that in some form or fashion. And then you actually get into the reading and you're making those connections all the way throughout. You're going to go back to those images periodically. You're going to talk about the questions they have. You're going to see if you've answered those questions. But it really makes for a nice holistic lesson. Again, all based upon knowing that you want them to read and learn about something through literacy. All right, Miss Amanda, we're going to pause because I know you need to come in and give them the code. So we're going to take just a minute to do the code piece of that. And if there's any questions that have come up in the chat, I'm happy to answer those when you're ready, Amanda.
Yes, thank you, Paula. So you'll see the attendance code for this session on your screen. So make sure you write that down, take a screenshot, type it in, wherever you're recording those attendance codes for today, because in a little bit, we'll have the forms open up and you want to submit all the codes for the day at one time. Okay, so make sure you record this code. I'll leave it up on the screen for a minute. And Paula, there haven't been any questions coming in on the chat. Lots of people joining us and saying hello and excited to be here.
Perfect. Well, and I know this one's a little different because we're not teaching them exactly how to use a tool. We're going through the pedagogy of just best practices for teaching with strategies, right? So it's a little different. But if at any point somebody does have questions, please do not hesitate to ask that, and Amanda will be happy to share those, and we can make sure that you're ready. All right, Miss Amanda, let me know when you're ready, and I will jump back in, and we'll finish up with our last instructional strategy.
All right, it's all yours. And absolutely, if you have any questions, just add them in YouTube and I'll get them over to Paula.
Perfect. All right. So just kind of finishing up what we were talking about there, if you wanted just a deeper visual of what I was showcasing with making it digital, this is an example of, instead of doing that anchor chart where you're putting sticky notes on a real piece of paper, that you would actually be able to post some things, and students would be able to have more of that social media feel, but in a safe environment, right? It's in a controlled environment. You could even do this within the part of the platform that we call Studio. You could set up a board where students could actually go in, you can assign it, they can interact as a group, and then they would be able to post their thoughts within that as well. So you can do it within Discovery, or if you have some other favorite tools, we want you to feel comfortable integrating Discovery with any tools that are available to you at your particular campus. All right, so we're going to end with a very popular TV series called Myth Busting. Many of you probably remember that. It was a phenomenon for quite a while. I know my family spent a lot of time watching it. I remember very clearly the episode that talked about just how far a sneeze goes after you sneeze. And that made me very cognizant of making sure that I taught my children to cover with their elbow, because I thought, ooh, those sneezes go pretty far. So I have some of my own anchored memories in some of these things. But as you'll remember, the premise of the myth busting show was that they're going to pose a question. And then within that question, the idea is that we're going to then see if it's confirmed or busted, right? And we use our background knowledge, we use our schema, we think for ourselves, okay, if I know a lot about this, do I feel like this is going to be confirmed? What if I don't know much about it at all? This is a new topic for me. I have to activate whatever background knowledge is limited or as robust as it is and try to make a good conclusion. And then once we've made our prediction of confirm or bust, then we're going to move into actually confirming or busting it, right? So that we would know whether it was accurate or not based upon that initial question that we asked. So again, great resources here. Now, I want to showcase something a little different in this part for you. And that is, before I showed you a teacher-facing video. But we also have some student-facing videos that work with these strategies as well. So especially if you teach older students, or if you'd rather put a video up and have the video teach your students more succinctly how to do a particular strategy, we're here again to save you time and give you good resources for making sure you have those best learning experiences. So we're going to watch a little bit of the myth busting video. That is the student facing version, so that you can just get a feel for the difference between the adult facing version and the student facing version.
Have you seen the show Mythbusters, where they experiment to confirm or bust popular myths? Like that lightning never strikes the same place twice. Well, congratulations. You are one of the next Mythbusters. In a moment, you'll receive a list of statements which will be your myths that you'll either confirm as fact or bust as fiction. You'll need to do some critical thinking, considering what you already know about the topic, and do a little problem solving, thinking about what makes sense. So you can either confirm or bust the myths. First, you'll get your myths about the topic. For example, while watching a video about your sense of taste, you might consider these myths. You have a guess which ones will be confirmed and which ones will be busted? Before learning about the topic, make a graphic organizer like this one. Then, focus on any important information that can prove or bust the myths while watching the video. Make a note on your graphic organizer if the myth can be confirmed or busted, and record any evidence to support your guess. Next, review your notes and make a final guess to confirm or bust each myth. Finally, you'll share your guesses with the class. On a piece of paper, write confirmed on one side and busted on the other. When asked, hold up either confirmed or busted for each myth. Be ready to support your decisions with evidence. For a new challenge, you can create your own myth statements and challenge a partner to confirm or bust them. Just pick a topic, view a piece of media, focus on the key ideas and details, and create myths, some true and some false, that you think will stump your partner. Ready to start myth busting?
So look at just how engaging that is, right? In just a matter of a couple of minutes, I show this, I get my students very excited about what we're going to do today, that they're going to be those mythbusters out there. And I love the extensions that go with this particular strategy because it's so straightforward, right? I have a question, maybe I have a list of statements, we're going to confirm or bust. But it takes that critical thinking to the next level because it's asking them not only to say, okay, I think it's confirmed or busted, why? And that is a huge question that we need students to think about. Why do I think this way? Why do I feel this way about it? What in my schema or background knowledge do I know makes this confirmed or busted? And what have I learned? Where's the evidence to support that? And so then again, they extend it to the next level where they say, okay, now students could create their own list of statements and quiz each other around that. So there's several different extensions. You can use it very simplistically. You can take it to that next level of having multiple statements. And then you can even take it to the next level where you're having them create their own statements and quizzing each other, right? So lots of ownership in that lesson, lots of good extensions. Doesn't take a lot of time. So we're going to do a quick example of this one, and we're going to do it with a topic that is the Rosetta Stone. Now, many of you may have heard of Rosetta Stone before, and I probably could ask you if you put in the chat, what do you think of when you think of Rosetta Stone? Most of you would probably say, well, it's a program that helps you learn a language, right? That's great background knowledge because if I don't actually know what the real Rosetta Stone is, I have no context for why that program is called that, but I at least know that Rosetta Stone is something that helps me learn a language. I can draw some conclusions here, which might help me with the statement below. So here's our statement about the Rosetta Stone. The Rosetta Stone was a tool used to unlock the mysterious history of Egypt. So now I would think, okay, do I feel like this is going to be confirmed or is that busted? Do I think that this is a little too specific? This is really based on my current schema. This doesn't really, I don't think so. Or yeah, absolutely. I can make those connections, right? So again, not giving you any background knowledge on it, just asking a simple, straightforward question or making a statement. And then I'm going to ask you to make that prediction, confirmed or busted. Now, a lot of times we default to reading or watching a video, right? Reading a reading passage or a text and then watching a video. But for this one, we're actually going to rely on those auditory senses, and we are going to be listening to just a little snippet of a podcast. Now, I'm going to play the beginning of it for you because I want you to see this is a research-based, standards-aligned tool that students are going to need to know how to use. Having a student that's in college right now, she uses podcasts quite frequently in her classes. So it's a great tool for them to know how to use. But we want them to use it in a safe environment. If you've ever looked at some of the podcast options out there, they're not always appropriate for students, right? And so we want to make sure that we have a safe environment. Discovery provides that for you. You don't have to worry about it being inappropriate or not being research-based. So here's an example of a podcast we have that talks about the Rosetta Stone. We're going to listen to just a little bit of it and get a feel for how this works. And then we're going to see how we could use that in our classroom. All right, so I'm going to play a little bit of it for you. It takes just a minute to start.
Stuff you missed in history class from howstuffworks.com.
Hello, welcome to the podcast. I'm editor Candace Gibson, joined by staff writer Jane McGrath. Hey there. Jane, when you think of ancient Egypt, what comes to mind?
Mummies.
Mummies?
Yeah.
Very nice, very nice. I
Yeah.
think of pyramids and Cleopatra with her crazy black eyeliner. And I guess everyone wore black eyeliner. And it wasn't so crazy. I think it actually helped deflect the sun.
All right, so you can see that there's that banter, right? It's interesting. It catches my attention. They're talking about things that are humorous or that two people would have in an academic dialogue. Podcasts are fabulous for helping students see how good communication works between two people. So you're doing some of that soft skill teaching alongside the content. Now, if I zoom forward just a little bit here, I'm going to get to the meat of this, and we're going to listen to a little bit about Rosetta Stone and just kind of get that conceptual understanding of what it truly is so that we can decide, is this confirmed or busted?
Hold over France in that area, the English were really adamant that they hand it over.
Yeah, so by the Treaty of Capitulation, they had to give it over to the British, but the French were pretty quick thinking. So they made some copies of it, first of all, and that was
smart.
really, really smart. So the British had the original Rosetta Stone. The French had copies of it, and both camps set to work trying to figure out what it was.
And it was pretty hard. Like when I learned about the Rosetta Stone back in school, I guess I just learned the basic facts that it was the key to figuring out hieroglyphics. But it's interesting to look at the history because it actually took them quite a while to actually figure out and crack the code.
It really did. And it had 3 different types of writing on it.
That's right. It had Greek, which was relatively well known at the time by academics, and Demotic, which is sort of a subset of hieroglyphics, and hieroglyphics itself.
So these 3 different strata of languages. And we know from the Greek, that was the easiest to interpret because, like you said, scholars did know Greek. And the Reverend Stephen Weston actually interpreted that in April 1802. We realize that the stone was dated from March 27th, 196 BC. What scholars later found out is that it was one in a series of stela, essentially like a religious or governmental decree written on stone. And these were very, very common in Egypt. It was almost like the 10 Commandments being on a tablet. This was what people did. I mean, the Egyptians later had papyrus, but for the time being, they were putting their writing on stone. And there were so many that this one, the Rosetta Stone, really is not that significant in the grand scheme of things.
The actual message on it is not that
the
riveting.
message on it is not that riveting. I think basically it talks about how the Pharaoh is a good person. The Pharaoh respects the gods. The Pharaoh is humble. Ergo, let's all honor the Pharaoh. But it was the key to deciphering hieroglyphics that makes it so memorable today.
All right, and that's where we're coming to the gist of this, right? So our question is, was the Rosetta Stone a tool used to unlock the mysterious history of Egypt? We could confirm that, right? Because what they're talking about here is the fact that it was a form of language that was not known previously, that we were able to analyze, and we were able to go in and get some historical context. So that Rosetta Stone actually became the method that helped us to understand as we were unlocking more and more of these hieroglyphics that were found, which gave us more insights. This actual Rosetta Stone didn't really help us understand the history of Egypt, but it unlocked that for us as we moved forward with some of these other texts to help us to understand, as we found more and more of those, what actually happened throughout the history of Egypt. So we could say that this one is confirmed, right? But think about the power of audio. We didn't really have much of a visual. I mean, I did go ahead and put a picture there just to kind of give you an idea. But really, we were focused in on listening, perhaps taking notes, and really kind of leaning in and fine-tuning our listening skills there. All right, well, it has been a pleasure to be with you during this time. And so we're going to end with the same one I used in my last session, but I love this. It's super simple. It doesn't take long. So I want you to tell me, based on what you learned about these instructional strategies today, I used to think blank, but now I think this, right? So if you want to put that in the chat, we love how you share with each other. And I actually go back and take a look at them afterwards. But one thing I want to point out as we wrap up, you can go into Discovery Education and you can actually type in the keyword SOS at the top, and it will pull up an instructional strategies channel. This is where you can go find all of those instructional strategies. You can get the PDFs that we showcased. You can get the student-facing videos, and you can get those instructional supports that will actually give you a top 10 list to help you navigate through whatever content or grade level or subpopulation of students that you're serving within your classroom. So just remember, SOS, help, I need help, type it in. It's going to unlock the mysterious history of Discovery Education, much like the Rosetta Stone does. So, all right, Miss Amanda, back to you, my friend.
All right. I was happy to relearn that the Rosetta Stone wasn't just like a grocery list.
It's not.
Yeah. I was like, I realized it wasn't significant, but I'm like, oh, at least it said something about the Pharaoh,
It did.
Yeah. So thank you, Paula. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen because we're going to take a short break and be back again with Paula again in a few minutes. But if that is not for you, the easiest way to find a session for this next hour is if you go to our website, cfisd.net/DLC, and then click on the button to access the conference site. When you come in, click on 725 sessions on the left, and then we're wrapping up the 1 o'clock hour, getting ready to go to 2 o'clock. So if you scroll down, this will show you all the options at 2 o'clock. Okay, if you find a session you want to attend, so if you want to be here for the Discovery Education quiz, just click on that one, and then this blue button will have the video link. Okay, so you're welcome to stay with us. You're welcome to find another session if that fits better. And then for the next few minutes, I'm going to go ahead and just share a little video. If you're hanging out with us, please go ahead and do a little bit of a stretch for the day. Just, move around a little bit. It's good for us. So we'll be back in a few minutes.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities. In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge. Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference. There is truly something for everyone.
Here's a quick tip for you. If you ever wanted to insert a link directly, all you need to do is highlight what you want the hyperlink attached to and do Control-K. Once you do that, the window comes up. You just Control-V for the paste of that website URL, and there you have it. It's now hyperlinked. Y'all have a wonderful day.
Our website has all of the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. While attending the sessions, type or write down the attendance codes for each session.
During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write the code down and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will also need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 4 p.m. and you will have until midnight tonight to submit your codes for credit.
Campuses at each level will be able to select a price package that best suits their needs. These price packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboard, headphones, charging towers, wireless mice, and robots. Don't forget to submit your attendance each day and complete the feedback forms sent after the conference to help your campus win one of these amazing prize packages.
Here's a tiny tech tip for your Google Slides. You can now easily insert GIFs into your presentation. Go to Insert, Images, and you'll see that new feature. On the right-hand side, you can search for your terms and look at all the fun options you have to place into your presentations. Have fun GIFing!
It's time for the conference. On the days of DLC, you can access the session links in the app by going to the session details or your schedule if you created it on the app. Select your session and click on the blue video link. This will launch the live session in YouTube, where you can interact in the chat. The live chat feature is a great place to make connections, ask questions, and contribute to the conversation. During the session, pay close attention to your attendance codes. Every session has a different code, and you will need this in order to submit attendance and get professional development credit at the end of the day.
You will now gather all of the attendance codes that you've collected throughout the day. There are different links for day 1 and day 2. Notice that there are several attendance form links for in-district employees. If you are a SciFair employee, click the corresponding blue buttons based on your last name on the participant planning sheet or the conference app. It will launch the Google form so you can enter attendance credit for the day. Enter each attendance code for every session that you attended. You must click Submit, and you will receive an email confirmation receipt. For new SciFair employees without credentials, you will click the corresponding gold button in the participant planning sheet or the conference app. You'll enter your email address, campus, and role, along with your attendance codes for the day. Finally, for out-of-district educators, you will select the corresponding purple button from the participant planning sheet or directly from the conference app. You'll enter your email address along with your full name, the school that you work at, as well as the access codes for each session that you attended. Out-of-district educators will receive a certificate to the email that you provided, so please make sure that it's entered correctly. In-district employees will receive credit through CFISD. Remember, everyone will receive a confirmation email receipt if you submitted a Google form successfully. The forms will be open from 3 p.m. through midnight.
Your feedback for our event ensures the Digital Learning Conference is high quality, and we invite presenters that impact your classroom and teaching practice. Your feedback is important and helps shape the future of DLC. Look for this form in your email soon after the event. We are so excited that you've decided to join us for SciFair's Virtual Digital Learning Conference in 2024. Go to the website and start planning today.
Let's make ClassLink work for you. Did you know that you can make your own folders? You can make folders for what you visit daily, but hey, let's go ahead and go to the edit mode, add a folder for some stuff that you just never use. Okay, it will create your folder at the bottom and then go through it. If there's things that, really don't pertain to you, right click, add to folder, and never use. Right click, add to folder, and never use. Clear up that clutter if that makes you happy.
The EdTech team would like to thank our wonderful business partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some fantastic prizes. You can enter to win these prizes in 2 ways. The first way is by submitting your attendance at the end of each day. The second way is to submit the feedback form that will be sent after the event.
Okay, and welcome to DLC. For this next session, we're going to have Paula Taylor back with us again with Discovery Education. And if this is your first session with her today, Paula has spent the last several years really helping SciFair embrace Discovery Ed and the Discovery Ed experience, which is really useful because she has a deep understanding of both the Discovery Ed platform and what it offers and student learning. So she's a really great partner for us to work with. And in this session, we're going to be looking at the Discovery Education quiz. So it's fun to have 3 sessions in a row, all a little different.
Right, all just a little different, but there's some common themes that will tie throughout these. So I love that, again, partnering with the district and helping you all to kind of know the tools that are at your fingertips. I have to tell you, Amanda, it's funny going back and looking at the chat, how many people say, I used to think that Discovery was just videos. And it's crazy to think that we've had this type of platform for almost 10 years now, but people still recognize us for our videos, which is not a bad thing, but we want to make sure that, we take you to that next level. And so what I love about the fact that, we have great videos is that we're going to level that up today. So we're going to use that as your foundation with Discovery. And we're going to level that up by talking about how you can take just an average, ordinary old video, and you can do something really stellar with it. And so we're going to showcase that for you today. All right. So as the case with the other sessions that we've done. I do have a QR code there, as well as a link that can take you in, or a URL to take you in to be able to get the presentation. You do need to have an account with Discovery Education. So if you're from CFISD, that means that you're going to have access to this with no problem. It'll prompt you to log in if you're not already logged in. But if you're not, if you're coming from a different district, we do service districts all across the state of Texas. So there's a good chance that your district has it too. You just may not know it. But either way, we want you to have access to this. You can take a screenshot or a snippet of it if you want to. You can even take a picture with your phone. But this is something that you'll want to grab for yourself. You can load it now if you'd like, or you can just enjoy the session today and then have this as a takeaway to go back to. So we're going to give you just a few more seconds to grab that if you need to digitally, so that you will have it to be able to go back and refresh and review the things that you heard today. Because in 50 minutes, we're going to cover quite a bit of content, but we want to make sure you have the right tools to go back and really know how to implement it in your classroom. All right, so I do like to call this topic assessment, or the title of our session, Assessment Can Be a Game Changer. And we are going to be focusing on Discovery Education's tool, which is called Quiz. But I do feel like assessment can be a game changer. Sometimes assessment gets a bad stigma, right? We say assessment or STAR or test or TELPAS or whatever the assessment is. And it puts, kind of a feeling in the pit of our stomach that's negative. But actually, I really want us to focus on the positivity that comes with assessing where students are and the different ways that we can do that. And Discovery Education's quiz gives you a really fun way to do that, that's engaging for students. And that's what we're all about. So in this particular session, we're going to explore some of the pre-built quizzes that are in the DE library. We're going to talk about a video quiz. We're going to start with what you already know, which is the great videos. We're going to talk about standard interactive quizzes. While we go through this, we're going to explore some of those SOS strategies. So in the previous two sessions, we focused on SOS, meaning spotlight on strategies, how we can include those into the pieces that we do throughout our lesson. Well, that's no different for this session. You can take those instructional strategies and put them into your quizzes, and they will give you amazing opportunities for discussion, critical thinking, and just really extending that learning and making it sticky, anchoring it in for you. And we're going to make sure at the end, because this tool, it's not hard to learn, but it's nice to have an option to go back and learn for yourself. So at the end of this, we're going to make sure that we connect you with the support resources where you can really go in and learn the finest features and the strategic ways that you can implement this and really roll this out with your students. All right, so we're going to start with a different instructional strategy than I used in my previous two sessions. And with this one, we're going to call this one, Who Are You? So the idea here is I've got 4 different pictures. And if I were in a classroom setting, I might put the 4 different pictures up, and then I might have you go to a corner, right? You've heard of 4 corners before. So you pick which one you are, you go to the corner that you represent, and you're ready to defend your answer. For us, we're going to do it digitally today. So there's no corners to go to, but I do want you to think for yourself of these 4 question types. Which one of these do you personally feels like provides the best opportunity for students to demonstrate mastery of a particular topic? So do you feel like short answer is the best way for students to show that they've learned it? Do you feel like multiple select is that way? Do you feel like audio where they record themselves? Or do you feel like annotation? So out of these 4 question types, and these are different, right? These are not, this isn't the old STAR. This is more aligned to what we're doing with our new assessment and really getting to the core of what students actually know with constructed response, multiple select, recording themselves, and annotation. So out of the 4 of those, if you could only pick one, which one of these would you stand behind as the most impactful way that students can show mastery of a particular topic? And I'm going to let you think for just a few seconds around that. For me personally, I would fall in the camp of short answer, right? I used to be a writing teacher at one point. I really feel like there's a lot of power that comes when students take what's here and it transfers out either at fingertips typing or they're writing with a writing instrument. There's a lot of power that goes into that. But that's a struggle. That's a struggle for some friends, right? And so in our previous session where we talked about SOS strategies, there's a lot of those that help students get past that barrier. But I have to also give some props to multiple select because I mean, although it is the kind of the interesting cousin of multiple choice, right? Multiple select has some pretty great value to it in that there are very few times in life, in the real world, when you become an adult and start making decisions, there are very few times that there's just one way to do something, right? There's several different approaches or one answer, and you have to explore options. But there's also times when there are multiple factors that fall in line together. And you have to know how to disaggregate that information of this is important versus this is not, right? So that's kind of what multiple select does versus multiple choice, where it's just one answer. Audio, man, if there is ever a generation that needs, that prompting on how to communicate with each other effectively, we're facing that now, right? We spend a lot of time typing and interacting in social media, but we don't spend as much talking and expressing ourselves in that way. So giving students that opportunity to record themselves, to think about what they're thinking before they say it. This is a really great way to assess where students are as well. And then, of course, I do really appreciate annotation. There are, again, very few times as an adult that I don't need to take some notes on things or make some notes or analyze things. So annotation is actually a really strong way to encourage critical thinking. So out of the 4 of these are just 4 of the 7 different question types that are available within the Discovery Education quiz part of the platform. And we're going to take a look at which quizzes use which question types and how they can be used impactfully. I'm going to give you some examples of that. I'm going to show you how to do it. That was actually the feedback we got last year from a similar session, is we really want to know the ins and outs of how to create these things ourselves. So we're going to spend a little bit more time on that part of it this year. I heard your pleas for giving some deeper knowledge around that. So that's what we're going to do today. One of the things that I really appreciate, though, is being able to talk to experts around assessment. And so as we go in and we start taking a look at this as an assessment tool, I'd love for us to have a specific lens that we're looking through of, yes, when we say assessment, most of the time we default to STAR, right? We're thinking those STAR 2.0 type questions. But what I want you to think about, and the author John Wink, who is a Texas educator, still working in the school system at a district here in the state of Texas, what he says about assessment is, here's the deal. Assessment is not testing. So I want you to kind of take and pause that for just a minute. It is not testing. What does he mean by that? Of course it's testing. Well, here's what he goes on to say. Assessment is determining if learning is actually taking place. And I think no matter where we stand on legislation, how we feel about testing and assessing students, I think we can all agree it's pretty important for us as educators to know if learning is actually happening. If we just disseminate information, but we don't have a way of knowing if students are absorbing it and can apply it to their real life, we're missing that opportunity. And that's really the goal of what we do as educators, is to make sure students walk away knowing more than they did when they came in, right? And can do that application. He says, in fact, assessment is a vital component of excellent instruction. And without assessment, you're not delivering instruction. You're just disseminating information and opportunities to learn out into the wind and just hoping that somebody grabs something here and there. So we have to have a way to really know if students are truly getting what we're conveying to them. And he goes on to say there's lots of different ways to do that. Today, we're going to take a look at how to make assessment a little more engaging. Can you use quiz for a traditional quiz and test? Absolutely, no doubt. But what we want you to think about is how can we be creative? How can we work on assessing if they really understand it and having those meaningful interactions with them through that assessment lens, which is why I like to say it's a game changer, right? Is if we know what kids are learning, we know what our students are grasping, and we know what they're not, that really helps us to lean in and provide the best enrichment or extensions for them, but then also helping them to understand and scaffolding them where they have those gaps. All right, so with that being said, we're going to hop over to the actual platform itself. If you're logging in, that's great. You certainly can. There are two different ways that Cypress Fairbanks can get in. One of those is going through your digital technology hub that connects with ClassLink. Wherever you go in, whatever you call it, to go in and get your technology tools. Discovery Education is a part of that. So you can log in with that, with your district username, password to get you into all your digital tools. You also can use this with Schoology, but here's one word of caution that I want to make to you. Quiz does not yet, and I say yet with a big Y, does not yet interact well with Schoology. But we're working on that integration. So they're two very separate platforms. The grade passback doesn't work the same, things like that. And so I don't want to confuse anybody today by saying, go into Schoology, Discovery Education's there, now use Quiz. You can use it that way, but there's not grade passback between the two of those. And once we get in and you start seeing how Quiz works, I think you're going to understand why it's a little more valuable at this point to just use it through Discovery Education and not feel like you have to connect that in with your Schoology classroom, because the two of them are, they kind of have different functionalities, but we're working on that integration. It's a hope that we'll have that up and running within maybe the next year or so, where there will be some opportunity, because we know if we can make your load lighter, we certainly want to do that. There's just some back end work that has to happen there. All right, so having said that, I do want you, if you're able to log in, if not, just enjoy the session today. But I'd love for you to be able to go in and actually interact with this and maybe build a quiz yourself, because that is how we learn, right? Is by doing. And so as we get started, probably most of us would think, okay, well, I'm going to go find Quiz. I'm going to look for Quiz. I'm going to type Quiz in here. Maybe I come over here to my navigation panel and I scroll through and I say, ooh, there's Quiz. I can click in and I can go to it and get started. Absolutely. You definitely can do that. But here's what I'm going to tell you is probably a much more productive way to do it, because once you get into Quiz, especially if you're going to make a video quiz, you'll go into Quiz and then you'll start your quiz and then you'll have to search for your video, and it's a little bit smaller search window. Whereas if we start with the video first, it opens up the world of options for us. So that's what we're going to do today, okay? So I come up here to my search bar at the top and I'm going to type in something like sharks. Again, always making a shameless plug for Shark Week at Discovery. But I'm going to type in sharks. And when I get there, it's going to take me to a page like this, right? Where I can filter for all kinds of options. You know, in the previous session, we talked about activities. We've looked at instructional strategies. We've taken a look at text a little bit and audio, things like that. For this session, we are going to have you filter for video. So if you're following along and you're clicking in, type in your topic, do a keyword search for it. And then we're going to have you filter and fine tune it down to just your videos. And then we want you to go through and take a look and see if there's a particular video that you would be interested in building a quiz off of today. Now, if you're just here to observe and learn and you're not actually clicking along, that's fine. I'm going to kind of just scroll through and give you that view of the process. So I'm looking here and I'm thinking, okay, these are some interesting videos. This doesn't fit what I'm looking for. This one is 2 minutes and 12 seconds. Yeah, that one could work for me. But I would continue to look, and then notice there's several different pages here that I could continue to go through. The video that I'm going to select for me today is one called Shark Checkup. So I've already done my work. I've already figured out that's the video that I want to use. And when I'm ready for it, I'm going to click on it and I'm going to open it up full screen for myself. Okay. So again, if you're following along and you're doing the same thing, I want you to go ahead and just select a video from what's there in your search. And you're going to pull that up and you're going to get a window that looks really similar to this. Okay. Now you may see that it says view full details. And so you're going to want to go ahead and click on that blue button. If you don't see build an activity here, click on view full details, and then that's going to pull up this view for you. So I'm going to back up. I'm here doing my search. I click on my video segment. If I don't see build an activity, I'm going to take it one step further and I'm going to click on view full details. And when I get to that place, this is where the magic starts to happen. Okay. So hopefully you've gotten to that place where you've clicked on view full details, and you're ready to start creating something. Now, in a previous session today, we talked about a tool called Studio. So you actually have two options here. We believe fully that teachers should have options for how they want to engage their students, but it should always be high quality material that they're using, right? So I'm going to select build an activity, and it's going to give me two choices. The first of which is building a video quiz. The second option is what we covered a couple of sessions ago, where I could actually take and put this into a slideshow presentation where I could ask quiz questions there. I could do a constructed response, multiple choice, multiple select, or even have a block where they can upload a picture of something that they want to use as evidence of learning. That was the previous session. So for this one, we're going to talk about how do we go in and we start building this video quiz. So if you're following along with me and working through it, we're ready for you to actually go ahead and select video quiz. And then we're going to do next. Now from here, this is where I get to start adding my questions. And there's a couple of different approaches to this. Again, you're going to kind of play with it. You're going to figure out the modus operandi that works best for you with this. But there's a couple of different approaches. One, if I haven't seen the video yet, and I really don't know what pieces are part of it, I don't really know where I want my quiz questions, that's fine. I can select it, tell it I want to build a quiz. And then now I can sit here and I can watch it right here within the screen. Now let me zoom out just a little bit so that I can show a little bit more of that screen for you. So I can just play it from where I'm at.
Got two spotted and one tasseled. Pretty easy to catch. Just watch your fingers on the net, and bring them up to the surface and then swim across.
All right, now I've watched enough of it to know, okay, I think I might want a pre-reading question here, right? I mean, a previewing question, not pre-reading, previewing. What are we going to learn about today? So I could take this and roll it back if I want to the very beginning of it. And instead of just stopping it wherever I want to add, I can come right up here to add new question. So if I click on add new question, this is where it's going to give me that opportunity to actually add a new question. And for a video quiz, we have three different question types. So we have short answer, we have poll, we have multiple choice. Now you're like, wait a second, Paula, you told me that there were some other quiz question types. There absolutely are. Those are available for our standard quiz, which we're also going to explore after we're finished talking through the video quiz. But there are three different question types. Short answer, or what we call constructed response in Texas. Polling, which doesn't really have a right or wrong answer, right? It's just what's your opinion or what do you think about this? And then, of course, our old faithful multiple choice, right? So we've got those 3 question types. Now, as the video is progressing through, there will be strategic places that I may want to put my questions in here. And notice that it's asking for a time, but you don't have to stress about that because it will do the calculation of time for you. So whether you preview that video and you know the different timestamps that you want to stop at, or whether you're doing it as you're going, right? You're watching it, you're listening, and you're like, that's where I want my question. You pause the video, you add a question. It will do that calculation for you. So you don't have to do that calculating on its behalf. Also, you have the option to put your teacher notes in here. Now, for you personally, you may not need the teacher notes because you're the teacher delivering this. But what if you're part of a team and you guys actually are dividing and conquering and you want a quiz that you create to be shared with some of your other teachers? You can even do that across the district, right? I may partner with somebody that's a personal friend of mine that we go to workshops together, or we teach the same thing. We're part of a committee that works together at the district level, and we want to share these with each other. So there may be some things that are in my mind that I might need for a colleague to know. So I may want to put some teacher notes here so that that person knows what I'm thinking and can have that as a reference. But there are times when you also might want to make a note for yourself, like don't forget to include XYZ, right? Or be on the lookout for, or here are some keywords. It also has the option to not be graded. So if you don't want it to be graded, you just want to do it for engagement, you can do that. But you can also enable it. And then one other nice thing here is that you can do auto grade by keyword, but note, it's got to be an exact match. So this works really well for something like math, for instance, where you're saying 4 times 4 is 16, right? That is the answer. If it's something that is not as finite as that, if it doesn't have one exact answer or a specific phrase that you're wanting them to use or an exact vocabulary term, you may not want to use that auto grade keyword, but it doesn't hurt to use it because enough kids may have a similar answer that matches the exact answer that you have for it. And it could do some of that grading for you, and anything that it doesn't grade, you would just go back and have to grade yourself, right? So you're going to play with it. You're going to explore it. That's the best way that I can say to do this is how I learned it when it first came available about 4 years ago, is I went in, I practiced it. I joined my own quiz from my phone. I took it, I explored it. I had my kids at home experiment a little bit with me. I maybe had a colleague do that with me. So you're going to play with it. You're going to kind of figure out the ins and outs of how these things work and what your preference is. You also get to select the type of grading, the points that you want there. If it is short answer, that means you do have to put your eyes on it to confirm that, yes, they have met the criteria for this short answer. If it's a poll is more of a participation, right? There's not a right or wrong answer. But if it's multiple choice, you do get to select the correct answer, and then it will do that auto grading for you. And I know some of you just breathed a sigh of relief. You're like, yes, something that helps do some of my grading for me. There is no shame in that, right? There are times when we really do need technology to help us out with that. It just makes our life a little easier and saves us time. So definitely can make that selection. You could do a quiz of only just multiple choice, only constructed response short answer, and only polling. I mean, your choice in what kind of variety of questions you use. Now, let's take the broader picture here, right? It's pretty simplistic. We play, we add our question, we choose. When we're ready to move on to the next, we just simply hit save and play. The video continues to move through. We stop it when we're ready to add a quiz question, and so on and so forth until we get to the very end. A lot of times teachers will do a previewing question. What do you think we're going to learn about today? And then they'll have that culminating activity here. One recommendation that we make is that you go in and look at those high yield instructional strategies, the ones we call SOS strategies, And think of a great way to tie this up, like the flip-flop that we did in the previous session. I used to think this, but now I think this. A 6-word story where they write 6 words to express what they just learned about. AEIOU, adjective, where they're listing an adjective. The E is an emotion. The I is something that's interesting to them. The O is something that surprised them. And the U would be a question they still have. Right? So I love for that to be kind of our ending question there. If you can tie a good instructional strategy in, we've got lots of those that would fit within the context of quiz. So let's take a look at what this looks like once we actually do get it created. So I already have it keyed up for us because it is a short session today, but I wanted to give you that bird's eye view of big picture, but now let's get into that minutia of what it looks like once it's actually created, okay? So you're going to see here that I've got 3 different question types. Short answer to start with. What do you think we're going to learn about today? It starts at 0 seconds, meaning before the video ever starts playing, they're going to have that question come up. And then what are they checking with it for with the ultrasound is a poll. That's an opinion question. And then I've got a true or false. Sharks need checkups just like humans, and they're going to do a true or a false based on that. If I wanted to add more quiz questions, I certainly could. I could go back. Maybe I had a quiz I created a couple of weeks ago, but I want to redo it a little bit differently for next year. I could go ahead and open that up, edit that quiz, and then it would be updated for the next time that I wanted to use that. And then thinking here, where do the question, like, how do I know where these questions hit? So when you hit play, it will actually show you where those quiz questions are. Quiz questions, that's a mouthful, where the question is. So here's question 1, here's question 2, here's question 3. And if I were to add that final question, like a 6-word story or AEIOU, for instance, I could go ahead and add one more question, add that here, and then I would see that final dot right there. Okay, so this is starting from scratch, right? Remember, let's go back through the path of I went and did a keyword search, I found my video, I chose build an activity, I went into video quiz, and now I've been sitting here and I've added my questions. Now I'm ready to actually do something with it. So you have, again, 2 choices. We love choices. One of those is you can launch it live with your students, and you could have them use a join code like you've seen them use for other platforms probably. They have a join code and they would be able to join the quiz and they can do it live with you. You also have the option of assigning it to them. So if I'm done and I'm ready, I'm going to click save and close. It's going to take me into my quiz dashboard here, and I'm going to see there's that quiz right there. So most of you are probably going to create these ahead of time. You will come in that morning as you're getting ready to use this in class with students. And there's that circle with the 3 dots. If I need to edit it, I can click on it, open it up, and edit it. But if I'm ready to deploy it, I'm going to come right over here, circle with the 3 dots, and this is what's going to give me some choices. If I want to assign it directly to my students so that they can complete it asynchronously, I can do that. What if I want them to complete it in class, but I still want to assign it to them, headphones in, and then I'm actively monitoring? You can definitely do that as well. If you need to edit it, if you want to see what it looks like from a student's view before you give it to your students so that you'll see what it looks like with the video and the questions, you can do that. If you need to share it with a colleague, now, caution here, share doesn't mean share with students. Sharing with students is either assigning it or launching it. The share is for you to share with a colleague or another adult so that they can also use that quiz. So this is an adult or an educator only feature. And then of course, delete. And then we do have that option for print. So if you do have a student that has an accommodation where they need to print, you could absolutely do that. Although I suspect you have other ways that you would be working with a student who needs a print-based quiz, but who knows? That might be a possibility. It was an ask that teachers made. We put it in there for you. So those are the different choices that you have. If I want to assign it, I click on assign, it pulls up my classes, it wizards me through. I can assign it to whoever I want to, and then it shows up in their assignment queue. They're ready to use. But if I want to actually launch this live, I'm going to click launch now. And again, we'd love to give you choices. We're going to say, okay, are you sure? Are you sure you want to launch it live, or do you want to assign it? Did you mean assign? But if you really meant launch, then you can select launch now. A couple of toggles that are here. One is allow skipping. So do you want kids to skip through the video? You don't, probably, right? So you're going to make sure that that's toggled off. If it happens to be toggled on, just keep your eyes on that. Make sure it's toggled off. You don't want them to skip unless that's what you truly want. But another nice thing here is allow guest participants. And this is great for if you're doing professional learning, you're doing a PLC and you want to demo this, but also great if you have students who are newly enrolled and their single sign-on access and accounts are not quite ready yet. You don't have to wait. And I remember that being a real struggle in middle school, as my classes would change from day to day for the first 2 or 3 weeks of school as kids were coming in, kids were going out, kids were changing their schedules. It was a real struggle to keep up with your roster on a day-to-day basis, right? And sometimes there's a bit of a lag. So this way you don't have to worry about that. It's still a secure platform. You're still not going to be able to have anybody join the quiz that isn't part of your group. It's very controlled, but this will allow students that don't have an account today to participate in the quiz just like any other student as long as they have a device. Okay. All right, Amanda, I think we want to pause for just a minute here and allow you to come in and do the code for getting credit. So we're gonna do just a quick pause there. At least I think so.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, perfect. All right, well, I'm
Things
gonna
are,
stop sharing.
yeah, things are moving on me.
They are.
So
They
on your
are.
screen, you should see the attendance code right now. You want to go ahead and record, take a screenshot, type it in, however you're recording your attendance codes for today, because shortly this afternoon, those forms will open up and you're just going to enter all of those attendance codes for the day to make sure you get credit for being here and joining us.
Perfect.
Yes, and we do have one question from the chat, and I tried to make sure we were asking the correct question.
Okay.
But I think what Catherine was trying to ask is, do students access the quiz the same way that the teachers do when setting it up? But based on what you just shared, I think that it would be different depending on if you're going live or you're sharing a link.
Yeah, yeah. So we're gonna get that question
Okay.
answered in just a minute when we move into the next part of it. Yeah, definitely. But great question. And just to kind of get the verbiage around that while we're waiting for them to make sure they've got their code there. The idea behind it is when students log in, at the top of their screen, they see a little blue button that says join live activity. And so they click on that and you're going to get a join code that you give them. And so they would enter that code. But if you've assigned it to them when they log into Discovery Education, so they will go to their Discovery Education account through the single sign-on at the district level. And then they're going to see in their assignment queue that it's been assigned to them. So whichever way you choose to go, but live quiz always has a button that they can join the live activity. And then students who have it assigned would go into their assignment queue. It shows up right at the top of their screen. So great question. And I know some of this seems a little ambiguous, but once you get in and you start exploring it, it will click for you. And one of the things that I showcased in the previous group is that if you ever want to see the student's view, you can actually come right over here to the 3 lines. Anywhere you're at in the platform, you see the 3 lines. You can come right in here to your classrooms. And then from classrooms, this is where you can access your students. So if you want to go in, and I've got my little excited to learn friend here, I can click on that and I can actually sign in as that student. And then that's going to give me that student view. So once you have students assigned to you, you may have to wait until rosters are updated, things like that. But once you have students that show up in your classes, you'll be able to sign in as a student and go in and see what it looks like. So you can make an assignment, then go in, impersonate their account for a few minutes, go up to their assignment queue and take a look at it. And that way you're familiar with what the student view looks like. But always good questions there for sure. All right, so, and thinking about that, let's go back to how do we actually make this magic happen, right? So I've decided I want to assign it. I click on assign. My class rosters are going to come up. I can make assignments to a whole class, or I can specifically pick a selection of students. Maybe I only want to, assign this to a group. So you can do some great differentiation here. You don't have to assign it to all students at once. Maybe you have a student who was absent. You gave a live quiz, but the student was absent and you need them to make it up. You just go in and assign it to that one student, and then they're able to go in and complete it asynchronously, even though the rest of your class completed it all together. So we do, again, believe the options are best. Now, if I want to launch this live, I'm going to click Launch Now. I'm going to decide, do I need guest participants for this one or not? And if I do, I'm going to toggle that on. So I'm going to do Launch Activity. And this is where you're really going to get the answer to that question, is how do my kids join it? Okay, so again, we believe in choices. So one of the ways, remember, is when they log in at the top of their screen, they're going to see a little blue button that allows them to join the activity. And then this is going to be that code that they enter in. So that SVK46 is unique to this particular quiz. I can also use a QR code. So if they have devices that have cameras and that camera is enabled, they want to take a picture with that, they can do it on their phone. I don't know how the classroom works in terms of policies on tablets and phones and things like that. Whatever device you're wanting them to use, they're going to be able to use that QR code if that's appropriate for that device. But you're asking yourself, okay, but wait, what about the student that you said can join but doesn't have an account? I can't get them into a Discovery account just yet. How can they join as a guest participant? Well, we've got this little website called join.discoveryeducation.com. Students can go to that. And this would be what you would do if you were going to do it as a staff as well. Like if you were going to do this with a group and teach them how to use it, maybe in a PLC time or a staff meeting, you would just have them go to join.discoveryeducation.com. And then they can either wait and put the code into the little box that comes up, or they can just type it into the URL there. And then that quiz will give them the ability to join. What you'll see happening is when people start joining your quiz, whether it's students or other adults, you're going to see that they would start to populate here in the background. So you'd see their names begin to pop up, and it would give you kind of a running record of who's joined. Couple of things that I want to point out to you. The number 75, that's a really important number. So I want you to kind of take that and take it to heart, 75. Here's the reason why that's an important number. One is that a quiz is only live for 75 minutes. So if you're going to launch it with your students for them to join and take in a live setting, you can only do that 75 minutes ahead of when you need them to take it. So if you think, well, I'm going to set this up tomorrow night, and this is why it doesn't work in Schoology, is because you can't link it out to them in enough time for them to be able to see it and take the quiz within 75 minutes, right? That's one of the reasons. But I know I'm going to launch it at 8:05. So I can go back an hour and 15 minutes essentially, and I can launch it then. And each time you want to give it to a different group of students, you're going to launch it again, because they're going to have a unique code, and that way you can keep your data separate, because again, it's only live for 75 minutes. The other thing that's good is that, the other thing that's important about 75 is you can only have 75 students take a quiz at one time. Okay, so I hope that none of you have a class of 75 students, but there are circumstances, right? If you were doing this like for professional learning and there was a group of 105, that means that 30 of them are not going to be able to join that quiz. So it does have a seat capacity of 75, but I certainly hope nobody has a class of 75, because that's a hard class to teach, except in college, right? But that's a good reason to remember 75 minutes for a live quiz, 75 participants for a live quiz. So that only applies to live. Now, if you're taking this and you did the opposite, you didn't do live, you assigned it. There's no time limit and no student limit on an assigned quiz. You can assign it to as many students as you want to. You can assign it and it will stay active for as long as it's there until they take the quiz or until you disable it. It's going to be available for them. Okay, so that 75 only applies to a live instance of it, 75 minutes and 75 students. Okay, once your students get into the quiz, you do have some tools that are there, and those tools will enable you to be able to do some different things. So at this point, I'm not, I'm ready to launch it. I don't have anybody in my quiz right now because we're just kind of, pretending and demoing. But what I do want to showcase for you is that these two options right here are grayed out. And the reason for that is because we want to honor your FERPA guidelines. If you're showing a video to a group of students and they're answering, and this is the screen that you have up, we don't want to reveal names and we don't want to reveal answers unless it's appropriate to do that. If you were doing a quiz, like, just to teach them how to do it, what's your favorite flavor of ice cream? There's probably no FERPA violation in that, right? But we don't ever want, in fact, I saw a meme this morning from a educational guru that I follow, and he talked about kids are not afraid to fail. They're afraid of being embarrassed in front of others for failure, right? And so we want to keep that kind of at the forefront of what we're doing here, is that if you don't really have a good instructional reason to show answers, you don't really have a good instructional reason to show names, then we default to not showing those, and you would have to select it and turn it on. What I will say is there are some really great strategic ways to show the answers and get some great academic discourse going, right? Where you're not embarrassing anybody, you're not pointing out who said what, you're just talking about, okay, whoa, we have some different answers here. Let's unpack those. Let's dig into it. What do you guys think? Why would somebody answer 14 and somebody answer 19? Why would somebody say Pearl Harbor and someone else says Maya Angelou? Thinking about those different things, you could have some really good academic discourse with that. So keep in mind, we're going to default to not showing anything unless you strategically want to show it. At any point, you can lock or unlock devices. So if there's something going on, somebody has a water bottle, it spills, it's mass chaos, somebody's not feeling well, they're at the trash can, it's disruptive, somebody's, whatever the circumstances are. I've been in your shoes, I know what that looks like in the classroom. There are times when you need to lock it down for just a minute and go, okay, friends, let's get ourselves together, deep breaths. All right, unlocked, let's keep on going. You also have the ability to move into student-led. So if you want to start this quiz all together and then move into student-led mode, you can absolutely do that. And then it goes straight to their computer. They put headphones in and you actively monitor. So it's like a proctoring situation. Or maybe you want to do a gradual release. Let's do one together. Let's do one with a shoulder partner. Okay, now I'm going to move to student-led. And you're going to finish that quiz on your own, headphones in, and let me know if you have questions. I'm going to come around and talk to you if you need something from me. So you can really hand this over to them and teach them some of that responsibility and ownership in that process. You can go between student-led and teacher-led as much as you need to, right? Right back to student-led, or go right back to teacher-led. And then there's one last piece here that I want to showcase, and then I'm going to go show you the last couple of pieces of this. Exit tickets. These are nice. So with an exit ticket, essentially students are making 3 choices. And an exit ticket's not required, but you can do it if you want to. So you ask them, how are you feeling about what you learned today? I'm feeling confident. I need more practice. Yeah, it's really too difficult for me, right? So you get their emotion brought into it. And this helps you gauge as a teacher, students who are not feeling confident, but you can tag in with them and find out why and help them to feel confident. Or your friends who really don't have a lot of self-awareness and they're like, yeah, I feel great about this. And then you look at their answers, are like, I don't think they should feel great about that. Let me go back and talk to them a little bit about this. Let me do some tidying up of that, right? So, this really just kind of helps you gauge that, and you will get that data report at the end that helps you understand where they fall in the mix of that. Now, all of this to be said, when I'm done with it, I'm going to exit out of this. I'm going to go back to my activity. Again, you don't have to do an exit ticket. When I'm finished, we're done with the quiz. I click finish. I have 2 choices. Again, love to give you choices. Either finish it, but what if I had a student that left for a football, basketball, volleyball, band, or they got sick, had a doctor's appointment, you name it. If I have kids that started the quiz but didn't finish it for whatever reason, I can assign the remainder. What if a fire drill happens in the middle of the quiz and we only got 2 questions in? Not a problem. I can assign the remainder. Then it will show up in their assignment queue. They can finish it asynchronously. If you don't want to launch it again live and do it, you can assign the remainder of it. This is also a nice tool for gradual release model as well. We do a couple of questions together. Now I'm going to hand it off to you. You go in, I'm going to assign the remainder of it. You go finish questions 3, 4, and 5 independently. Okay. So lots of good choices there. We're going to go ahead and finish this one. And I want to just kind of showcase for you basically the results that you get, but I want to talk a little bit about a couple of the other options that you have. So I spend a lot of time on the video quiz because it essentially teaches you how to just build a quiz in general. If you want to do a standard quiz, so remember we talked about there's 7 quiz types or quiz question types. So if I'm here on my home page and I want to go to quiz from scratch, I come down here, I click those 3 lines, I come to quiz. And then from here, I have the choice of creating new. So I'm going to create a new quiz. It's going to ask me, do I want to do a video quiz? Sorry, I have to move a couple of things around on my screen. Do I want to do a video quiz? Do I want to do a standard quiz? I'm going to choose standard. And when I do, what's going to pop up for me are these 7 question types. So short answer, poll, multiple choice, same as video. But now I have multiple select, I have draw, I have annotate, and I have audio. So that's where those other 4 question types come into play. What does a quiz like this look like? Well, I've got some examples for you. So after I've finished a quiz, remember you probably want to look at some data. So I'm looking at some data here for my students. What do these type of quiz questions look like? So I'm going to look at the question view and I want to show you some answers. So we know what short answer looks like generally, right? So that's what that would look like here. If you want to see what multiple select would look like, this is the data that I'm going to get from that multiple select. But this is really where it becomes fun, is what if I have done a quiz question that is something like annotate or draw, for instance. So I want you to take a look at this. This is really powerful. Look at how engaging this is. There is not a student in your class who wouldn't want to sit there and have kind of the tools to be able to answer a quiz question this way. So this is one that we did at a service center in a different city where I said, okay, tell me what you've learned today. And they went through, I love the Earth. I love the SOS that they put, the rocket taking off. There's the Z chart, a computer with the heart and DE. Look how fun this is, right? Some really great stuff, lots of tools. So the best advice I can give you is to really spend some time, go in, explore, play with it, learn it. And one last thing to showcase for you is here you are in just your normal quiz platform. We actually have a quiz library where you can go. There are over 550 quizzes in here that are pre-created that you can roll out to your students as is, or you can take them, make copies of them, and adapt them to the needs that you have. So we don't want you to feel like you have to create everything from scratch, okay? All right, as we wrap up, How do you know how to use these tools to their fullest? Well, the best advice I can give you is by coming to these 3 lines, you're going to come down to Educator Supports, and in Educator Supports, the Getting Started section here. In Getting Started section, we do have a course that will help you understand how to use quiz. So this is something that you're going to want to go into and take a look at. And this will walk you through the ins and outs of everything we covered very quickly today to help you understand how to make assignments, how to edit, how to look at your data, how to export, all of those different things. So just want to kind of showcase that for you. And here's what that looks like. So this walks you through it. So I did have those things queued up for you. All right. Well, I think that's it, Miss Amanda. We would love for you to continue exploring. And so if you want some of those resources, the presentation actually links you out to some other ways to assess. And we highly encourage you to take some of the SOS instructional strategies and put those into your quizzes to level those up. So, all right. Well, that's it for our Assessment is a Game Changer session. And I'm going to hand it back over to you, Miss Amanda, to wrap us up. And really appreciate you all having me here today. And if you were a 3-timer, if you came to all 3 sessions, I'm expecting some fabulous things to happen in your classroom. I would love an invite to come by and take a look at those sometime if you want me to. So
that would be great, Paula.
Yeah.
We did have one question.
Okay.
So when it's in the live mode, does the video only show on like a Promethean panel or instructional display, or does it show for each student individually?
Yeah, so when you're doing it live, if you're in teacher-led mode, it's going to show up on your large screen. And you do have some abilities to change some settings on there. So this is why I'd say you want to launch it, you want to play with it and see what it looks like before you do it live with your students so that you feel really comfortable and confident with it. But if you're going to show it on your whole screen, you will have the ability to change some settings so that if you only want the video to show, you can have that. If you want some of the answers that come up to show, so you can have some good discussion around it. So you choose what the view looks like. If you don't want to show it on your screen, you're going to launch it live with them and you're going to go into student-led mode, and then they will put headphones in and it will come up on their individual devices. So teacher-led, it's up on the screen. Student-led, it's on devices and they're using their headphones for that.
Great. Like you're saying, you've got those choices.
We fully believe in choices. Absolutely.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Paula.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I'm going to go ahead and share my screen because we do have a session coming up in a few minutes, but I want to make sure that everyone knows how to find the session of most interest to you. So right now we're sitting in this DLC live stream on YouTube. The easiest way to find other sessions, if you go to cfisd.net/DLC, and on that main page, click on the button to access the conference site. Okay, I already have that open. And then if you click on 725 sessions, because that's today, the sessions coming up will be in the 3 o'clock hour. So I'm just going to scroll down to 3 o'clock. If you want to hang out with us, we're going to have Shane Peak here talking about how to go from an idea to an app. And then you would just click that video link for whichever session it is. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. I'm going to run a video, and then right before 3 o'clock, we'll get started back up again. So even if you're hanging out with us, please take a nice little stretch break because it's good for us. So we'll be back in a few minutes.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities. In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge. Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference. There is truly something for everyone.
Here's a quick tip for you. If you ever wanted to insert a link directly, all you need to do is highlight what you want the hyperlink attached to and do Control K. Once you do that, the window comes up. you just Control V for the paste of that website URL, and there you have it. It's now hyperlinked. Y'all have a wonderful day.
Our website has all of the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. While attending the sessions, type or write down the attendance codes for each session.
During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write the code down and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will also need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 4 p.m. and you will have until midnight tonight to submit your codes for credit.
Campuses at each level will be able to select a prize package that best suits their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboard, headphones, charging towers, wireless mice, and robots. Don't forget to submit your attendance each day and complete the feedback forms sent after the conference to help your campus win one of these amazing prize packages.
Here's a tiny tech tip for your Google Slides. You can now easily insert GIFs into your presentation. Go to Insert, Images, and you'll see that new feature. On the right-hand side, you can search for your terms and look at all the fun options you have to place into your presentations. Have fun GIFing!
It's time for the conference. On the days of DLC, you can access the session links in the app by going to the session details or your schedule if you created it on the app. Select your session and click on the blue video link. This will launch the live session in YouTube, where you can interact in the chat. The live chat feature is a great place to make connections, ask questions, and contribute to the conversation. During the session, pay close attention to your attendance codes. Every session has a different code, and you will need this in order to submit attendance and get professional development credit at the end of the day.
You will now gather all of the attendance codes that you've collected throughout the day. There are different links for day 1 and day 2. Notice that there are several attendance form links for in-district employees. If you are a CFISD employee, click the corresponding blue buttons based on your last name on the participant planning sheet or the conference app. It will launch the Google form so you can enter attendance credit for the day. Enter each attendance code for every session that you attended. You must click Submit, and you will receive an email confirmation receipt. For new CFISD employees without credentials, you will click the corresponding gold button in the participant planning sheet or the conference app. You'll enter your email address, campus, and role, along with your attendance codes for the day. Finally, for out-of-district educators, you will select the corresponding purple button from the participant planning sheet or directly from the conference app. You'll enter your email address along with your full name, the school that you work at, as well as the access codes for each session that you attended. Out-of-district educators will receive a certificate to the email that you provided, so please make sure that it's entered correctly. In-district employees will receive credit through CFISD. Remember, everyone will receive a confirmation email receipt if you submitted a Google form successfully. The forms will be open from 3 p.m. through midnight.
Your feedback for our event ensures the Digital Learning Conference is high quality, and we invite presenters that impact your classroom and teaching practice. Your feedback is important and helps shape the future of DLC. Look for this form in your email soon after the event. We are so excited that you've decided to join us for CFISD's Virtual Digital Learning Conference in 2024. Go to the website and start planning today.
Welcome to our 3 o'clock session here in room 6 at DLC. For this session, we have Shane Peak, who serves as an instructional technology facilitator with the Greenville County Schools in South Carolina. And there he irons the capes of the true superheroes, the teachers. As just one member of a dynamic team, his mission is to grow and equip teachers through professional development, co-teaching, model lessons, growth cycles, and one-on-one brainstorming sessions. To learn more, you can follow Shane on LinkedIn or Twitter, X. I don't know when we're going to go to just X instead of X Twitter, at Shane R. Peak. For this session, he's going to go from idea to app and share an educator's guide to no-code app development with Glide. All right, can you see and hear us, Shane?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you, but I cannot start my video yet.
Oh,
It's not
no.
letting me turn on my video. And I'm on it.
Let me see. Does that help?
Yes, ma'am. That's good to go. Awesome.
All right.
And I'll screen share. I am having a problem with the website right now, which has never happened before. But why wouldn't it happen when you're giving a presentation to hundreds of educators across the US, right? Right? Why not right now?
Of course, if
So give
something's
me
going to go wrong, it's when you're live. So
exactly. Never happened before, but we shall see. I'll X out and we'll try to troubleshoot that just a little bit more. But let's go ahead and get the screen shared. How about that? All
that sounds good.
right.
And I'll hang here to make sure I can let you know when we see it.
All right. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. All right. And screen share. Bada boom, bada bang. All right. Awesome. And let me do just one more quick test while I still have you.
Yes.
If I escape out of full screen, I just want to make sure that you still see the screen. And then when I toggle to Glide, you see a Glide app website right now, right?
Yes, we do.
Perfect.
Absolutely
That's what I wanna make
correct.
sure.
Yep.
Okay. And the last thing I'm going to do is pop out the chat so I can try to keep track of you awesome educators over here. I will try to monitor the chat as best I can, but I may miss some. So I know Miss Amanda's going to be there to help me out just in case any of those slip through. But let's go ahead and get started. Sound good? Awesome. All right, so this session today is called From Idea to App, as she's already introduced. And this is going to be a beginner's guide to the Glide app. Now, I'm going to admit, for the last 15 minutes, I've been like troubleshooting and trying to get the website to open, and for some reason, I'm not able to log in. So we'll see what happens. I'll honestly admit I've never had this issue before, so we'll see. We're gonna do what we can do though, and we're gonna have fun. And I'll show you what I am capable of showing you one way or another though. All right, so let's dig in a little deeper. Just so you know, as she's already shared, my name is Shane Peak. And I would love to learn from you, grow with you, connect with you, support you, get ideas from you. So feel free to connect through any of those channels there. I'd love to learn about what you're doing and follow and keep up and celebrate you and your schools as well. Just a little bit more about myself. I was actually born and raised in Kentucky, really rural area, actually raised on a farm, but I come from a family of educators. My mom taught Head Start. My grandpa was a principal. My other grandpa was a school bus driver until he retired. When my wife and I got married, we decided we were going to go on a little adventure, right? We were going to just go on an adventure. Well, the adventure turned out to be 6 years, and we that's where I cut my teeth in teaching, where I learned how to be a teacher. I taught at a school called Rail Branch Middle School. Sits right on this beautiful marsh. If you know where Charleston, South Carolina is, or you know where Savannah, Georgia is, we were kind of right in the middle there at Rail Branch Middle. We were a 90-90-90 school, but I feel like those kids, I owe my career to those kids. Like they taught me how to teach, they taught me how they needed to be taught. And I really just learned so much. So I always want to give them a shout out and give them some round of applause whenever I get a chance to do a PD or a workshop, or especially with educators from across the US. In 2015, we adopted my first kiddo. And while the low country of South Carolina is absolutely beautiful, just ocean, beaches, marshes, barrier islands, where we were specifically at, it was hard to find resources for my kiddo. She was medically complex. So we moved to what's called the upstate of South Carolina, and I currently reside in Greenville, South Carolina. We've put down roots here. We do love it. We miss the coast, but we also love the mountains. That we're kind of in those Appalachian mountains now. There you can see my family. There's my Aussie Doodle too. I always include him just to he's kind of the favorite male figure of the house. I'm gonna be honest. Like I get home from work, I work long days in the summer. We're 7:30 to 5:30. When I get home, kids, family, they're all excited to see me, right? But when Bo can walk out and go use the bathroom in the yard, come back in 2 minutes later, and the whole room just melts. Oh, Bo, you're so. Everybody loves Bo. So I'm not saying I'm jealous or anything, but he's a good dog. He's a good dog. He's good with my kids. Good little family pup. So throw a little picture of Bo in there as well. I do before I dig in, I just want to say thank you. This is, man, it is 4 o'clock my time. So I know it's 3 o'clock your time. You're probably getting tired. Your brain is probably ready to like explode with all this good stuff you've been learning at DLC this week or these last 2 days. So I just want to say thanks for hanging out with me for one or for another session. I hope I'm able to feed you, give you some good ideas, some strategies, or I'm hoping you're able to leave with something today. But thank you for hanging out with me in this session. And also, I mean, I know there's 7 others that you had to pick from, so I'm going to try to do my best and make you feel like, okay, that was worth it. Made a good choice. So I'm going to try to do my best to feed you well, right? I also just want to say thank you to the DLC crew, to the DLC team. Y'all are spoiled down there in South Texas. Like you don't know how good you got it. They put on a phenomenal conference. Like this is on a national scale. They're running 8 rooms. Some years they run 12. Like it's ridiculously awesome and really, really well put together for presenters and for you all, the educators. So they do a really good job. So thank you to the DLC team for just making this a smooth experience for me every year and for giving me a chance to share with the educators today. So without further ado, let's go ahead and dive on into Glide apps and dig into this topic. Now, here are going to be our driving questions. This kind of serves as an agenda for us today. Why are you here? And we're going to talk about that. We'll talk about what is the Glide app. And then from there, we'll switch to how do I create, navigate, and edit within the app. And this is where my hair was starting to turn gray, and I was starting to get like a little bit of a little blood pressure rising when I was having troubles getting the app to getting everything to open correctly a second ago. But we'll see what can happen. Get that going. And then last but not least, we will talk about some classroom or school applications and ideas, maybe some ways that you can use this to serve your school community or maybe your classroom or whatever. All right, all right. So that first question, or actually, I do always like to do a little bell ringer, and I know this is going to be challenging because I'm live, but I know there's about a 20 or 30-second lag over here in the chat. So I want you to just fire these questions in as fast as you can. Don't think about it. We're going to play a little would you rather game. My first would you rather is, would you rather have a flip phone or only a desktop computer? So in that chat, I want to see your thoughts, your ideas come in. Do you want just a flip phone? Or do you want just a desktop computer? That's it for the rest of your life. What are you going to have? Desktop computer or a flip phone? Let's see. Let's hear it. What is it going to be? Desktop or flip phone? And Miss Amanda, can I do a quick check really fast? Are you seeing my would you rather slide? Or are you actually
Well, so I am seeing your would you rather slide, but I'm checking in YouTube
yeah.
because it's running kind of slow for me. So there it is. It just now started.
Oh my, I'm trying to figure out. I looked over there and I feel like there seemed to be what is going on?
Yeah, sometimes that delay is a little more or less.
Okay, okay. All right. So everybody's good. I do see answers coming in now. It looks like most people, oh, I think we're about 50-50. Yeah, it looks like we're about 50-50 for the desktop or the computer. Okay, lots of flip phones coming in. All right, all right, all right. I appreciate y'all. All right, let's do this again. Let's go round two. Our round two question is, would you rather spend a day without your phone, like no phone at all whatsoever, or would you rather spend a day with no people? Now, where my introverts at? I know what your answer is going to be, but well, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. Would you rather spend a day no phone, no people? You pick. No phone, no people. I want to see what you guys got coming in over here. All right, no phones. Everybody just wants to unplug. Yeah, I hear you. You're okay being around some people, but you'd be happy to be without that phone. All right, looks like this is resounding answer. Okay, okay. All right, let's do it for round three here. Would you rather lose your wallet or lose your phone? Now this one makes me stressed. Either way, kind of give you that stressful feeling. So which one would you rather? Lose your wallet, lose your phone? This is going to be a Logan, I see you. Supposedly theoretical, but often reality. That's funny. Would you rather lose your wallet, or lose your phone? All right, Alyssa, she got that fast typing. She'd rather lose her phone. All right, everybody's looking to lose their phone. Yeah, I guess if you lose your phone, you don't have to cancel debit cards and stuff like that. All right. Wow. Yeah, mostly phones. Okay, all phones. All right, all right. One more would you rather question. All right, now this one's going to require a little bit more reflection on you. Would you send a text on the phone to your future self? Or, I'm sorry, forgive me. Would you rather talk on the phone with your future self, right? Your 2040 self, your 2050 self? Or would you rather send a text to your younger self? So that younger you, text them, call the future you. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Send the text or make that phone call. And if you got time, you don't mind to chat a few little or type a few little things there. You can also say why, like why you want. What would you tell your younger self? Because I'm seeing a lot of younger selves come in over there. What would you tell your younger self, or what would you tell your older self? Right? Text your younger self. Yeah. All right, Janine. You would rather talk on the phone with your future self. Okay. All right. What would y'all tell your younger or older self? Let's hear it real fast. All right, younger. Okay, cool. All right, cool. Lots of younger selves. Well, I appreciate it. Appreciate y'all playing that game. Do I've got one more question for us? I think I do. Yeah. All right. Next one. Delete your favorite app or only have 10 apps. What you gonna do? You're gonna delete your favorite app, whatever that might be. I don't know if that's your social media or your Target or your Amazon or whatever it is. You're gonna delete your favorite app or limit your phone to only having 10 apps. I think I know what I would pick here. Only have 10 apps. Let's see. What would you say? Hmm. I think we're thinking about it. I think we're thinking. Delete that favorite app. Only 10, only 10. Oh man. Miss Amanda, I thought these questions might stump our audience. I thought we might have a little bit more split, but we are all, sticking mostly to the same thing. All right, now, Nicholas, I see you. You're going to delete your favorite app. Okay. Love it, love it. Cool. But yeah, most people are looking to delete. Well, I appreciate y'all playing along. Answer my weird little questions here for would you rather. Let's go ahead and keep it moving now. I'm going to ask you another question now. And feel free to give me a 5 to 7 word answer if possible. But that question is just why? Why did this topic? Why did the description? Why did the title? Why does app development in general or with students or for your school? Why does that interest you? Why did you pick to spend this 40, 50 minutes with me? Why are you here? What attracted you to this? Have you heard of Glide? What's your why? I always like to start with Simon Sinek and what is your why? So start with your why. So why are y'all here? If you don't mind, I would love to have some of those ideas come into the chat. I'm going to be monitoring for those ideas, and I'm going to escape out of full screen one time, just kind of troubleshoot that website while you guys give you just a moment to type in your whys there. Let's see what you got. Why are you here today? What is it that you're hoping to gain? Awesome. Let's open. You're looking for something new to do with your kids. I love it. Cool. Bethany, thanks for letting me know that. Awesome. We've got, let's see, do we have any more coming in yet? Not yet, not yet. I'm kicked out. All right. What else? What else? Someone else's why? All right. You've seen it used several times, but you haven't figured out how to use it yourself. I hear you. I see you. You've got some money making ideas over there, Nicholas. I see you. You want to get your side hustle on. All right. All right. Pamela, looking for some cool technology, progressive, cool students. You want to build an app to gamify your classroom. I love it. Awesome. The district used it for your conference, so you're wanting to learn more about it yourself. Cool. Students connect familiar. All right, all right. You used God previously and just want to know more perspective about it. Cool. All right. You want to see if you can try something out with your chemistry class. Aaron, you're looking to try something new. Ooh, I got in. Okay. I was beginning to get very worried. All right, back to our slide deck. Cool. You're just looking for something new. All right, cool. Well, I appreciate y'all giving me your whys. I think what I'll do now is just maybe share a few reasons why I think this is a pretty cool tool, pretty cool platform to explore. But really, it's not really about the tool, it's what the students can do with it, right? Like the task before the app here. But let's keep it rolling. All right, so number one is just engagement. I have done several app development projects with students now. And, on the one hand, we could just say, all right, research Saturn and tell me these 5 facts about it. Done, call it a day. But how engaged are students going to really be in that process? Not so much, right? However, when we frame it from the perspective of, hey, we building an app and grandma and mom and uncle and little brother and whoever's going to get to see your app, I mean, like engagement skyrocketed, right? So I love just the fact there that just natural engagement, there's just a natural engagement boost. And when we have that engagement boost, that really obviously limits off-task behavior, that boosts focus. We're creating an authentic audience, an authentic product. So I love the engagement piece here with using Glide apps or just app development in general with our students, or just projects in general with our students, right? Next one is real world. Like for real, like we interact with tech apps probably a whole lot more than you realize. I don't know if y'all have this, but on my phone, I get like a notification every Sunday that tells me how many hours I spent on my phone that week and if I went up or down. And I'm trying to step that down, but some weeks I have a heavy week where I'm sending lots of emails, or if I lead presentations and I use my phone as a clicker, like those, that happens. But real world talk, we spend a lot of time interacting with apps, interacting with other people through apps, using apps to help us get from point A to B, to order laundry detergent, whatever. So app development is actually a real world skill that perhaps our students should be exposed to. All right, number 3 is just boosting reading and writing. As I shared earlier, I taught at a 90-90-90 school, 90% poverty, 90% minority, 90% of my students were below reading level. So it didn't matter what subject you taught, we were trying to sneak in reading. We were trying to read across the curriculum to help our kids get up our kids get on reading level. So I was only trained to teach science, but I was also doing guided highlighted readings and closed reading passages and stuff like that. So that can be hard though. That can be challenging. And so what I love about this project or taking these ideas and turning them into apps is that your students are researching, your students are reading, your students are writing content in a way that people will understand and access. So it's almost like we've snuck in some reading and writing on them, and they don't even know they're reading and writing because they think they're just making an app, if that makes sense. So keep that in mind. Just a way to boost reading and writing skills. And then one more. Oh, no, that was it. So that is my why for why I like to share this session on Glide app. So next, let's just give a brief introduction to what is the Glide app? What is the Glide app? All right. So number 2, what is it? So first off, it's just a simple app builder, right? Super simple, user-friendly app builder. All right. The next thing about it is that it requires no coding at all. So, I mean, 5 or 10 years ago, we knew that we thought coding was going to be an integral part and we're going to need lots of people with lots of skills to code. And now with the development and release of generative AI, I don't know if that's going to be a skill that we really need 5 or 10 years from now or 40 years from now. I know that we're going to be nuanced and there's going to be people who have to do very specific types of coding, but I just don't know, what the demand for that is. So that's interesting that this one doesn't require any coding. But while it doesn't require any coding, students are learning to work with data, which I think is really, really important. They are learning to think computationally as they work with data. Now, this data is actually stored and manipulated in a spreadsheet. So if you are a Google user, you can use a Google Sheet. You can link it up right with a Google Sheet. If you're a Microsoft user, you can import that as a Microsoft Excel document. But I love that students are getting exposed to spreadsheets and getting to manipulate that data in a spreadsheet. And then last but not least, it will create a nice product that is mobile or web friendly. You can share a QR code and your students will be able to look at that on their phones, or you can, it can be just something that we share through email or through the web or whatever. So it'll create mobile or web friendly versions, which I think is also nice. All right, so let's keep it rolling, keep it growing. Topic number 3 now is how do I create, navigate, and edit within the app? How do I create, navigate, and edit within the app? Now this is really we're gonna kind of we're gonna dig in now. It's almost like we've got that lid. We're gonna pop it off. We're gonna get in there, figure out how to do this. I'm going to show you an overview of the program and all that it's capable of doing, but we're also going to get our hands dirty, right? You're going to actually get into a spreadsheet. We're going to create an app together in real time as long as my internet behaves and keeps up with me, okay? All right, so the link to it, now time out here just for a second. You're an adult learner. If you want to, so you know how you learn best, I guess is kind of what I'm saying. If you want to hang tight and just follow with me right now as I demonstrate how to navigate, edit, create, give a quick overview, you're welcome to hang out with me. If you want to maybe split screen and when I click, you click, I click, you click, I click, you click, you can do that too. If that feels overwhelming and you feel like you're going to get lost or hung up or forget something, that's okay. Just hang out with me. If you want to just go full screen and just try to listen as I'm clicking around, you're welcome to do that too, but you do you, right? You be you. You know how you learn best. But what I'm going to do now is switch out of the full screen presentation, and I'm actually going to jump into that link there, glideapps.com. You can just Google it, Glide Apps, but glideapps.com is that link that we're going to go to. Now, I was opening multiple tabs earlier trying to get this to work. So glideapps.com, when you land on their homepage, it's going to look like this, glideapps.com. You'll open it or you'll log in. You can sign in with a Google account if you'd like to do that, or you can create a custom account. I think I just sign in with my Google account though, because I'm using this for education. So I sign in with my Google account. And then when you log in, it looks something like this. Now, I've been using it for a little while, so I know there might be a little bit of variation between what I see and you see, but in general, this is what everybody's going to see when you log in, right? So I'm going to start on this left-hand side down here, on this left-hand side, and then we'll move over here into this little app shelf or app tray. So there is a drop-down tile here I called mine class projects, but this is where you almost start like a new team or a new project. If you think you might use this a couple times this year, you might just start a 24, 25 class projects folder. I did this presentation at TCEA. I've done this for some demos. I've done for another conference, but here's just some class projects like that I've created. And you can start with a new team if you'd like, right? Excuse me. If we move down this left-hand side here, here's where you can manage members. I've never really dug into any of this. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm creating simple stuff. For my stuff, I have students in a spreadsheet. We're creating an app that we can simply quickly share. So I've never dug into these settings, templates, billing, usage, members. I've never really had to manage that. I've never needed that strong, robust skills. So I'm good with just the simple stuff, but you can dig in deeper if you want and find out that information down here. How many people are using it? You can manage members on a team, billing template settings, but I usually don't even set my students up as members because we're using the Google login for a Google spreadsheet, which I'll show you more in just a moment. So when you come into a team, for example, and I'll just keep us in our class projects, you start with a new app. You'll start with a brand new app. And when you start with a new app, come on, internet. Come on, internet. Well, perhaps I should click refresh, but you would typically click new app, and then from there, you get the option of where you want to pull your data from. Let me see if I click on one of these, if they're going to open for me, and I may refresh my app page. Here we go. I'm going to refresh because my internet is misbehaving, or maybe it's on the glide outside, but I've never seen that happen before. So let's see what happens when I refresh. I appreciate y'all being patient. All right, so it's loading. Awesome. Now let's try that one more time. When I click new app, there we go. It worked that time. Round of applause for my internet keeping up with me. You have some templates that you can choose from. They've just released this AI generated one. I don't even know what that is yet. So that's interesting to me, but you can do basic, AI generated, or blank. But what I actually do, and this is of course going to be case, person to person. We are Google district. So what I do is I always build from a Google Sheet. So when I click on Google Sheet, when I open that up, I will click continue, and now it's going to link up with my Google Drive. It's going to go find those spreadsheets specifically in my Google Drive, and it's going to try to find the one in there that I'm looking for it to use. I'm going to close that. Actually, I'll go ahead and just type it, CFISD DLC Glide Demo. Let's search for that. And there it is. I'm going to click it. And this is a spreadsheet. I'll just let you know, this is a spreadsheet I created earlier today. Just very, very basic, simple spreadsheet, which is what you would create with your students or for your purpose that you may need it for. But you put your podcast. We've got I want my students to get credit. So their name, maybe this is the facts, maybe an image, 1, 2, 3. Now, if you were doing this about animals, or you were doing this about the solar system or habitats or parts of the cell or whatever it is that or presidents, this might be presidents. This is just a very, very basic general idea though, because this is what we're going to build in a second. but create your simple spreadsheet. And then when you link it up with Glide, you search for it. When you select it and open it up, it will auto populate that information for us. So I don't have anything in there yet, so it's probably not gonna give me exactly what I'm looking for, but let's see. I clicked it, I selected it, I'm opening it up. All right, so there it's starting to come in. Now notice I didn't have anything in there. One thing too, I need to rename this. I don't want this to say SCEB Summit. I want this to say DLC. Let me change that. We'll jump back in the app. Now when I click refresh, that should start to update on this side as well. Oh, I actually could have clicked refresh on that lower left-hand side, but give it just a second. All right, come on Glide, come on Wi-Fi. Oh, interesting. Let me go to data. Well, we'll tackle that in just a moment. But so there it's starting to kind of pull this in really quickly for me. Now I'm going to give us another example. That was just start from scratch. Here's one that we made on as a solar system with students, right? So I'm going to click show full screen. Actually, let me go back. Let's just see. This is kind of what that app would look like. Let me zoom out just a little so it looks a little more app appropriate, right? So here's one that we created with students, right? So they added Mercury, they added Venus, Earth is home, they added Mars. And when they added their planet, they added its name, they put their name, and they put some facts around it. When we swipe, they were supposed to add 3 to 4 images of it. So there's just some quick examples. Let's see how Mercury looks, right? They've got their 4 images. So you can kind of see, look, that this feels and functions a lot like an app. We scroll down, this is Mariah's, there's her facts about it. Good stuff, good stuff. Awesome, awesome. Let's go back. Let's click one more just so you can kind of see. There we go. We've got Jupiter. They got their 4 images in there. You can see that spiral around it. They got their facts. Good job. All right, I'm going to click push back. So on my side, let's get back to here. Oh, let's get to here. No, let's go back just a second to the app. Oh, goodness. Trying to get back to the Glide page. Forgive me, forgive me. And it is going super slow. I think it's my internet, so I am so sorry. Hope it's gonna work for me. I may just need to close it. Okay, I'll just close that one. All right, so when your students are in the spreadsheet, when they start to add stuff, so let's say they add one I like to listen to is called Kentucky Sports Radio, right? And I might put my name in here and it's just talks all about UK athletics, right? Perfect, perfect. I could copy and paste some images for that. When I come into my Glide app, and we've got the data tab, we've got the layout tab, we've got the action. So as students start to add information, this within Glide will update for us and you'll start to see it. And then on the layout tab, you'll start to see that becoming updated as well, right? So that's kind of cool and quickly how fast that's working if your internet's working, which mine is struggling today. So as your students add it, this also is cool because just a little thought or pro tip here, I take this spreadsheet and this is what I share with the students. I'll share this through Google Classroom or I'll give them the link. So all my students are only in this spreadsheet. They do not create a Glide account at all. They just use their Google account, they go to my spreadsheet, and they add all their data here too. You may want to give them a graphic organizer where they're researching and pulling it in. I can even give you some pro tips because I think it can be a little bit daunting or a little bit scary saying, oh gosh, I'm going to release 30 kids into a spreadsheet. How do I know they're not going to delete each other or type over each other or whatever, which is real. But I think this is good practice for them with using spreadsheets. I mean, if you think about your adult life, you probably use spreadsheets more than you thought you would, right? Like if you look back at your K through 12 education, no one really taught you how to use spreadsheets, I don't think, as well or as much as you currently have to use them as an adult, or at least that's my feelings. So I think this is good because we're practicing, we're prepping kids to be able to use spreadsheets, right? So they're in here. I think it's good to just kind of teach them. They stay on one line. There's even some pro tips here too, like when they're typing their information, they click Control Enter to type the next fact. Blah, Control Enter, blah, right? Because if they click Enter, they're going to somebody else's row. So keep that in mind. For images, I'll have them do this. I don't know why I'm using Kentucky Sports Radio as my example. It's the first one that came to my head. I probably should have used a really important educational podcast, but here we are. I was getting all flustered with my internet, I guess. So you come in, you grab that students can come in, they can grab an image of the president, or an image of the animal that they're researching, or an image of the whatever it is that you may use this for, whatever purpose. But a little pro tip, when they go to get the image, make sure you capture this. I like to teach them to right click on it, or two click, and then copy image address right here, copy image address, and then bring that back in, because sometimes I've just noticed that it doesn't like if you just copy the image web address. Sometimes it's better to copy this image address, and I find that we have a higher success rate. Usually don't have any problems. Now today, because I'm having several issues, I bet we're gonna have all kinds of problems today. We'll see what happens. So let me refresh that. We'll see that little image pop up in here. And this will be updating in real time usually, but I'm going ahead and just trying to force it to go a little bit faster. So now here it is. If I come over here, I could actually change this to say cards. And now we should start to see that image populate, and it's probably the Wi-Fi slowing me down. But anyways, let's keep it rolling. So within our app here, a few little things I want to point out. So when you create one from scratch, it usually will default and show you users. Once again, like, I don't think we need that. Like, we don't need users. So I usually delete that. If you're going to make something that your team shares for your 7th grade team or for your school, and you'll have multiple users editing the account, maybe. But for me, I haven't used it for that purpose. So I usually delete that. Another thing that I will usually do is, no more really edits from here. The data is there for me. If students put in anything, I need to clean it up in any way, I can do that from the data tab, or I can jump back to my Google Sheet and do that. But I can do that from the data tab, the layouts tab. Now, some cool, fun things that I usually challenge my students to do is over here on this right-hand side. I usually just kind of let them vote and do some customizations, right? Like, so do we want it to look like a table? Nah, probably not. Do we want it to look like a list? No. I think we probably want it to look like cards, even though my image isn't showing up now, which I wish it would. Let me see. Oh, that's it right there. There it is. There was a little mistake when it pulled through. So sometimes you have to make a few. It's running automatically. It's pulling this data for you automatically. I didn't have anything in my spreadsheet when I started. So I think that's probably where the error was at. It didn't know where to pull the image from. So I fixed that right here. The image, I changed that to say image number 1, right? So now that image number 1 is showing up for me there. Another thing I like to do from here is I will turn off allow users to add items. So watch this plus mark. That's going to go away, because I don't want my students adding anything in the app when we share this out to whoever. I don't want them to be able to add anything. This Google Sheet is where we're adding and editing and navigating and manipulating stuff, right? So I'll turn that off and allow users to edit items. I will usually turn this off as well, so that really we're all just working from that Google Sheet or from that Excel spreadsheet. So there is some other options up here. I don't change anything with the options button, but with the actions button, this is where I let my students have a little bit of fun. Oh, excuse me, sorry. From the settings button, I let my students have a little fun over here. Let's click that. There it is. Internet's being a little slow. All right. So notice that you can upload an icon. I will usually do that. We'll usually create an icon in Canva, and then I'll upload it in here. I think if you stick with a 500 by 500 template or canvas size, you're good. You can even go up to 1,000 by 1,000, but you want it to be squared. Maybe if you have a student who's a high flyer, gets done really fast, this is an opportunity for them. Hey, go make some potential app thumbnails. And then you have the option to change it. So we'll call this the DLC demo, right? Show the icon and title. You can upload your logo here, or you can upload the logo there. Now moving on down, there's the appearance button. We can change the color. So I know DLC, y'all like your purple. So I'll go with purple right here. We'll make this a purple looking app. We can have it, adjust that style. We can adjust it as an accent. We can have it auto, light, dark. We can have a neutral background. I'll let the students just kind of have fun with this, because this is their app. This is their project in my case. So I want them to have a little fun as we do this. So, and I keep those tabbed on. And last but not least, there is a privacy button. The one thing I usually do here is I usually keep it private unless it's something that we really want to share and publicize, and we want mom and dad and grandma and uncle and the principal to see, then you can always publicize it or publish it. But for starters, I usually keep it private. Now, when we are all the way done, you will click on publish. and it gives it a fake little glide name here that you can adjust if you want, but we can leave that just fine. You'll click publish one more time, but you can also adjust and change kind of who gets access to that. So you can make it public so that anybody with the link can see it. And I would change it so that it doesn't require a login. We just want them to see what the students created or see the materials they need for your class. You can change it to be public with no sign-in required. And then we click publish, and this would now be a live app that they would get a QR code that they could see and share with the world. We could post it in the hallway or send it home in a folder or whatever. So I'm gonna admit to y'all, I feel like my internet got me a little bit flustered right there or whatever was going on. So I don't think I gave the best overview of Glide, but I think sometimes, it's best to just fail forward and try it out and see if you can break it. So let's just try it out now. So what I want to do, and as we're playing around, is I want to actually put you back into the spreadsheet. We're going to actually collaborate together and try to create an app together right here in real time. I want you to practice adding some data to that spreadsheet, and I'm just going to click refresh. Now that I have it updated, ready to go, I'll click refresh and we'll watch that app come together. So if you don't mind, join this Google Sheet link here, join this bit.ly link really fast. That is 3 capital S, lowercase r, lowercase w, big D, little a, number 1. Join the sheet, pick a line, and we're going to make a quick app about podcasts. I thought, hey, that's kind of fun. It's summertime. Maybe there's something that we can be thinking about as we move back into the school year. Maybe we can give each other some tips to think about, what are they going to listen to? What are we going to listen to as we ride into school or we ride home each day? So maybe you could share your favorite podcast. Please, of course, keep it PG. So we're all safe here. We're all good here. But there's that link, and they have dropped that into the chat for you. Thank you, Miss Amanda. And awesome. I'm going to escape out of full screen since that is now in the chat. I'm going to jump back into the spreadsheet, and hopefully we'll start to see some people popping in. Now, listen, for real now, there's going to be a lot of us in here probably. So try to do your best. Try not to jump on top of anybody. If you need to go down a little lower to make sure you're safe, that's okay too. Awesome. I see you, Jeffrey. Jeffrey's telling us about an app called Lore. Now remember, y'all, when you share your images, try to add more than one if possible. But when you're sharing your image, you're going to want to make sure you go copy the link address, I think is a good way to do that. So copy link address is a good way to do that. All right, Paranormal Almanac. I'm excited to see sharing this. Okay, I see you. There we go. Now, this is also good too. Remember, you're teaching your kids a few little spreadsheet skills. Generally what I do too is I tell them I want to know 5 facts about whatever it is that we're researching, right? They can click that control enter to go down to the next line. I sometimes will use dash marks. Sometimes I'll use numbers, whatever. They can type it out in paragraph form, whatever makes the most sense for them. But cool, we're seeing some people coming in. Try your best not to escape anybody's content. Try not to mess anybody up, but I will give you one pro tip, one great idea I have for fixing that. If you're worried about putting your students in a spreadsheet here in a second, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna let you work for maybe 2 minutes. We'll see what we can crowdsource and create together. And then I'll call us all back together and I'll show you where we're at. So 2 minutes starts now. Try to get some content in there. Feel free to add an extra one if you want. Miss Alyssa, you're about to steal my thunder. Good thought. That was going to be my pro tip. Good thought, Miss. So Miss Alyssa, she's already getting she's already thinking. I love it. Her hamster wheels are running. I appreciate you, Miss Alyssa. So that's right. My pro tip for y'all would be if you are scared about letting students, not scared, but just the thought of having 30 students in a spreadsheet typing all over each other, one thing you could do is you could put them in and assign them a line. But another workaround would be just to not put them in the spreadsheet at all. Have your questions formatted in a Google form. So question number 1 is they tell you their topic. Question number 2 is their name. Question number 3 is there 5 facts or whatever it is that you're wanting them to share. And then question number 4 could be where they share the link to their image or, share their image links. Question 4, 5, 6, I usually have them share 3 images just to make it a little bit more awesome. But great. I love how you're thinking, Miss Alyssa. Love it. Love it. 17 seconds, and I'm going to call us all back to the Zoom. All right. I'm going to come in now. So if you don't mind, navigate back to the Zoom conversation. Navigate back to YouTube, and we will continue this rolling. So you can see we have data in here now. I'm going to click refresh. If you haven't had a chance to get a picture in there, try to get one in. But if not, no stress, no worries. Now, what we will do next is we'll click on this layout tab, and we will start to see this come together. So right here in real time, we're seeing your stuff populate in. So we've got Jeffrey. If I click on his, we've got Lore coming in. He's got his facts for me there. Love it. Good job, Jeffrey. Let's see. I'm going to click on the MS Math. Awesome. Love it. Cool. She's got her facts there. It's a collaboration about math tips. Okay, awesome. Now there are some more customizations I could start to do here. If I don't want things showing up, like when I click on it, if I don't want the image to show up, I can turn that off. I can remove some of those things and dig a little deeper into that. But I love what you guys are doing. I love seeing this come together right here in real time. So good job. I appreciate y'all playing along and creating a quick little app with me in real time. Now that we're all the way done, we could click publish. We could publish that one more time, and I think my Wi-Fi is being a little bit buggy. If I click publish, yeah, it's just messing up. Usually at this point, I've never had this problem happen before. I would get a QR code with a link. So when you're all the way done, you'll get a QR code with a link, and you can share that with your students, or you can print that and send it home. You could put it in the hallway, wherever you want that QR code and that link to go, you can do that. So let me click on one more here, see if this will open properly, just so I can show you an example. Yeah, here we go. This one's an older one we made, so it looks a little different now, but here's students that we created. We were all about amazing animals. They had to pick an animal and research it. This was a 6th grade project. I launched the teacher after that. I don't know if they finished it with fidelity, but we launched the project one day, so it looks like they only got some animals in here. Actually, let me go back to the other class. There we go. I created the little tiles in Canva. So we added those. The students voted on what they wanted it to look like. And then when you click on this information, you can see that Adrian did the alligator. He's got his image. He's got his facts. Good job, Adrian. Andrea did the Arctic fox, got their information and facts in there. Cool. Yep, there's the black bear. Good stuff. So you'll see how this one, just want to point out that this one's black. Once you actually publish it and share it, it will turn black. It'll turn away from teal and it'll turn black. And then you'll get a link with a QR code that you can then send places wherever you want. If you want to keep it in your class, that's fine. If you want to send it home and brag on your students about this authentic project that they created, you can do that as well. So that's what it will look like once you've published it. Awesome. Let's jump back into this presentation now. Maybe I think now might be a great time for me to pause. I'm going to ask you a question in just a moment, and that question is going to be, what are some classroom or school applications or ways that you want to use Glide? So that's going to be my question. I want you to be thinking about that. How could you use it for your class, your school, or I tell somebody that wants to just do a little side hustle? Share your ideas in the chat if you're willing. But I think this is a great time for me to tap Miss Amanda back in, let her share the code, and while you're thinking and maybe you're typing that out, and then I'll land the plane and we'll add a little closure to our PD today.
Great, thank you, Shane. So up on your screen right now, you have the attendance code. And again, just like you've been doing with the rest of the codes today, make sure you write it down, take a screenshot, type it in if you're using the participant planning document. But for this session, you will want code 84561. Okay, so make sure you record that code somewhere. And we've got lots of people in the chat loving this, Shane. I've been going through and answering questions as I can, and one of them that came through was about using Excel as an option for Google Sheets.
Great. Yeah, you can so I'm first off, I'm not a Microsoft district. So I know that you can upload an Excel in there. I don't know that you can edit it live, I guess is my only thing. I don't know. Like I know that Microsoft Excel is now cloud-based, right? Maybe.
Yes, yes.
So I haven't played with that function in Glide, but I know that you can upload an Excel document into Glide and it will make that app for you. So that is a great question. It's just, to be honest with you, I feel like I have only scratched the surface with all this thing is capable of doing. So I can't answer it with 100% certainty, but I do know that they have an excellent support site where they have lots. It's not called a blog. What do they call it? They call it something else where users go in and ask questions, and they have a really active community that answers those questions.
Yeah, they call it the Glide community. It's
Okay,
really great.
perfect.
Yes. Awesome.
Perfect. Awesome.
Well, I'll let you take it away, Shane.
All right. All right. So we're going to land the plane now. What are some classroom school applications or activities? Hopefully your hamster wheels have been spinning. You're starting to think of some ways that you can do this. But my suggestions, my tips, my ideas for ways that you can do that would be, first off, anything where students are researching or showcasing factual information. So anything in science or social studies, really, that's just informational based. If you want a creative outlet for them to share what they've learned, I think this is a great way to do that, right? Yeah, I see Danielle sharing right now. Easy way to do test reviews, right? So good stuff, good stuff. Character analysis or descriptions to plays, awesome. Student bios for the program, interesting. Wow. So you're talking about putting on like a theater production in your school. You want to have that's cool. And no one has ever recommended that one to me. So good. Keep them coming. Cool. I love it. All right. Another idea I thought about, maybe just a quick, simple. Oh no, come on. I am so sorry. Another idea is just maybe an app for parents. We do this. We have all these resources we want to share with parents, and sometimes they're on a website, and sometimes they're on the district site, and sometimes they're here and there, and they're in your Google Classroom. And I don't know. Maybe your thing could just be you organize them all here, and when they come in for that meet the teacher night, you've got the QR code. They scan it. Boom. This is everything they're going to need. Like they've got the remind code, and they've got the syllabus, and they've got the schedule. I don't know. Whatever. It could just be all housed here, organized here. Just an idea, just a thought. Or maybe even just something personal. If you're thinking about an upcoming vacation or trip, or you work with a nonprofit organization or your church or whatever, and perhaps there's good application here for this. You could develop something for that vacation. You list your restaurants on one tab. You have your sites that you're going to see on another tab. You have other things, lodging. I don't know, something for your trip, vacation, or just a nonprofit organization. I think would really benefit from someone building something like this for them. So cool. I see Lewis's shared chemistry project, student elements and periodic table. Yeah, exactly. That every single one of those could have actually just been an element. So one student does hydrogen, one student does uranium, everything, carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, phosphorus, whatever. So they could all been doing them. So cool. I'm seeing one thing that come in here. It says it is no longer allowing codes on the Google form. Is asking for a 3D. Oh, maybe that's not for me, Miss Amanda. Sorry.
I think that's an attendance thing. Yes, Shane.
Okay, cool.
No
I'm
problem.
gonna keep rolling. All right. So last thing here, if you are I guess we're referring to as X. So if you are an X user, what I would like for you to do is scan this and just do a quick little code closure, quick little reflection. How are you hoping to use the Glide app this year? So when you scan this, it will be pre-formatted. It should take you right to it. You should be able to then maybe just do a little bit of backspacing. And after you backspace, you can share your idea. So you just kind of scan, you'll click it, you'll open it up. After you do that, you'll have an opportunity to share the idea or the way that you hope to use it this year in your class with your students. However, and I'd love to kind of see, heart, and learn from you. Like the smartest person in the room is the room. So I'd love to hear ways that you're planning to use it this year, personal or professional. Now, if you're not one of those, you can see down there at Shane R. Peak. You can hit me up on one of those as well and share that idea with me so I can maybe grab some of your South Texas ideas and we can use these over here in South Carolina. So I'd love to grab those. So I'm going to give you maybe another 5 seconds to scan that. Take a quick drink.
Well, and Shane, we got a couple of questions in the app. One of them is, can you update the spreadsheet after creation with the free version?
as far as I know, but that may have been an update that I am not aware of. If they are seeing that, then that I have been using it for a long time. So with all tools, sometimes they have the grandfathered group or the legacy group. So I can, but I don't want to be wrong. And if not, that is a bummer. It kind of sounds like once they create it, it's done, which might also be okay too. Once they create it, upload it, it's done. We're not editing anymore. So I don't know the answer to that one. I can, but that may be because I'm a legacy or grandfathered in. So I don't know who asked that. I must have missed that one. So I am
That
sorry,
was Elisa.
Elisa.
And
So
that's where
Elisa,
I'm like, I think you can edit still the spreadsheet and it'll pull over, but I'm in the same sort of situation that I've been in Glide for so long that it's a very grandfathered plan. So,
and I'm still
okay.
just completely free, but you may be right. There might be users after a certain point can only upload it, and once it's done, it's done. I don't know for sure. I could create another account and try to test that out, though. That'd be good for me to know. So thank you, Alyssa. That was a good question. Thank you. Well, I want to be cognizant and respectful of everybody's time. So I do just want to say thank you guys for hanging out with me. Also, this, sometimes you're just rocking and rolling and you're smooth and it's flowing, and other times you have a few other technical difficulties that you have to work with. Today was one of those days, I feel like, but thank you guys for hanging out and enjoying coming along. I hope that you're able to get some ideas, some inspiration, and I was able to teach you enough about God maybe to not only pique your interest, but that you'll be comfortable using it going forward. But there is my information. I'd love to connect and learn from you all as well. Thank you all.
Great. Thank you, Shane. There was one last question about,
Oh
are you
yeah,
able to
sorry.
put a video up and have it play in the app?
Ooh.
And again, I've got that working on several of our apps. So it should be a function. If you have questions and have trouble, I think at this point, just reach out to Shane or I, and because I mean, I don't want to steal your session, but I love Glide.
Yeah,
So I am
go
happy
for
to
it.
help anyone having issues as well.
Yeah. And you're probably a local contact, so maybe you'd be better for helping with Houston area kids too as well. So yeah, you probably know more than me.
Well, but you did a great job. I
Well,
thoroughly enjoyed the session. Thank you. And you
all
worked
right.
through all the technical issues. I mean, it just sort of happens with live
I
stuff.
know. Now I do have a just so I have a link. I had it open. I don't know where that a link that gives it was an article I wrote for TCA. So I'll drop that into the chat. They can always refer back to that because that links out to ideas and videos and all kinds of other stuff. So I'll make sure to drop that in
Great,
the chat if
great.
anybody's still there.
Yes. Well, and Glide, there's a lot of resources.
Yeah, there are. And I think it's just
Okay.
fun that's not really in education yet. So kind of yeah, so it's cool. Still fresh, still cool.
Still
All
very
right.
fun.
Yep.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Shane.